Tyler, Mr. One, good to see you, man.
Nice to see you, Amelie.
Do you like my office?
This looks like an office for you.
It's funny you say that because we actually widened the doors and shortened the lift a little bit just for you.
Okay, that's a short joke already. Don't.
No, actually, you look really good, man. You do, seriously. You look fantastic.
Okay.
I mean, it must be a lot of work to keep those arms so big, but wouldn't it be easier to develop a good personality?
You're trolling. Ollie, I'm funny, I'm charismatic. I have no ego. Why do you keep looking at me like that? It's true.
Well, listen, we all know that your fan base is truly massive. When did you realize that you had a knack for entertaining teenage boys?
My audience, we've done the math, is 25 to 30 nowadays. Majority, like 70%. I do not,
All right, well, I mean, clearly I could see that I'm rallying you up a little bit.
You're actually trolling. There's rage bait, yes.
I know that you like to let off a little bit of steam by, you know, throwing things, breaking things. So we actually brought a book for you if you want to try to tear that in half.
Am I trying to tear this book in half?
Yeah, you can try to tear that book
Do I
in half.
win something if I do? I got a prize?
I mean, pride, accomplishment.
Okay, obviously, I'm not gonna tear this in half.
Well, you have to tear it in front of the camera.
I can't because I need to get my knee up.
Get torque. Why are you tearing it that way? You're tearing it.
Why are you backseating me? Stop. Let me do it how I want to do it. I know what I'm doing.
Go ahead.
You've taped it for sure.
It's not taped.
I'm gonna start right here for a second.
That's okay. That's okay. Interesting technique.
The covers are too hard to tear.
But again, why not?
Why are you?
You're the one who's struggling a little bit.
Okay, what's your advice? I'm open to criticism.
So right now you're doing it like hamburger style. What if you did it hot dog style?
Yeah, but then you're not. Nobody does that. Nobody does that.
I think everyone does that.
That's the easiest thing. Only tearing like just the brim.
Well,
you could tear this.
I know, but
and you have frail toothpick arms, so they wouldn't even be.
They're called spaghetti noodle arms. Thank you very much. Or I guess in my case, yakisoba arms.
Yeah, and you hit the gym. It is what it is.
Because I'm Japanese.
You can't do it your way. Yeah, but there's no sense of joy in that.
I'm so proud of you. Can I be honest though?
What?
I just wanted to be the first one to see you hold a book.
You said that all. I read more than anybody in this building.
League of Legends all chat doesn't count. I also hear that you're actually a big Bob Ross fan. Is that because you're also a happy little accident? Tyler, I mean, listen, you're an inspiration to so many of us. You've proved that it's not about luck or skill or talent. Sometimes it's just about being really loud.
I'm not loud is not funny. I am talented and skilled. That is, again, just incorrect. You're just trolling.
In the loud department.
I am not loud. I haven't been loud once in this.
You've been a little loud.
Why are you backseating me? I have not been loud. You said some dumb shit. I got a little bit loud, but that's it.
Well, Tyler, those are all the questions that I have for you. Thank you so much for joining me in our little office here. Do you like the decorations?
No, and it's cramped and it's hot as hell. We can't open the curtains and make us sweat in here like a sauna. Could put like an AC little fan.
This is France. They don't believe in AC.
True. So you're out of questions?
Yeah, I'm completely adequate. What's that? Wait.
My, how the tables do turn.
No. What are those? Where'd you get those?
How does it feel to be the only one I see pop up on live stream fails who is an actual failure?
Okay, but is that a bad thing or is that maybe a nice thing?
If you start things and never finish them or never do well in them, what is that?
Trying my best.
Yeah, well, sometimes your best just isn't enough. Everyone on this production should probably start looking for new jobs, guys. I'll be honest, this probably gonna do equally as poorly. Just saying. Now, you've been playing for over 15 years, and you've still never achieved Diamond.
Okay, I got really close to
Let me finish. I don't know if this joke should be about League or your love life.
Okay, listen, by playing League of Legends, you've truly done the impossible and found love. I've found body pillows, and I've gotten close to Diamond a couple times.
All I'm gonna say is, for the moment I have been with you, I've seen you ever, it's been 10, 11 years ago, I've never seen you with a companion.
I have my online friends, they're definitely real.
A lot of people argue, well, you're doing it for your career, but your career is just doing so poorly, isn't it?
But I'm speaking with you, brother. Doesn't that mean that I'm
True, and I saved the day.
Tyler, here's the one thing. Do you know what I have that you don't?
Go on, enlighten me.
Control over the editors. Cut! The chair is dented.
Y'all, it's playoffs day. We can't just do the stage like, no, we're gonna do something different.
Guys. How about we do desk today? We be the experts on the analyst desk for the Esports World Cup because I've had enough of these experts. I feel like we could take over the quarterfinals today. What do you guys think?
I'm kind of nice at the game, bro. You know, I'm 4 games, 4 defeats. I'm nice.
Damascus, you suck at this game.
All right, everyone, it's desk time. Welcome to the Esports World Cup 2026 to Teamfight Tactics. I'm your host, Kitty.
Kitty. That's not how it... Let me show you how it's done. Like, we have to put respect on the name, right?
Let's see.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I am Taylor Reflections Noble, and this is Esports World Cup 2020.
Ever disrespect Taylor like that. Let me show you how it's done. This is how Taylor sounds. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Taylor Reflections Noble, and this is the Esports World Cup. That's how you sound.
No, you're butchering it, brother.
What are you talking about?
I don't know what's going on here, but all I know is you are absolutely butchering my good name. Let me show you how it's done. And by the way, you're on the wrong set. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, and today is all about the playoffs. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to day 4 of TFT here at the Esports World Cup in Paris, France. My goodness, what a day it's going to be. The group stages are done. Playoffs will begin, and the pool draw yesterday was just absolutely incredible. So much drama to talk about. We're going to break it down here in the proper studio, mind you, those crazy guys out there. Hey, yesterday we crushed some keys, and man, it was heartbreaking to see the reactions of some Stewart. Whose keys got crushed, and what surprises did we see?
Yeah, the first one here, I think, was one of the most surprising, with T1 getting knocked out of the tournament. First time they got knocked out in the group stage. They got the top 4 before. They've gotten to the top 2, but first time they've been knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of crushing defeats, a lot of 2-0s in this first kind of elimination setup that we had. Maus was the next that fell to Aurora. This one may have been a bit more expected, but they had a massive bounce back after day 1, so we thought they might have a little bit more in the tank, just couldn't quite get there.
Yeah, couldn't get there indeed, and that's just how these competitions goes. Again, the group stages were absolutely grueling, especially for those teams here that we're looking at who unfortunately were just 1 series away from playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Zeta Division title, one of the GOATs of TFT, unfortunately, again, getting knocked out by one of the big underdogs of the stories of the Esports World Cup in Nongshim Red Force, which we'll be seeing in the quarterfinals today as well. Such an incredible story for them.
Yeah, it was great for Nongshim being able to repeat their success of the APAC qualifier, take down Zeta, prove it was not a one-time thing. And then our final matchup was the bout from EMEA. It was Godlike and MKOI. This one went the distance, an incredibly close series, but at the end of the day, MKOI had their key crushed.
Yes, they did, man, but the trash talk was entertaining. I think this was the most entertaining, spicy matchup we had on the stage to date. Unfortunately, they will not meet again because, as we know, Movie Star is now done and dusted. Yesterday was incredible. We need a recap of what ended up taking place. Clement Panda, what happened?
The group stage is done and dusted. It's time to recap all the action we saw unfold in day 3.
In our first matchup, we had the Upstarts Team Vision, first seed out of China, taking down the Titans of TFT in T1 in a 2-0 sweep.
In series number 2, we saw Maus versus Aurora Gaming. Despite strong starts in both of those first games for Maus, it was ultimately Aurora Gaming who took the 2-0 and advanced to the playoffs.
And next, it was the biggest upset ever in TFT EWC, as we had 2 TAC round champions on the side of Zeta Division, not strong enough against the Force of Friendship from Nongshim Red Force.
And in the final series, we had the battle for the West. It was Godlike versus MKOI. MKOI took game 1, but the MKOI magic fizzled out for games 2 and 3. Godlike took this series.
The group stages are now over. The playoff is set, and day 4 is all about eliminations.
Thank you for the recap, man. My goodness, was it a day? First off, again, going back to the big shocker. T1 not in the tournament anymore. And the question is now, who takes their spot?
No, exactly that. I mean, T1 getting knocked out was one of the biggest upsets yesterday, along with loads of others as well. A lot of 2-0s yesterday, which I think was a big surprise. But even though they're 2-0s in TFT, no game is easy.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the big one for me is going to have to be Aurora as a team I'm looking at to pop off in this event. They still have Hwanmye trying to complete this GOAT contender status that he's got. If he can pick up a win at EWC, he has nothing left to win. He was able to lift the belt at the Paris Open in this exact venue nearly a year ago, but now he's got a chance to do it again at EWC.
So what, he won, I think, 1,000 competitors. He won the Open here, and one of the fun things, Casanova, I guess he said this place is magical for him specifically. So Aurora, are they winning? I guess overall they might be, man, if this place is magical.
I think the biggest test may even be for them today with Weibo, our title defenders, and I think that is going to be a sick matchup when it comes around.
That's going to be the spiciest one for sure. Now, when it comes to Godlike, though, the final Western team left, and I would consider them an underdog. I mean, these guys came in big. We know they have a lot of accomplishments, but getting that big win over Movistar Koi was tremendous. What is Godlike now in the playoffs? Do they truly turn Godlike like they've been before?
Yeah, I think they got one of the best draws that they could have got in ag.al, a team that came through the Open qualifiers. I think Godlike would have gotten a lot of respect from Koi yesterday and a lot of respect from maybe players watching at home as well. We have to remember they have a player, Gobo, on their team who got top 4 last year on Aegis. So this is a player and a team that still have a lot of experience. Of course, with Dasik being here as well, they've got their full roster. They have full momentum coming in from yesterday.
Full momentum indeed. We have a crazy schedule before us. Let's take a peek at what today is going to offer. 4 great matches, and they're all elimination matches. Okay, you lose, you get your key crushed. We start with Flash Wolves versus Noxium Red Force, virtus.pro, Team Vision, Weibo Gaming, Aurora Gaming, and then ag.al, Godlike Esports. Which matchup to you boys is the matchup of death?
Or death, or I mean, virtus.pro versus Team Vision, I think is going to be super exciting because we have to remember virtus.pro was the team last year who were the underdogs, who were the team that we didn't expect to go far. They were the runners-up this year, but coming up against China's first seed, that's going to be an absolute deadly matchup.
And you know, the thing is, though, there's so many orgs also fighting for club championship points. That's going to be a big talking point like it has been in the previous 3 days of competition, now heading into day 4. Trav, what's the club championship race looking like?
Today we hit the playoffs in Teamfight tactics, but with points to be earned across every tournament, consistency is just as important as winning it all. When it comes to the current leaderboard, it's Na'Vi who still sits at the top as we near the end of week 3 of the Esports World Cup. But with them only competing in PUBG this week, it's likely we'll see them drop below the teams on their heels. And speaking of the teams on their heels, Team Vitality competing across all games this week, but with an early exit from Teamfight Tactics, it leaves them susceptible to ag.al, who sit right behind them and have already secured playoffs in both TFT and PUBG. Team Vision and virtus.pro both face each other first round today, and they're tied on points in the Club Championship. This will be Vision's last chance to earn Club Championship points, so it really is all or nothing for them. I'll keep you updated as we continue through this playoff run, but for now, check out this Championship Explainer.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The Club Championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Club Championship race is well underway, and I love that Trav mentioned Team Vision. That was the biggest story. They are only in 2 games. One of those games was last week. Of course, now here in TFT, they've already made top 8 in both, which makes them eligible for Club Championship points. They now sit in 6th place, tied, which means that's like $1.6 million that the org could potentially be getting. Absolute insanity, and who knows, they might be able to go even further. Let's not forget, you earn 1,000 Club Championship points if you're able to get the win. We'll be keeping you up to date with all the Club Championship updates as we go along. But predictions-wise, I want to know what the boys are thinking in terms of who's going to win today. Counterfeit Dobbs, what do you say?
My name's Counterfeit. His name's Dobbs. We're almost ready to get the playoffs started here. So we're going to give you our predictions as to how the day will go.
Predictions. I think I never missed the predictions in here. At least in EWC, I will crush it.
All right, we'll see how it goes. Let's start from the end of the day then. All Gamers, All Legion versus Godlike Esports. How do you think it's going to go?
I'll waste all my faith on the first game. I think Godlike we're going to end this, and then it's going to be 2-1 for the Huas team.
I think we can agree on that one. We'll see how long that lasts. Then we've got, of course, our third game today, Weibo Gaming versus Aurora.
I feel like the defending champions might fall here. Aurora 2-1.
Gosh, that is a bold prediction. I think we're going to see our first repeat champions here at EWC. Then our second game, virtus.pro versus the number 1 seed from CN Vision.
Wow, these guys, virtus.pro, they are doing a lot of 2-0s. I think they will do it again. 2-0 for virtus.pro.
Oh, that's ambitious. I think it's going to be 2-1 at best, maybe even Vision taking it. But let's then talk about our first match today coming in, Flash Wolves versus Nongshim Red Force.
Well, Flash Wolves, these guys are beating the underdogs of APAC. 2-1 Flash Wolves.
I think underdogs is overstaying a little bit. I'm here for Nongshim. I think they'll be doing incredibly so far. But you know what we think? Let's see how the rest of the day actually does play out.
Thank you for the prediction. Seems relatively split down the line. It's like, where are they going? Who knows? And now I guess the tiebreaker comes down to you two guys, man. First off, Godlike. That was just a straight-up win. I think they're both feeling like Godlike is going to end up winning there. Now, for Weibo, though, quite split. So I guess start the conversation there. Do you think Weibo's going to win, or do you think it's going to go the other way around?
I think it's one of the closest matchups of the quarterfinals for sure. I think I have Weibo just winning this one, but I think this is Weibo's kind of first time they're playing against one of China's qualifier teams. So it's their real test to see if they can go back-to-back and win the next title.
Well, Weibo's one matchup, but for the crunchy story of the day, it's all about the underdogs. And the underdogs have been performing incredibly well. Godlike is one of them. And as the players start to arrive, let's deepen our conversation as to who we think the true underdog is going to be going into this first matchup. It's Flash Wolves going against Nongshim Red Force. Now, Nongshim has been out of this world. They're fully confident. And Casanova, this roster is making big waves in our TFT tournament.
Yeah, I think the big thing looking at Nongshim is everyone wants to call them an underdog because you look at the individual performances of each player on the roster, and to be frank, they have not accomplished much in the TFT space. However, they are the first seed out of APAC for a reason. They took down Zeta in the qualifiers. They took them down again yesterday to crush their key. Flash Wolves is the one team from APAC that has eluded them. They did not face off against Nongshim in the qualifiers, so we have not seen this matchup just yet, but I would not ever count Nongshim out.
But on the opposite side, Flash Wolves starting to walk into the venue. They will be on stage shortly. Flash Wolves have had an incredible run, and they were forged in fire.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, with Flash Wolves, I think their star player, Ironbog, one of the most consistent players in APAC as well, is definitely going to be the star of this roster, a player to look out for as well. They didn't have the easiest run, of course. They've faced some really, really strong teams, but coming in as the first seed, you've got to consider them favorites. But as you said, Casanova, Nongshim Red Force, they're the first seed from APAC. Flash Wolves are the third seed. So if we're talking about seeding, Nongshim might be favorites in this tie.
Yeah, you look pound for pound, player by player, and you think Flash Wolves should have it on every metric, but I think Nongshim likes those odds, and they're absolutely ready to take this thing down.
The underdog never has anything to lose and everything to gain. We take a look at the Flash Wolves during their moments on stage. Smiles, confidence, confidence, but sometimes some stress. Look, some of these wins have not been easy, yet they have persevered and they've made it to the playoffs. And now, can they make it even further? You mentioned some key players. Who else are we looking out for?
No, yeah, I mentioned Iron Bog already. I think on the other side, Sam D has had a very strong performance over the course of this tournament. Yesterday, in their performance versus Zeta Division, got top 4 in both of the games. So I think he's going to be the star player for Nongshim Red Force. But I just love the team cohesion, the team synergy that Nongshim Red Force have. Whilst all these players on Flash Wolves have been focusing on solo play, they've been focusing on regionals and TAC Crown, Nongshim Red Force have just been focusing on this tournament, and it's their time to shine.
So the big thing, Casanova, is Nongshim Red Force again doesn't have a lot of history, I guess we can say, right? But they are grinders, and one thing that I've been hearing from you guys that sets them apart is they actually do focus on the 4v4. So many of the competitors are focused on the solo play. For these guys, this is their main event. This is what they trained for, and we can definitely tell that training has been paying off.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you look at each team and they have these heavy hitters, these top-level players that we've seen, the tacticians, crowns, top 8s. Nongshim Red Force is a sum of their parts, and that sum, somehow after everything, ends up being larger than the heaviest hitter teams we have in this tournament.
Preach for me. I like it. Hey, things are looking great, and I tell you what, things are starting to get pretty spicy. Nongshim Red Force, of course, Flash Wolves about to go down, and this is going to be a crazy matchup. An underdog versus a team in a talented region that has been absolutely on fire. And Flash Wolves, again, forged that fire. Their qualifiers were not easy to get to this point. Even though I like the underdog perspective, okay, I really do. I think I got to favor Flash Wolves here. I think I've got to favor Flash Wolves. I think that experience is there. I think the underdog story ends here. Again, they were split on this, but I don't know. Froden, hey, from what I'm hearing, you're actually going to be casting our first series. What's up with that? It goes from watch party to caster, but you've done it before. How you feeling going into the first matchup?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty excited. I clearly did not dress for the occasion. I should have brought better clothes. But I'm really excited. I'm honored to be here, guys.
Yeah, the shirt matches the hair, though. Who's taking it? Underdog, or are we going with the experience?
I think at this point, I learned my lesson from yesterday. I think experience goes a really long way. I think the story of Nongshim is great. I saw them on the way to the bathroom. They're really good spirits. They actually recognized who I was, and so it was a really nice moment there.
Who doesn't?
I think the morale seems to be really good in the Nongshim camp. So I think at least that goes a long way, because I think the thing about 4v4 is you have to deal with the punches, right? You have to go with the ebbs and flows. So as the low rolls come, it's important that you stay locked in. You always tell your teammates it's going to be okay. And I think they're going to be fine. But I think Flash Wolves has a really unique game plan coming into EWC.
That's right.
And I think they've been executing really well. So I'm going to have to go with them.
All right, it's going to be a fun time. Our first TriCast for EWC here at TFT, and it's about to be underway. They have fought as hard as they possibly can to make it to the playoffs. Now that they're here, what can they do with the momentous occasion? Let's find out as we head to the stage.
其实现在的心情都还可以，可是对我们来说，8强只是个开始。
I'm really confident that we will do better. We will be the rebellion of underdogs, Nongshim Red Force.
我觉得我们目前就是最强的，无论之后面对的是怎样的对手，我们都会战胜他。
Để mà đánh bại được một người vượt tôi thấy nhiều thành tích như Phong My thì chắc chắn tụi em rất là vui rồi. Nhưng mà tụi em vẫn còn cái đích đến là đánh bại Weibo nữa.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Hollywood Rob TV. I am joined here with the phenomenal Damascus, and it is time for us to get into the playoffs phase of TFT here at EWC.
There is no more comfortable match from now on, Rob. Every single match is tournament life of the line. Of course, we are in Club Championship points era right now, but everyone wants this title, this beautiful trophy that I'm always scared of bumping. I'm always keeping a bit of a distance, but so far so good. who's lifting this one at the end of the week.
You know what? You're talking about how you're trying to keep your distance from the trophy. All of these teams are trying to get even closer to that trophy, and they have done that so far. But at this point, someone has to go, as this is single elimination, meaning if you lose, you are out. If you win, you are moving forward. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to move forward and bring out our first team. Please welcome to the stage, Flash Wolves. Flash Wolves qualified for the playoffs through the winner's side, through the upper bracket, ladies and gentlemen. This means that they have not lost a match to anyone. You heard the desk speaking on how insane their qualifiers were to get here, and now they have shown that it was no fluke whatsoever. They have defeated Team Vitality. They have defeated Team Vision. Two of the favorites coming into the event, and Flash Wolves has shown you slept on them. Now you have to be awake with no choice. Please join me right here, gentlemen.
Ooh, that team coming in. This is all we want, man. We feel the power. The team that's yet to be defeated this weekend. And I hope to keep going, of course. But against them is one of the coolest stories of the week, man. These players, we have not seen them in big tournaments. We did not expect this team to be there. That's a team kinda coming out of nowhere. But everyone loves an underdog story. So it is time to get the biggest underdog of the week. It is time for Nongshim Red Force! The big underdog story. They might have lost from the get-go to Aurora Gaming, but then came back on track with a 2-0 over Nemesis and then a 2-0 over Zeta. That was the APAC Close Qualifier Finals that sent them here, and they established themselves as the contenders. It's not a fluke anymore. It's not an upset. They are not the underdogs anymore. They are now on the playoffs. They are led by Tiny Giant setting the pace, and they are on stage now. This team's looking ridiculous, Rob.
Yo, I like that energy. My man's walked up here with the, ready to go to war. That said, ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time. Flash Wolves in Nongshim, please join us right here for our face-off. Someone has to go home. The man standing in front of you is trying to stand in front of your dreams. This is your last obstacle, or at least one of them, when it comes to getting to this trophy.
It's all about that trophy. One of these teams might be the one lifting it, but for now, it is time to play for your tournament life on the line and moving forward through these playoffs. Flash Wolves versus Nongshim Red Force. First match of the day. Let's get this going. It's time.
Thank you so much, Damascus and Rob. What a great way to kick off the playoffs here. The Wolves up against Red Force. We've seen divided opinions already, even here on the cast desk. Again, here with Frodan and with Dobbs for bringing all three games of this initial series. Guys, again, how are you feeling to be kicking off the day?
Well, I feel pretty well. It's finally starting the playoffs. We had some elimination game already, but playoffs is what everyone is expecting. And I feel like Flash Wolves will have this one, but let's see. Red Force played very well against Zeta, but it's going to be a great match.
It's a classic rivalry as well when you look at Flash Wolves versus Red Force. I mean, this is pretty much what TFT is, which is there's established consistent players. You're looking at one of them. Ironbog is considered to be one of APAC's best players. He's one of the most studied players and streamers, even in the West, right? In North America, I'm pretty sure he goes for Brazil as well as EU. They study a lot of Ironbog. They watch Achi's gameplay. Whenever Terry's making a good run, Terry's made final lobby at Worlds as well. These are some of the most studied players in the East. And then Nongshim's just a group of friends, right? It's the people that don't really play in official competitions in Tacticians Trials and Cups, but they are specialists, they're challenger players. They know how to work together as a team. So it's kind of like this anime power friendship versus the powerhouse names that everyone recognizes from Ladder.
Yeah, it's such a wild thing to think that we could be seeing something really revolutionary happening from Nongshim Red Force to show that exactly the teamwork can be greater than the individual achievements. Dobbs, we of course have been looking a little bit about what the teams have been playing up until this point. What's kind of the general flavor of what we're seeing from the Wolves?
Well, I feel like Flash Wolves have been playing a lot of tempo. They didn't play grooves just yet, what actually surprised me. A lot of players, a lot of teams are actually aiming for that composition to win out games, to have like great placements, but instead they're focusing too much on like some rerolls, a lot of jinx. So I feel like this is going to be a great match because Nongshim knows how to play tempo very well, and they got here at EWC playing a lot of rerolls back into the qualifiers patch.
Yeah, there's also a really interesting dynamic happening with different composition specialties. I think we're starting to see some meaningful separation. What stands out to me about Flash Wolves, based on some of the stuff that Clement was putting together, was that they don't play Space Groove. When they play Nami, they incorporate her more into like a flex dynamic, maybe some Vanguards and AP flex. Versus you look at Nongshim, they have one guy almost on Space Groove duty. I think it was Sam D, who's played it in, what, 5 to 6 games so far out of his 8 playoff games. So it's actually been kind of crazy to see the divergence of strategies there. We'll see if that comes into play today.
I feel like when you have a player that's focusing too much on groove and in the other side you don't have any, if they have a great setup for that, it's going to be a trick for Flash Wolves, because this is a comp that can win out. So let's see if the tempo de lobby allows him to succeed.
All right, let's get things officially kicked off here with our first game of playoffs. Of course, a chance to progress further, to crush some keys and secure some major prizes. Of course, the crowd will be behind the Flash Wolves, very established. Nongshim Red Force, as you said, they've surprised us again and again. They've got the opportunity to do so again here in Game 1.
This is going to be Prismatic prelude to start things off, and this is the most difficult 4v4 start in general. I know that a lot of teams specifically drill. They actually get into custom games with no opponent team to practice their 2-1 augment situations, and they always feel like Prismatic is one of the trickiest because it has some of the sharpest results, right? You can have big econ starts. You can have huge payoffs like Forge and Strength where you lose streak, but then you kind of have to manage that. So this is where I think the series could actually almost be decided. Like if you mess up here, I always say that one mistake in 4v4 is worth 10 good decisions. So you have to be on top of your game. And it's early in the morning, Dobbs. I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I feel like the 2-1 is the most important round across any game in 4v4.
Yep.
Especially when it comes to Prismatic, as you said, because there are so many options, and then some of them actually open up different strategies. Usually when you have a silver augment besides like Expedition, there is nothing crazy going on. And I feel like Prismatic opened so many things that can actually blow out your game if you don't have a good plan.
Yeah, but there's at the same time a lot of interesting room for some specialty compositions to come out. You're looking at some things like the Deadlier Caps and the Deadlier Blades. Can those bring out some unusual reroll comps? I know, for example, Flash Wolves likes playing Vagar. They think Printer Vagar is good, but that's only conditional if you hit Deadlier Caps and things of that sort. So let's go ahead and pay attention to what's going to happen here.
All right, let's see. We should be hopefully coming up in a second on the left-hand side of your screen with the overall. But for our players, of course, they are looking for direction. We've seen certainly, we've mentioned the Forge and Strength that will immediately be snapped up by Kabao. Yeah. Got some more items, the Deadlier Blades from Terry. So already we're seeing a lot of direction coming in, even from the first 4 picks.
Yeah, a lot of players aiming for that item augments, pretty strong, have a good tempo, and we've seen 2 Bird Treasures so far, and some Forging Strength as well as Deadlier Blades. A lot of items going on in here.
Yeah, and it seems to be that not too many people taking economy. Okay, Tiny Giant took level up, which means that he already has his game plan, and the most important thing about these Prismatic starts is who's going to be fighting for that tempo early and who's giving it up. We have a Forger Strength coming up from, I believe, Achi. He's going to be on the low tempo side, and then you're going to have Deadlier Blades on the other side by Terry, so he's going to try to get that HP going for Flash Wolf. So some good divergence and spread of comps so far, I see. Oh, a big duplicator here for Silog. That is also one of the big potential swings that's coming up, but that's going to come at the cost of economy.
And just have the lucky gloves to make sure that he stays strong in the early going. But as you said, keep an eye very closely on the pods being taken, as we've discussed so many times across the days before, looking to see who can put together the early win streaks, the early loss streaks. And right now, it's looking like it's mostly going to be Nongshim who have 3 out of the 4 first round wins.
I mean, look at Samdi having a Dark Star emblem, and also later on he'll get a Tactician Crown, allowing him to put another unit. This spot is looking very good, especially if he can have some streak, and he is playing a Gwen 2-star already, so this spot is amazing for Samdi.
Yeah, very good. Gwen 2 can take over the game. Doesn't have that good of a slammable. Has a Edge of Night, which is not exactly what you want to play. You could theoretically slam Edge of Night and then relay this into Riven and play Darkstar Riven, but I don't think it's particularly strong. He's going up against Tiny Giant. This is kind of unfortunate for NS. I think they both want to potentially put on the win streak, so they're facing each other right now. I think if you're Sam D, you'd rather give the win to Tiny Giant because he can do way more with economy, with level up. But this Gwen 2 is going to be really hard to stop, so if this Gwen ends up winning, kind of unfortunate here for NS for them to match up. Oh, actually, that's really good. Tiny Giant, that's a perfect win with the talent too, and that's huge.
Yeah, we've seen again and again how powerful a talent can be early on, especially with the Edge of Night, as you mentioned, being slammed in there. But so far, so good. We've got Siluk and Tanijan. Ironbog from, of course, the Flash Roll side of things, keeping the streak going. The Forge and Strength is not quite up to Anima standards as of yet, but we're looking like we've got some promising stuff to extend Kebabo's lost streak into the most valuable it could be.
It'll be interesting to see what Kbabo does if he doesn't get Anima on the 2-4 God Blessing. If he doesn't get Anima, does he roll for Anima? And if so, how does he deal with the fact that he doesn't have a lot of economy going? So that'll be something. So he's going to lose this fight guaranteed. He's trying to control that loss streak, but pay attention to what happens on 2-4 and 2-5 with what he gets off his God Blessing.
Yeah, I feel like if he gets Anima, he can even play mech. But besides that, maybe he can still play some Akali. I mean, you can wait for it and then bleed a lot and then go for a Tempo Akali later on.
Going to take a second just to recognize, of course, Terry with the Deadlier Blaze. He's a player who's been putting in a real shift for the squad across the tournament so far, in a position to have a massive impact on the game, as Ironbog will pick up, I believe, his third win in there, meaning it's Tiny Giant and Ironbog competing at the top of the table.
Yeah, Ironbog actually got the Golden Gambits, and twice he was able to get the Radiant.
Oh, yeah, so he got 2 regular items instead. It is what it is. It's actually not that bad if you can put that win streak together, which he has going on, so I think he has that. I think I didn't see any Anima, but it was a very quick selection. Also interested to note who's going to be clicking on Echo Scuttle Puddle if you're the level up player. I think that's something you wanted to go for. I think it's Tiny Giant, but instead, we got a lot of people clicking Thresh, and this is pretty impactful. There's Golden Removers on the line. There's Reforgers on the line. Especially for Forge and Strength, that could be huge. I wonder what K-Pop is going to get. He doesn't even know yet until he picks up his boon. Oh, this must mean that he hit Anima, because he's actually hiding the unit in the orb, not to give information to his opponent's scouting. This is a very clever move that I don't expect many people to be anticipating. And there it is, the allowing for the Anima at the last second.
Yes, they're going to figure it out later.
Yeah, good players would know. Good players would know.
They will figure it out.
Yeah.
But the thing is, who is actually selling the board to actually beat him?
Yeah, it's a good
to
question.
prevent him to get the higher cash outs.
Well, of course, we're in an interesting spot here with the Flash Rolls. They've got 2 lost streaks on their side, while also trying to get Anima to kick in as well. Tiny John and Ironbog will be facing each other, the 2 win-streaking players. There's a lot of money on the line. The talent that we saw doing a lot of work before, but Ironbog's board is crazy.
Wow, Tiny Giant leveled a 6 for this. Did he take Echo? He took Thresh's boon? What did he get off his Thresh's boon? This is one of those interesting things where the Scuttle Party is worth a lot of gold. It's worth around 9 gold for that boon. And when you're playing a level up strategy, I mean, you know, Dobbs, I'm trying to play Fast 9, you want as much econ as you can get, because that level up is a huge discount. That 9 gold is actually worth around 12 to 13 gold.
Yes, I would say that Scuttle Puddle will be better for him right now, but later on Trash might help him a lot as well. So he might be thinking, okay, maybe I can get Scuttle Puddle in the second Echo choice as well. So it is not the end of the words, as Trash is another unit another god that gives you economy.
That is a really good point.
All right, Ironbog's going to take one more chance here up against Samdi to try and keep the win streak intact. So far, things are looking more or less as the Flash Rolls will want them to, with win and loss streak contained.
Yeah, this is a really big deal if Sam D can snap Ironbog streak, so no one controlling full streak. That's really important. And then K-Pop got the loss, right? So he at least, so the only person that has full streak right now looks like it's K-Bao. And also, I think he still has his Anima going.
Yeah, we have to keep an eye on him until
what is
how
this?
long he's going to play Anima.
That's an Urgot 2 on level 5 for Siluk with Lucky Gloves, by the way. That's an augment you don't see be picked very often. And that's going to be so important to pay attention to, because how many Lucky Gloves is he going to be able to get?
Yeah, he has any gloves on the bench right now. This is crazy.
But he will get another glove, right? I believe they rebuffed it so that way he gets one more glove. But yeah, I feel like this augment really wants to get something like 3 Leafs gloves. I think 2 is like okay. And then you have to have a composition that can really use it. So I'm curious what he's going to be angling for right now.
All right, guys, we've come to the end of stage 2. What are your overall impressions of how this first game starting out, at least, for both of the teams?
I feel like we kind of have 3 players aiming to slamming items, having these early powerful choices, and both teams has 2 win-out players, one with level up, one with forge and strength, but one of them is going to push levels very hardly, and the other ones lose HP. So same strategies overall, but different approachments for ag.al and for Tiny Giant.
I'm really interested because macro-wise, Flash Wolves has actually been doing this a lot where they're okay having a big HP deficit at the beginning because they play for really high cap boards and say, if your tempo can't kill us fast enough, we're going to outscale you. So that's usually predicated on one person win streaking, and Ironbog is a lot of times that player. He lost that streak. And also, we know that Nongshim has level up, right, to try to also contest the win. So I think things are not going as smoothly, but the big X factor is that Anima from ag.al with Fortune Strength. That can blow everything out of the water, but it also can low roll, so we'll see.
And it's worth noting for ag.al has managed to keep that loss streak intact. We mentioned before, and so many times across the entire competition, as our second augment will be gold. Keeping the anima and a loss streak intact against people who are trying to snipe you is very difficult indeed. Let's see what augments people want to slide together with that first prismatic.
So this is ag.al. I was thinking about Glass Cannon because it's really powerful for the backline if you want to go for like mech, but then also solo plate's good for mech. He's thinking about Earth. That's really interesting to me.
He might go to the Nova line.
The Nova line, okay. And then just cash out like 100s. You could just take this, for example. Okay, interesting. Really interesting. I don't know. Another line that I know Flash Wolves really likes is also Darkstar, where they like to play around Darkstar Aurelion Soul. However, they already know that Darkstar is going to be contested this lobby, and that makes them very vulnerable to being targeted. If you're a loose streak player, being targeted, especially when you're trying to go as low as you are with Fortune Strength, can make you very vulnerable, and it's all or nothing if you hit.
Oh, just won it.
Oh, he just won. Oh.
Yeah, speaking of being targeted,
okay.
so look, I honestly, the fact he'd gotten this far without running into that specific problem is already something of a high roll in of itself. But if you look at the rest of the board, AQ1H, another player we're expecting big things from, they decide to pick up the artifact, so got a decently strong board even without using all of his items.
Yeah, I feel like AQ1H might be angling towards Akali as well. He's rolling down a little bit, got on a Morgana.
This feels more like Jinx because he's playing Last Whisper. When you play Akali, you're playing towards Nova, so you don't need that Last Whisper. And I know that they like Jinx a lot. They hit an early Kindred.
It's going to be at least a push in that direction.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could just go into Akali anyways, pop open, get a Gunblade. He does have that open sword, but he needs to open the Gunblade because Gunblade's the most important item.
I'm curious to see where AQ1H goes specifically here. He's very low on, well, lower on HP, lower on gold as well. Would love to be able to get some of that wing gold in, up against Janhing in this round, who has already moved into the Shepherd area. With what AQ1H has got, a ton of item stops you mentioned in this game. We are seeing players going heavily into strong itemization early on. AQ1H's board is strong enough to start off the streak.
That's a bad sign for NS because Buried Treasures and Sunfire boards should be strong right now. Like at 3-2 is when you have the strongest point of that peak because you get all your Buried Treasure items. You have Sunfire board. The fact that he got 6-0'd by Achi is a kind of a bad sign, but maybe he's got another power spike in mind and he's going to come back later.
Yeah, I wonder how Trash can impact this game right now. People are trying to focus on Echo, so they're going to get 2-star, 2 costs, 5 costs.
Yeah, oh, you're right. That's one of the big spikes you can get. So I anticipate that to be huge later on. Samsy has the Jewel Gauntlet Slam, so he has all the items that he has ready to go. He has that belt for that Striker's Flail, so it looks like he's going to be leaning towards heavily Aurelion Soul Darkstar. So that's going to be one thing that potentially Flash Wolves can target. The question is, Dobbs, if you're on Flash Wolves' side, who is the player that you're trying to target and slow their game plan down?
I mean, it's hard to tell just yet because I feel like, at least for Nongshim, they still have a lot of HP. And I feel like you must just play your side of the game and maybe look at Terry, and if he can actually, not ag.al can actually prevail later on with the Fortune Strength. I feel like it's no one that you can still say that, oh, I'll target someone in there because NS is a little bit of ahead, but later on you can find out and then change your plan accordingly.
Just want to cut across for a second there because we did have a significant change. Terry, speaking of him from before, did manage to cut down Samdi's very big win streak. And Kababo, of course, had his own streak broken at the bottom, but is back on his way to try and build up to at least the 200 cash out.
It's going to be the first time they've doing Space Groove on the tournament so far.
Yeah, I mean, and I think Space Groove is good. I think it's probably just happenstance that they didn't hit Space Groove. I'd be surprised if they thought it was bad. It is also worth noting that Flash Rolls is playing kind of the double challenger setup, double challenger Marauder, where like Terry's playing Nova Akali, but Achi also has like that Kindred Akali. But Achi was holding more copies of Akali than Terry, so we've been seeing teams double stack on this because they know Akali is such a good strategy.
All right, we'll see if Kababo is going to keep his loss streak intact. Well, hopefully softening that loss a little bit. Will take the hit, so has at least a little bit more incentive to stay on this and try for perhaps a slightly bigger cash out. Gentlemen, I do want to look across as we'll see if Kababo will take the cash out this time round.
Yeah, it lines up with his fortune strength as well, so I think you just take it. He gets Gold Collector, Ari's Aura, and Varus' Obsession.
I think it was not like that great, but not that bad, I guess.
I think it's okay. You can, if you're playing toward like the Nami Riven, you can just have these items being spread out. I think it's all right. Yeah, I think this is solid. I think the issue is he doesn't have good frontline items. He doesn't have like the Stone Plate to become Radiant on Orange, doesn't have the Warmogs, so that's the stuff that he has to be concerned about, but his itemization for his backline is kind of good. It's really good, actually.
Yeah, he still have the anvils to fish these gold items for the front line.
Wow, what a shop! That's 4/4 costs. 3 of them being relevant. And Samir actually could be a pretty good item holder of like Gold Collector if he makes a Shojin here as well, but he does really need those frontline items.
Here comes the Riven.
Okay, everything's set in place. Holding onto the Ace Soul. I don't know if he's in a position to grief, though. Yeah, he sells one of the Aurelian Souls. And I think from here... Oh, Morgana 2 is huge! That's a massive pickup. Doesn't make it, though. Oh, wow. Okay, I guess he wanted to hold on to Tahm Kench pair.
Yeah,
he should win this fight. He should win this fight.
Yeah, Kababo can start moving up from the bottom of the table. He is lowest on HP by quite some measure. Everyone else 40 plus. But for Flash Rolls, it's first if Terry... Well, unfortunately, to run him straight into Terry at this point. So it won't be that both of them can keep a streak pushing up through the table. But Kababo, she said before, Dobbs, feels like a pretty strong late game condition. So he seems like the one to step forward for the squad.
Yeah, I think it always comes down to the last augment, depending on if it's prismatic or not. Oh, it's
wow,
prismatic.
Another prismatic. That's huge.
Oh,
Wait,
boy.
is that? Okay, I thought someone got Band of Thieves with Lucky Gloves, but that's not the player. That would be Silla. Silla goes for Earth's Grab Bag instead. The epic roll down from Sam D. Looking for Aurelion Soul. Only has 1 so far. He's also trying to hold on to Kindred and Akali. He has so many free rerolls that he can actually afford to do this.
Looking through some of our other choices. We do see, mentioned the Earth's Grab Bag coming from Silic and for Kababo as well. That'll be his second spatula. But Samji, his board is hitting out of control.
Yeah, that's really good.
There's the Dark Remnant coming in. We've seen this kind of thing before, and it's been almost unstoppable.
Oh, look that he still have an Radiant, I mean, the Golden Remover as well. This guy is an amazing spot because he can help him, he can help his team a lot. And I feel like he's average up to second in here with his spot.
K-Papa goes for a second Space Group emblem, by the way. Also reforged one of his artifacts. I think he reforged Ari's Aura, and he got a Zhonya's.
It's quite strong, Zhonya's.
Yeah, but I think that this is a really important fight, because Sam D can actually put K-Papa down to dangerous amount of HP if he can get the win, but Morgana is so tanky. This Indomitable gives so much HP. And it doesn't matter. Oh my gosh. It doesn't matter that Sam D has a kind of an OP setup. Hold the Line Darkstar is so good. Those Darkstar orbs synergize with Hold the Line, but that's a really good sign for Flash Rolls. I think they're in full control right now. Yeah, the big question mark is Terry, though. Terry's kind of free-falling. Akali's supposed to preserve HP, and it doesn't look like that's what's happening. Oh, he's called a Chaos. Is it 40 free rerolls? Like, what happened here?
I don't think he got the rerolls.
Oh, he didn't.
Wasn't that experience?
It might have been. He looks like he's a little over-leveled. Oh, his Call to Chaos was 50-80 XP.
Yes, I think he was like he was low tempo and then he probably go level 8.
This is going to be a problem for Flash Rolls. Terry has been one of the biggest performers across the games we've seen so far. His board was looking good, but Chaos is unpredictable at the best of times. Up against Siluk in this round, it looks like Nongshim will try and take the opportunity to hit someone when they are down. Terry to sub 20 HP. Kebabo is on the win streak, but he's also low.
I think it's okay. I think it's because Kebabo should be able to win the game if he can get to his board, and it's okay to go 8th if you have a very strong belief that one of your players can win out, and I think Kebabo can. Not only that, it looks like Ironbog built a pretty reasonable board and is getting scam wins, and it seems like Achi is also pretty good because he has a Kali 3. So I think the strategy here from Flash Wolf is actually just to sack Terry because the rest of his team is actually in good spots.
Yeah, I feel like Ironbog going to Money Monsoon, he can also reach that level 9 and maybe cap a little bit higher later on. So they might be working around considering Terry's might go in 8.
He's fast 9. Ironbog's rolling right now. He's looking for Bar. He's going for the Bar Blitz Sona. Blitz is going to be harder to hit. He kind of wants to leave Blitz for K Bao Bao. It's so interesting. Flash Wolves has so much self-contesting going on. They're like holding each other's Blitzcranks, holding each other's Akalis, holding each other's high cap units. It's so strange, but it's working out for them.
Well, we've certainly seen it before where teams can, of course, drop off those units if they get the other opportunity to do so. We're going to send our eyes to Terry again, though, because he is in trouble. Sam D, we saw this ball wasn't quite good enough against all the artifacts before. But in this case, we'll keep an eye on that Akali. She will not get clipped by the laser, which is very important. One more cast for the Renaissance will not be coming, so
God.
Terry stays up. Tiny Giant from Nongshim will drop down to a similar amount of low HP.
Okay, well, Tiny Giant has Fjord 2 and Vex 2. How good is this front line? Gragas 2 tank. Okay, well, that's not... That won't cut it, but I think Tiny Giant has some win share here. I think his win share is above 0 for sure.
Do you want to take a second note as well? Kebabo, we thought it was going to run for the rest of the game, just lost the previous round. So as much as we thought he was insulated from an early elimination, perhaps not.
Selok has 6 copies of Nami, and Kebabo is still on Nami 1.
Yeah.
He started to bleed a lot right now.
Another Reforge also went down. Looks like he reforged into a Gambler's Blade.
He already had that.
Oh, he had that. I thought, okay, got to copy that.
Up against Tiny Giant, these are two of the lower HP players in the lobby trying to fight to stay out of 8th place. And 8th, of course, limits the team's options tremendously. Tiny Giant with the Vex stacking up in the corner. You can find as many Blitzcranks as you can. It looks like the Fiora actually is going to be able to do enough damage to punch through most of what's remaining. I think this should be it for Terry. We do see the Tamkench doing an absolutely heroic job.
He's alive.
One more shot, and then yes, not enough damage, down to 3 HP.
Yeah, I feel like the problem for Flash Wolves in here is they might go 7-8, and that can actually make the game more difficult to them, but they still can outplace a couple players in NIS.
Yeah, it's definitely possible, but and I think the person that can do this is Tiny Giant. It depends on how scaled his Graves is, and now he has a lot of items. His tank situation is a little sketchy, right? Graves 2 is not exactly the ideal tank at this point. He's also playing a Pantheon, so very much hurting from frontline, but his offense is very good.
Yeah, we saw what that Fiora could do, especially with the Edge of Night in there. And of course, the Blessing as well from the Echo, a lot of HP. So yeah, a little bit distributed tanking, but as I said, Dobbs, a huge moment for the squad. Kebabo, of course, could get right back in the saddle and go back to winning again. But if it's, you said, 2 members out in the bottom 2 is as close to disaster as you can get.
I like what Tiny Giant did in there. He was able to not focus on trash because Echo gives him an extra item, and he having like so many legendary units is going to help him having more items to carry him.
Apparently, Siluk was the player that beat K Bao Bao, by the way, on a 4 streak. That is actually very, very good sign here for NS. So we'll see. Here we go. Terry's going up against Ironbog. Ironbog, I wonder if they're sacking. He did remove a lot of his items, no rating items, so they're giving him the life. K Bao Bao is going against Achi, though, and that is probably also going to be a sack.
At least I would.
Yeah, because Jinx 3 has no items. So I think right now everyone's playing as their own teammates, so this is all just a calm before the storm.
Yeah, so both those ones going pretty firmly in the favor. But as we look at the HP totals, we can see sandwiched between the Flash Rolls at the top and the Flash Rolls at the bottom is the entirety of the Nangshing squad. We do not have a lot of HP left on all 4 of their members.
I feel like Siluk is one of the most important players right now for NS because he's holding so much Namis, and then if it goes down, he will let K.Bao with free Namis, so he can actually turn the game in the favor of Flash Wolves.
Yeah, that's a good point. K.Bao can't really go first without Nami 2. That is the big limiting factor. Ironbog, slow slam. Going to get Siluk. This is an actual opportunity for Ironbog to kill off Siluk and then free those Namis.
Yeah, the Nami gel. Of course, they're both itemized thanks to those gloves from before. We'll see if the double bubble will be enough to keep Siluk out of trouble. The Blood is on the back line with a Radiant Death Cap as well, so doing an absolute truck ton of damage. I think it's not going to be enough. Siluk takes the hit.
He's alive, he's alive. Barely.
But Terry is not. The Flash Wolves take the first loss.
And Jihan also beats Tiny Giant. This is starting to get really dangerous HP-wise for Nongshim. They've been trading HP to each other, but now Tiny Giant and Siluk need to win every fight.
Yeah, I feel K.Bao just find a way into the level 9. He was able to find a Blitzcrank too. So even though he is still on Nami 1, he has so many upgrades across the board. And I mean, 7 Space Groove is also very strong. And I feel like having so many artifacts, so many items, these compositions can still pop off a couple more rounds. And then that can be a huge difference.
And I can't overstate how important it is where K.Bao finishes. If he does drop out in this round, that it changes everything. It means Nongshim may not even need to get a first place to win the entire game, as the two Nongshim players will face each other. This is not what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, I think if you're Nongshim, I think you need to let Tiny Giant win this, because I think he has the highest scaling potential, but then K.Bao can get access to the Nami 2. But Fast 9 Graves scaling is their best shot at winning, so I think they're going to just have to let Siluk go. The only thing is, though, we got word that Graves has been building tank. He's been building like the emergency plating, more of the tank aspect of things. So he's not getting that buckshot scaling. And then K.Bao, now that Siluk is dead, is he going to be able to find that Nami 2?
He's already winning even without the Nami 2 in play, so this could be huge news. Flash Wolves, they've got the lowest HP member starting a streak to try and join the other Wolves in the top 4.
Here comes the Nami. I mean, I feel like Flash Wolves is in a great position right now.
Yeah.
They still have Ironbog with a lot of HP. EQ1H as well, a lot of 3 stars. He can still sack a couple of rounds of K.Bao if he needs to, but I think K.Bao just smashed the lobby.
And now Ironbog also has 3-item Bard. Before he was playing 2-2 split. He has dual Gauntlet with the Radiant Death Cap. Going up against Jihan, and Jihan's not weak, but if Ironbog wins this, I think Flash Wolves has it in the bag.
We're looking at a situation where Nongshim could easily end up with 3 members in the bottom 4 if it goes poorly. We've got the Fury in the back line, but even the Edge of Night will not keep her up. You mentioned the tag line is not great for Tiny Giant. Vex is doing her best to scale up, but she's not quite got enough time. Tiny Giant is gone. Samdi is gone as well.
And Flash Wolves takes it triple top 4. Very dominant game, honestly, and really good mid-game foresight to anticipate that they don't need Terry. Terry is actually supposed to be the tempo player. Very funny how that game worked out. Usually a player like Terry is supposed to be ahead, trade his HP to his team later in the game. He actually traded earlier because he realized that Flash was a really good spot. On the other side, I think Nongshim showed a little bit of shakiness with capping their board. I think they didn't really. I think they played a little bit more scared. You see, for example, with Siluk or the Tiny Giant, he needed to play for a scaling Graves. He was lacking damage against a Jinx reroll, and that comp is not supposed to cap that high. So the fact that he was losing late game to the board means that he played a little too conservatively with the resources. Need to play for a bigger greed.
All right, guys, we'll be headed to break. When we return, we shall have the second game of the series and our first step forward in the playoffs for one of these teams. It could easily be the Flash Wolves with 2-0.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Well, the big question is Flash Wolves going to close this out in a 2-0? They start today in sensational fashion, now leading in semifinals is right next door. They just got to close it out. Hey, welcome into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble. Panda Klimek, good to see you, boys. We're now into the conversation of underdogs, and Nongshim Red Force have surprised all of us. But is this the end of their road? They had great tempo to start, but the finish, well, it was anything but.
It was a really good start from Nongshim in terms of, again, the tempo advantage at the beginning, the pressure on stage 4 even, holding so many Namis from Shilek, for example, trying to just choke out some of the players from Flash Wolves, get them eliminated in 8th and 7th. And despite Terry going 8th, it didn't even matter.
That was the most important thing of Flash Wolves' game plan. They had two very high cap players coming in from the Radiant Gambit on the side of Ironbog, who was going fast 9. You already knew that. And Forge in strength for K-Bao. So they had the cap. But when they looked at the Deadlier Blade spot, they realized that, hey, no Akali 2 on 3-2 for Terry. We're going to cut you loose. And that was the correct call.
Hey, they cannibalized him so they can rise up to the occasion and take the win. We take a look at our action from game number 1. And, well, we start to see the story unfolding. We get a little bit deeper into the game. Panda, walk me through.
We're seeing here one of the strongest boards there from the Vex. There's actually 2 Vex 2s from both players on Nongshim. And in the end, those boards were not even good enough to cap out and really face the fast 10 from Ironbog.
And AQ1H was the one that was actually contesting his own teammate in Terry. The really smart thing about the double stacking on the Akali is that if one of you fails, the other one still has enough tempo to push through. They picked the winner, and he did deliver.
Let me go back to you, man, because strong tempo for Nongshim sounds great to me. But if you start strong, how do you finish strong? And in this case for Nongshim Red Force, I understand Flash Wolves, they cannibalized Terry, but where did it truly fall apart for Nongshim?
I think Silok, unfortunately, rotating into a teammate was the moment that kind of forced the game into Flash Wolves' hand, because Silok had 6 copies of the Nami. He was denying K-Ball. Once Silok, unfortunately, was team killed, then those Namis went back into the pool.
I will say as well, Flash Wolves has not paid any grooves this entire tournament, and despite that, K-Ball with Nami 1 was able to get on a 4-win streak in the late game, despite not having his key upgrade and stay alive, and outplay Shilak at the very end there. If Flash Wolves ends up in 7th and 8th, I think Jihan Ning had a chance to fight for the 1st or the 2nd place even and deny the win from Flash Wolves. So overall, I think it's all about survival for Flash Wolves. Once they made it past that hump, they were in the clear.
And it's all about survival for Nongshim Red Force now as they are down 1-0 in the series. We take a look at the stats from game number 1 to give you more of an overarching viewpoint as to what ended up unfolding. As we take a look, obviously you see all the players. AQ1H lifted himself up, taking the win for his roster. But what else do we see?
I want to highlight Ironbog. He's been kind of a tempo player for Flash Wolves across the group stage. Individually, he is known for his fast 9, fast 10, super high capped AP boards, and that's really the place he usually goes for. He finally gets into the driver's seat in this game.
A lot of times, Ironbog is going to flip the game on 2-1. He loves taking things like Advanced Loan, like Golden Gambit. So if he finds himself in a strong spot, they have their win-out player set already.
Well, we've been listening in to what all you guys are saying out there in the chat. Let's pull up some of your comments, and you guys hopefully are playing nice. It got a little bit spicy yesterday with it. Ironbog Masterclass, well, rightly so. We've been praising his name, it seems, this entire section.
They've called him Iron God in the past for a very good reason.
Ironbog, Iron God, either way you want it. Holy Nami!
Whoa, that has to be both Namis by players are really good. There was a 6 Nami on one board and a 3 artifact Nami on the end on the side for K-Bao.
Ironbog, my goat. So 2 out of the 3 comments about Ironbog, Iron God. Harry Potter, shout out to you, 1212. Hey, even Harry Potter recognizes Ironbog is the Iron God.
I'm not surprised. He's one of the fan favorites from APAC. He has been for, 3-4 years now in TFT. So I think he's one of the stars to watch out for in this tournament.
That's right. Hey, Riot is doing a lot of great things, including this right here.
The TFT Open is coming back to Vegas. I just hope there's no conflicts.
Why wouldn't there be?
We're bringing the first North American Regional Championship to Vegas.
So excited. Cool model.
Thanks, it's extremely fragile. Where's my TFT Open? And my first ever NA Regional Championship.
They've
combined into some sort of Convergence Fest? 2 games in one place at the same time? Can we do it? We have to.
Convergence Fest, TFT Vegas Open and the Riftbound North America Regional Championship, December 11th through December 13th, 2020.
Hey, Riot's going to Vegas. I hope to be there. That's going to be a lot of fun. 2 events coming together, and you get everything you love in one spot. Hey, Flash Wolves are up 1-0, forcing Noxium Red Force to come back. The underdog story has been absolutely wonderful to watch, but is this the end? Well, let's find out. Noxium Red Force, what's the game plan coming in? You know, Jihaning was the big story opposite of that of, I believe, Ironbog or Kyo Bao Bao from Flash Wolves. He wasn't able to get the win. Ultimately, they fall short, but they set the tempo early on, which means they're off to a good start. They're just lacking something. What is it?
It might be Tiny Giant. I think he's been one of the stars for Nongshim across the group stage. We talked about, Ferdinand talked about it, in fact, that he couldn't actually cap that Graves board up even higher. I think he's been one of the win-out players for Nongshim overall. I want to see him get into that driver's seat, be the star for this game too.
Tiny Giant, are you the star for game 2? Let's find out. Noxium Red Force with the underdog story. Can they keep it up? Or will Flash Wolves, who are forged in the fire and the flames, continue through the playoffs bracket? Let's head to the stage in just a moment's time.
All right, welcome back for game number 2 between the Flash Wolves and Nongshim Red Force. We certainly saw a pretty fierce showing from our first game. Dobbs, of course, we could be seeing a quick series here to start off playoffs.
Yeah, I feel like the first game at least, Flash Wolves just smashed the game. I feel like by the end of stage 4, we already knew that the game was in favor of Flash Wolves. I feel like the augment choices by them was so good, and the line they picked, they had so many good options. I mean, they had the HP with a 1H, they had a great spot with Ironbog, and they had K-Bao being the win-out player. So if they needed to get the top 1 finish, they would have, if they needed K-Bao at the end of the game, he would be able to finish the line. So I feel like Nongshim has to be more careful during the mid game, so they might have a window to turn the game in their favors.
All right, let's get back into it. Officially starting game 2 between the Flash Wolves and Nongshim. Of course, as mentioned, the Flash Wolves with the advantage now. We are single elimination here in the playoffs, so there'll be no further chances. We do know Nongshim have been bringing out some comps in other parts of the competition, and the qualifiers especially, that have been surprising some people. Maybe we're in line for a surprise here in game 2.
Yeah, now we have 2 gods that maybe play in favor of Nongshim, Paris either as well as Aveling, and then they seems to be very tempo-oriented gods. So let's see if they have a plan around that.
Yeah, it will be Golden Gala as well. So at least already our players can be planning out the rest of the game. Of course, game 1 started off with the Prismatics, as you said. The choices there for the Wolves so powerful. At least we've got a little bit more of a tempered move into the other going.
Yeah, we discussed that on the first game. I feel like Prismatic has so many different lines that you can take, and I feel like looking into the choices that Flash Wolves have made, I feel like they were a little bit ahead after 2-1. But here in this game is going to be all of golden augments, so that might be a total different game.
All right, we'll see what those first augments will end up being. Just going to pull the curtain back a little bit on what we're talking about with the Nansheng approach to the game. We have such hope for them in this series because, of course, in the qualifiers, they were the only team who did, pull out some crazy strategies like a full team one-cost reroll approach that nobody else was doing, but was devastating at least at that stage.
Yes, of course. And I feel like Nongshim has to look into this very game. I mean, the first game already is already gone. You lost it, but it can be nothing at all because the only thing you need is winning 2 games in a row.
And with the gold augments coming, of course, we expect to see a lot of potentials for emblems at least. No Scout, no Pirate we saw be powerful before in previous games. And of course, hero augments but the bucket load will crawl in. So keep your eye on the left-hand side to see what our folks here have decided to go for. Of course, with it being 4v4, we kind of already get a definition of what people's roles in the game might well be.
Okay, ag.al going to saving Zakat, one of the greatest augments in this game. A lot of economy wise, and ag.1h on the opposite side taking advanced loan. So two different approaches. ag.al is probably going into that lose streak line, and ag.1h is going to force tempo.
Jianning going for prize fighter. We've seen the players trying this kind of line from before. It's a really big statement in the game to say, I've got to win every round from here on out, because you need to get those cash outs into extra items. So, of course, in this case, we'll be playing as Ironbog. I'm not sure. Yeah, we'll be slamming all the items to try and make sure this, I imagine, was hoping to run into your teammates, because you kind of got this kind of push and pull with the 4v4. Your teammates, of course, wanted to help you win, but your opponents have every reason to try and target you and make sure your streak breaks.
Yeah, I feel like he's probably aiming towards Shepherd line and having a Nasus too, and he also has an Alawi, so pretty good opener. I mean, if he's going to be able to upgrade a backline unit, he's going to be in a great spot.
One other player I want to bring to the front and center, ag.1h with the advanced loan coming through. Feels like, again, a very 4v4-centric augment that you're giving up future power to make sure that you're very strong right now.
Yeah, he can always aim towards Akali, which is one of the greatest lines to play tempo. But he didn't level up, so I feel like he's trying to focus on the economy. So let's see how ag.1h is going to play out this game.
Well, Sam we've got here with a strong start from his own against Terry, who's bringing out the concentration. We have seen this be absurdly powerful later on. Zoe option, Aurelion Soul option, Morkai's, if you can find enough of them, can become an absolute monster.
Yeah, I like this augment pretty much because it gives you a lot of great early game. It gives you Zoe, either Mordekaiser, and later on you can play Asol. It's a pretty standard augment late in the game. And you always aim for those middle placements. You can play that for getting like top 4 finish. It's quite good for 4v4.
All right, in the very early going, Jianning and Terry were the ones winning out. Of course, Jianning, again, motivated heavily by the prize fighter, will only get those extra items. Terry, as you said, this board comparatively to what we're seeing from Jianning, maybe not quite as strong as it could be.
My God, Terry just got a Victor 2-star at the 2-3.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
That's amazing. I mean, I feel like he's missing one front line, and if he gets it, like either Leona or Mord, he will be able to like streak a lot of rounds.
Let's see if he ends up facing up. He will face up against his opponent in win streak. It's a really good catch on that Victor too. That's a lot more damage again, with the concentration enhancing all of these conduit units to have the spells last longer, which means a lot more damage. And in Morkaiser's case, a lot more tankiness on the front. We have got the Nasus too, so it's not a completely done deal. But I have to imagine Terry's got this one.
Wow, the other players just plotted a glove into the backline to try to deal more crit damage, but it was not enough, and Victor will take the lead. And I feel like losing with Prize Fighter is not the best way you can start your game.
No, not at all. That's another round. You have to wait for another component. Let's see what our players decide if we've got, again, Eve and Varus in play.
Wow, I've seen Steamroll in there, and we have seen so far in here EWC that Steamroll is one of the best choices when it comes to Evelyn, because if you're ahead, you can pull off a lot of tempo, and then that means a lot of economy and HP for your team. So some players might aim for that line, especially the ones that are strong right now.
And what a context to find that in as well. Terry takes control of the win streak, finds Steamroll immediately to motivate him to continue to do so. I guess at least on Jianning's side of things, we'll see if he decides to push forward on levels and maybe try and challenge once more for a win streak of his own, but not ideal for Nanxing, who need everything to go right for them here in Game 2.
I mean, Terry is one of the players from Flash Wolves that he's with such a great average placement overall across the tournament, and having him with a good opener, it's all what Flash Wolves wants.
And we've kind of talked about this before, that while players don't have set roles within a team, they don't play the same way every time because you get different augments, you get different units in. Terry supremely suited, as we will see Ironbog taking on Samdi. These are two well-equipped boards, but I have to imagine Samdi's the stronger.
I mean, Terry has Victor 2, and then SamD has a Northern 2-star already. That's massive. I feel like this game is going to be incredible. 2 players on each side of each team having a 3-cost early on, 2-star already.
Really fascinating to see what comes out of this round, because again, we want to see Jiang Ying back on his winning, and he will be doing so. But Terry controlling the win streak. Siluk from Ningxiam at the bottom will control the loss streak, which is important because, of course, there's a whole bunch of extra goals. AQ1H, we did have the big question mark about the advanced loan, what he will be doing with it. It looks like you're absolutely correct. Rather than trying to spend aggressively early, he's saving aggressively early instead.
Yes, he probably going towards like rolling deep after 3-2. I wonder if he's pushing levels or if he's trying to play tempo late, on the next stage of the game.
We have got players like Kabawa, of course, who are trying to get the econ other ways. He's got the Arbiter gold drop in place. But let's see if Terry can keep not just the win streak, but the steamroller going as well. You noted the early upgrades coming for Terry. If he gets lucky, he'll find even more from these 2 drops.
I mean, Terry is in such an amazing spot right now. And also, he's gaining every single round. He's getting more 2 costs. So it's a matter of time that he probably would be able to upgrade that more. And if he does, I mean, he can push into that level 9.
And of course, with the Nongqing's win streak of Jiang Ying already being defeated by Terry, it's unlikely that anyone's going to run into Terry and stop his path, as he's just locking down so much. Oh my goodness. We've got the Tamketchin shop, we've got the Mighty Mech on bench. For Terry, he just seems to be getting stronger.
I wonder if he wants to put that Tamketchin on the line, because he will get the steamroll, he will get the rewards from Tamketchin. He also has a Pantheon that can help him getting the Bruiser online as well. So I feel like he has so many options.
Yeah, an embarrassment of riches. Of course, we saw this was something up before. Having this kind of control over the game, you call it out, the steamroller can be the defining factor of an entire game. In this case, it could be the defining factor of an entire series.
For sure, and I feel like he doesn't have anything to slam right now, so that does not help him. But maybe if he wins this round and he can focus on like item augments, he would be very strong, because having a Victor 2 with 2 items already, that seems pretty good.
Yeah, and he's going to find the Zoe too sooner or later, just because of the steamroll dropping her. So you've got a lot of good conduit units to try and lock down. Jiang Ying again, has still got his 2-win streak, has still got his prize fighter building, but SamD is building up a streak of his own. So either of them could make the challenge, but AQ1H is definitely not the player to do it.
You see that Terry is laughing because he didn't level up, so he might like talk with his team, and he knew that they are facing each other, so he didn't level. He saved some AQ1H HP in here. It's probably winning the fight, but not doing a lot of damage on the teammates. So very good team playing here by Flash Wolves.
Yeah, what we can see as we look on the right-hand side, to follow on to that point, the HP for Flash Wolves is looking pretty good overall. I mean, of course, we've got 2 loss-streaking players who've dropped down, but otherwise, no one taking too many hits early on. Of course, Terry taking none at all. But SamD, you mentioned as one of the players who's trying to build up his streak for Nongqing, will send out a hit to his teammate, but keeps his own win streak intact.
Yeah, I want to highlight something else about AQ1H, because he getting advanced loan in a lobby that you know that the next augment is going to be gold. It's quite important, because you are not going to be so far behind in augment side, and the augment that he took, second wind, is one of the best silver augments in the game, so I feel like he's in a great spot.
Yeah, a very calculated decision. Of course, every decision is going to matter tremendously. We check it with Siluk on the right-hand side. He has been lost streak for quite some time. Of course, we see that tends to lead to the Akali boards. We have got this couple of lesser duplicators, so he's closer to the Akali 3 than he appears.
Yeah, he's showing that he's going to aim for that Akali 3. That's not going to be that easy, even though he has that grab bag to give him some extra duplicators, because Akali is a unit that is very contested right now.
And the specific player who is contesting it is Ironbog, we see on the screen. We knew, of course, there's no possibility that it would be a free take. Ironbog not with any of the duplicators, but I think quite happy to sit on the 2-star Akali and still be a huge nuisance. He will donate his time and money across to Terry, of course, who continues to steamroll. Again, 2 gold per round just off the steamroller on top of the street gold.
I think the only opponent that can take the win from Terry might be Sam D because he has Ornn 2. But I feel like the more the game goes, it goes in favor of Terry because he will be able to push that level 7 very soon. And he can place for Psionic right now. Let's see if he's going to aim that.
Yeah, it's really crazy to see that Sam D taking the place of Jian Ying as who seemed to be the win streaker for the squad. Has the opportunity in this round, as I said, to face off against. The itemization is very good. We've just, of course, got the gold from Sambi, no extra combat power. Terry did decide to take the enhanced Giant Slayer. He goes up against his opponent, but in fact it's a double. It's a return round against Jian Ying to try and keep him from prize fighting for a little longer.
I feel like he can still win this fight, but I feel like he should have pushed that into that level 7. It would be quite strong. He would do so much damage on the Ying player. But he's still winning, still going into that steamroll. His spot is just incredible.
Sam D does not have the steamroller going, so it's again not benefiting remotely as much. I mean, we've seen before, especially if Terry can run his streak all the way through stage 3 as well. He's gathered so many resources to make it almost beyond a joke.
Wow, 4-cost shop and Evelyn giving 12 extra gold. I wonder what players are going to aim right now. Both are good, depending on what do you need. I feel like for Terry, having more gold, it's better because you can ramp up a lot, but he also have a lot of 4-cost that he wants, like sometimes the mech as well. So let's see.
Yeah, well, pretty much everybody's had to go for the forecast. As we've seen, of course, in 4v4, as much as there's a problem in regular free-for-all mode, hitting your 2-star frontline, triply, quadruply so in 4v4 when everyone is trying to grief and take away those units. Dobbs, we've seen across so many of these games, these benches are now going to start to get full of the units that the other team want to play.
Yeah, I mean, look at the K1H. He's already holding 2 Namis. He's already under 2 Corkis in a Brahmins, so I feel like he's in a great spot to play that comp. It's not a comp that will shine a lot on this game. It probably aims toward the top 4 finish or top 6 finish, but still in a good position.
And as we check him in the overall field, we can see Kababa at the bottom of the standings we see on the board right now. He's picked up Anima very late and a Shepherd emblem as well. Right now the Flash Wolves are controlling both loss streaks and the win streak in the lobby, which Sandwich is now showing between them, not the place they want to be. In a game they have to win to stay alive in the competition.
This is a play that we didn't see so much so far, Jennings having the Shepherd emblem. I feel like this is an emblem that you want to play a little bit from ahead instead of with low HP, because you must get a Sona late to get into that 7 Shepherd. But I feel like maybe he knows something. So let's see if he has a plan around that emblem.
So yes, as you said, the great long-term potential Tiny Jump we haven't seen for a little while has been bodyguarding and slamming his way up the ranks. So a very strong board. Jian Ying, of course, we saw Nongshim, they took the risk here of taking Prize Fighter immediately. Has not worked out really at all. A 3-round loss streak. The opposite situation. We could be living in a world where Jian Ying was steamrolling, was getting prize fighter stacks, but instead he's languishing towards the bottom of the table with a win streak augment.
Yeah, I feel like this is an augment that if you get 1 extra item is good enough. It's not that bad, but I feel, of course, it's way better to have multiple items going on, but that's not going to happen. But I feel like the problem is of the NS game is not even that. It's the fact that Terry is so far ahead, and they also have K-Bao with a great position to bounce back.
Yeah, the cash out on the savings account is absolutely enormous. So, again, win streak controlled by Terry. Kababa with a lost streak controlled now has the ability to get to level 8, put his board together, and start closing the jaws of the Flash Wolves trap here. all of the Nongshim Red Force squad are between these top and bottom players of the walls. It feels like it's only a matter of time until those jaws close.
Yeah, let's see if Red Force actually have a plan to deal with that. Maybe the Akali treat can bounce back later on, depending on the augment that he gets.
Yeah, we're looking desperately to see if there's anything more from their side, but right now Kababa was just getting stronger and stronger. We saw those 4 cost drops from before. Kababa having no trouble blocking down his front line. The Nunu, perhaps a Morgana too, sooner or later, but got the Blanc out 1 star as well. I think Kababa is certainly strong enough to start making some pain for the rest of the team.
I mean, Flash Wolf just already holding 4 Namis, so that's gonna be quite scary for Nongshim to actually deal with that because there's so many units out of the pool already.
Kababa will go up against Terry, so this is a little awkward to run into a point where Kababa would ideally like to start win streaking, but he can't unless Terry's willing to donate some of his, voluminous HP across to his teammate. I think at this point, I mean, you've gotten so much gold out of the Steamroller. I don't even know if you need any more, and he will. Terry will donate his win streak, his Steamroll, his everything to making sure Kababa gets into this game.
Yeah, I feel like when you're playing Steamroll, if you win 3 rounds, it's already worth it, 6 gold, so that's a lot. And imagine winning like 8 rounds that he actually got it. So it was a lot, and I feel like Terry it's so much far ahead that he can actually donate HP for the whole team, and he might be finished for top 4 still.
It will be Golden Longs, of course, in a Golden Gala to end things out. Again, remember, a 3-game series, our first of player. Flash Rolls was a Nongshim Red Force. This is game 2 with the Flash Rolls already securing game 1. Means that if things continue the way they seem to be going, we're looking at 2-0 to open up the day.
I'm impressed how Flash Wolves are being patient this game. We had Terry that didn't level up quite early. He was always talking to his team to check if he needed to. And in here, we've seen K-Baba with 50 gold. So he still won LeBlanc 1, but he knows he's strong. But he's not even rolling. He's pushing into that level 9 to finish the comp with maybe 7 Shepherd.
Well, Johnny on the other side with a Shepherd board of his own, of course. Not quite as impressive without all that gold backing up the little buddies as well. Johnny, of course, you can see looking very emotional actually in the top left of the screen because he can tell that this could easily be the end of their journey materializing before their eyes. On LeBlanc, the backlines face each other. It does actually end up with both sides killing each other. The Karma should be able to finish the job, and that is a stay of execution for Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, I feel like K-Bao needs to roll down a lot in here. Maybe it's hard to find the LeBlanc because the opposing team already has it upgraded, but I feel like he does not want to go 8 in here because that can be, you can actually let Red Force go back into the series.
Of course, with Silk being on a 6-round win streak towards the top middle of the table, the idea that first place is guaranteed for the Flash Balls in this lobby is very much in question. You mentioned the Akali. We're not even 2 away from hitting the Akali 3. We've got the Akali 3 already. He just hasn't pulled the trigger quite yet.
Yeah, he knows that he needs both Akali and Jax in order to be actually very strong in the game. So he still didn't get the Akali because he needs to get both units.
And that's just a testament to how strong this unit is. You can hold off on the 3-star version unit, which you could have right now, and still maintain a 7-round win streak without even using your full potential.
Yeah, IQ1H on the other side, he has 5 Corkis already, so we might see a 4-cost 3-star in this game.
What we're going to get from our gods the last time, Duplicator bundle, not bad at all, at least an extra Duplicator for our players looking to finish off those 3 stars. Blood Pact, of course, our teams are able to coordinate between themselves to make sure this is not too costly of an option.
Yeah, Psylocke also is going to be able to get another Duplicator that will help him a lot with the Akali and the Jax, and I think that Nongshim needs to rely on him because this is a composition that can deal a lot of damage on Flash Wolves, so this guy is just too important for the teammates.
So Dobbs, if you're in this position, Kababo is vulnerable. He's only got, I believe, 1 life left. At this point, now you've got the 3rd Duplicator, Are you going for the Akali 3 to say, if I run across Kababo, I can knock him out early and change the whole game?
I feel like Psylocke, if he has K-Babo on the line, I feel like he must roll and try to kill him as soon as he can. Because if K-Babo goes to that level 9, and maybe he can actually cap high his board. And I feel like he's a little bit vulnerable right now. So you must kill him early. So that's why probably he's rolling.
Yeah, well, he's got the Jax, he's got the Akali 3-star. He doesn't face off against Kababo this round. Instead, his teammate, Samdi, one of the players who was looking to push forward strongly before, is now on a 6-round loss streak with Space Group instead.
Yeah, but he actually took out the items from Jax just to save some HP from his teammates.
Speaking of teammates, Kababo will be preserved by his teammate in this round. The Corki board, quite happy just to absorb the loss. AQ1H doesn't have a ton of HP, but he's certainly got more than Kababo does.
Yeah, he found the Sona. He probably thought that the LeBlanc was too contested, and then he pushed it into that level 9 with little gold and rolled it a little bit and got the Sona. Now he has 7 Shepherd. I feel like that might be a great thing for him. Cool upgrades, very important, but still missing the main carry.
Yeah, there's still a few more moments left open, particularly one more round left open for Nongshim to be able to come in and throw the fly in the ointment here for Kababo and the rest of the Flash Rules squad. If you look up the table, we're starting to see things separate out a little bit more. It feels like heading to stage 5 is the pivot point of this game too.
Oh my god, he's facing Ironbog. Ironbog just took away the upgrade from Akali, the Nova. So he's probably donating the round for K-Bao. Here comes the Shepherd effect, very strong.
No, you're absolutely right. For Flash Rules, I think getting a little bit lucky here with their matchmaking, being able to control the ascension of Kababo, or at least making sure he doesn't drop down. I'm keeping an eye out for AQ1H to see if he takes another loss, as Sandy also gets hit. We're starting to 3. Well, of course, Kababo on a single life. We've now got several players, or maybe just a couple.
Yeah, I feel like K-Babo dodging Psylocke was one of the best things that could happen to Flash Wolves, because MD is not quite strong yet. He needs to get a Blitzcrank 2 in order to help him with the groove. He's still on a decent spot, but he doesn't have quality augments. He just have one apotheotic forge, so that's not too much. So Blitzcrank 2 is very important.
All right, we'll keep an eye up here for how Kababo and Terry do in this round. Of course, Terry, with the steamroller from before, absolutely magnificently strong. But Kababo has been dodging through the raindrops for a while. Terry, of course, he's gotten so much money already. We certainly expect to see him be able to, with 84 gold in the bank, to build an absolutely ridiculous board long term.
Yeah, we see the benches on the side of Flash Wolves. I think that he's playing slowly to see if he can find a teammate to do less damage. We can see the remover in there. He still have a couple of them. And I feel like this next round is going to be very important.
All right, we'll keep our eye out on the right-hand side. Again, we're seeing a lot of the losses on the Flash Rules side, but a few of our players sort of top as well. But as he will be facing off again against a third teammate in a row to make sure that Kababo will not drop. Dobbs, what's the downside again of playing this kind of way for the Wolves, keeping donating HP?
No, I feel like it's quite important because Terry is not getting a bot 4 in this game, and I feel that it's very important for him to donate the HP that he got early on. So this is a strategy that's very common in 4v4, and it's quite efficient.
It does, of course, mean we end up in situations like this. On the right-hand side, you see the HP totals underneath the levels. We've got barely anything in it from second place all the way down to 6th. So the end of the game, tremendously volatile. Kababo still not eliminated, fighting his teammates over and over again. That's got to stop at some point, and I imagine it may well be this round.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very difficult for Red Force because Nongshim, they have Tiny Giant on the bottom of the stands as well. And his composition is like a regular comp, playing Asol and Karma, not a comp that caps so high.
Jianying, the failed prize fighter player, will be his opponent in this round, which will be one of, I imagine, the softer boards he can face. You mentioned the Shepherd Wave, which provides so much CC, especially when you've got the Nunu in the mix as well. I can't imagine Jianying is going to be the player to bring down Kababo's streak and put him out of the game. and it doesn't look like it will be the case. Just a step above. Similar balls, but Kababos is better.
Oh my god, look at the Corki! He had done it. I mean, some D going 18 here, that could be the end of the line for Nongqing.
Yeah, that closes so many doors. We were so close to Kababo. If the matchmaking had gone differently, going out in 8th himself. And we see just above in the red, of course, the Nongqing Red Force. They are not looking too healthy. Siluk, we were praising before, that's doing very well, but everybody else seems to be dropping off.
I feel like Flash Wolves just seems too dominant on this matchup. K-Baba is still alive. He has the 7th Shepherd. They have the HP to trade with their teammates. So the game is so one-sided right now.
Kababo will be facing off against, I believe, the Ghost in this round, so should be absolutely fine. The big story right now is whether Tiny John on the right-hand side can stay alive, or if he can't, they'll push Nongqing into an almost unrecoverable position. The front lines are collapsing for Tiny John. He needed some bigger giants on his roster. The backline is really good. The Aurelian Soul will cut through a lot, but the Corki doesn't drop. Karma with another shot. The Aurelian Soul is so far off of casting. Tiny John takes a hit, but he's still alive.
Oh my god, there is no way that A-Soul didn't hit the Corki before the Riven, so that bought us some little extra time, and then AK1H was able to take down that fight.
Oh my gosh, it still feels like for Nongqing Red Force, this is a massive uphill battle. They barely got any HP left on the team, as you can see from the two members we're looking at here. It's going to be a dance along the edge of the blade to get out of this one. Everything's pointing towards the Wolves, locking down the first game, or first series of playoffs, 2-0.
I mean, Peter, I think this is the end of the Cinderella story of EWC, but the Nongqing still fighting for their tournaments.
Well, you call it from before the Flash Bros, looking to 2-0 from here all the way to forever. Keep an eye on both of the front lines here across the two Nongqing boards. They're both playing from the bottom of the board as the Morgana walks in. And we see already, this is an Aurelian Soul's power unleashed. Tiny John gets absolutely annihilated. Jianyin gets run over as well. And that's going to be the two members, the three members out of the bottom four. The Flash Wolves remain undefeated. And our first playoff series is done and dusted.
I mean, what a play from Flash Wolves. They did an amazing job. 2-0, and I think they just made a statement. Nongqing were the dark horses of the competition. But they were seed 1 from APAC. So Flash Wolves just saying, we are the favorites on our region right now. We're showing that we can do great stuff in these playoffs.
Well, you've got to, of course, to see the mark of respect from the players to each other. The fact that Nongqing got this far as players who really got the whole roads ahead of them competitively, they've shown what they can do as a unit, and I really hope we get to see so much more of them as well.
Yes, for sure. I feel like when you prepare a lot, it's very tough to lose, but I feel like they should be proud of what they've done, because I feel like they faced such an amazing team with so many condecorated players, and the game plan from Flash Wolves was just very well played today. They had the best arguments, they had the comebacks and the winouts. They played very well tempo as well around the circumstances they created, and I think Flash Wolves, they were the favorites in the series, and they confirmed that.
They did play, of course, last year, making top 8. They've now surpassed that achievement. Ironbog and Kababo were there as part of that team. Let's, of course, head across to get that key crushed.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and officially, the key has been passed as Nongqing Red Force are officially eliminated from the tournament, and Flash Wolves moves forward in the playoff picture. We have the interview ready with Kitty.
Congratulations to Flash Wolves for the 2-0, eliminating Nongqing out of the quarterfinals. So now you guys have successfully made it into the semifinals, and I've heard that a lot of teams think Flash Wolves are a strong opponent. So what do you have to say for this rating? 首先恭喜 Flash Wolves 能成功打进4强。我也打听过了，其实很多队伍都觉得 Flash Wolves 是一个非常有实力的队伍，所以对于这个看法有什么意见呢？
我觉得我们这次准备的非常充分，也是发挥的非常好，所以我觉得我们也是一支夺冠热门的队伍。
I feel like for this tournament, we have prepared very well coming into the tournament and we feel very confident. And of course, we are going to contest for that title. 那么这次也是再一次来到了 EWC 的舞台，所以想对自己有什么目标和就是答案或者就是要求吗？
我觉得上一次的话，我们也是在8强就离开了嘛。那这一次的话，我希望我们这次已经突破了8强。那希望未来的话，就是明天可以发挥出好的状态，拿下冠军。
So for my personal goals coming into EWC once again, unfortunately last time when we were at EWC, we could only finish in the top 8 positions. So this time, hopefully, we can go into the grand finals. Thank you so much once again. And of course, now we have to crush Nongshim's key and say goodbye to their chances at the Esports World Cup. 请把他们的钥匙毁灭掉吧。
Ladies and gentlemen, there's never a right time to say goodbye, but if there was a right time, it would be right now. Flash Wolves, of course, with the big time W. Congratulations again on moving forward in the event. Flash Wolves showing they are a force to be reckoned with, and it's about that time to crush that key. We seen yesterday Doha absolutely destroy. We had to repair the key crusher. This is it. Nongshim Red Force, the underdog story, Cinderella story. Oh. Yeah. Congratulations again, ladies and gentlemen. Flash Wolves moves forward in the bracket, a force to be reckoned with. Will he reach his goals, his dreams of making it to the grand finals? We will find out. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Congrats again to Flash Wolves, and let's keep going with the tournament.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Oh, and the first key has been crushed during our playoffs matches. And for Nongshim Red Force, the dream of the underdog lifting the trophy has now ended. We still got some underdog stories, but for this one, it comes to a close. Flash Wolves have been unstoppable, incredible. They've made it through all their competitors, and they now sit in semifinals. But for Nongshim Red Force, we must celebrate the fact that they came in as relatively unknown players and leave now with a lot of status and prestige. These Nongshim Red Force guys were just unbelievable at many, many times. You know, one of the beautiful things about TFT at EWC with the format 4v4, it gives an opportunity for legends, obviously, to continue their legendary approaches, but it gives an opportunity, too, to underdogs, unknown players, to make a name for themselves.
That's right. It's been a crazy run to get to this point, but in this game, too, everything seemed to unravel for Nongshim, and I think the star power from Flash Wolves really shone.
Yeah, for Nongshim, though, we talk about from couch to crown, career-defining for EWC. Yes. This has been their story. I'm sure, even though they haven't been known names in the Tier 1 circuit, there's going to be a lot of orgs that are willing to pick them up now.
From couch to crown. I'm taking that, and I'll give you the trademark for it, though. Let's start breaking down this game, because it was really good. 2-0, I asked who needed to step it up. Tiny Giant was the guy to do so. Let's go ahead and fast forward, though, into Stage 2, specifically Stage 2-3. Clement, what are we looking at?
We're looking at the unfortunate demise of Jiang Ning's economic plan here. He's playing on Prize Fighter. You get extra components for 5 wins, but he runs into the most unreasonable board here coming in from Terry. As we see in the back line, there is a 2-star Victor just naturaled from the shop.
Absolutely crazy spike this early into the game, but Clement, it got worse for Nongshim after this because the God offering was Evelyn's Steamroll, which gives you even more gold for, well, steamrolling your opponents. And with a Victor 2 with a board like that, Terry went on an absolute insane win streak throughout Stage 2 and 3. And he rolled a slight roll on Stage 4, level 8, 30 gold, already had the Ace roll 2, could then go 9.
Yeah, and we asked our observers for the player reaction. You could tell that Nongxing right then and there knew that their chances of dominating the game was slipping away. A lot of lip biting there.
Oh, and that's tough too because it's so early on. I mean, we're only stage 2-3, but we fast forward to another action clip. Now we're in 5-5. We're a little bit deeper on. Now, if Nongshim already thought they were in trouble then, what are they thinking now?
And this was basically the end of the game, essentially, and we saw just the last few players on Nongshim trying to stay alive, but they just could not handle the high cap boards from Flash Wolves.
It was a double elimination on the side of Nongxing. Both of their players were actually playing for Shepard, and what Flash Wolves did so well is they sent their lost streak player, ag.al, directly on that Shepard emblem to lock both of them out.
ag.al, maybe with savings account, was going to roll on 8, just play for tempo. He took a huge gamble. Instead, he went all the way to stage 5, went for level 9 board, survived for all those rounds as well. And that was, I think, one of the pivotal moments for Flash Wolves. For Sam D on Nongshim, he picked up reinforcement on 4-2. Usually that means you're playing for immediate strength. You're playing to stay alive. You're expecting a 5th or a 6th. He ended up in 8th, and that kind of unraveled the entire game plan for Nongshim.
It's always tough. Yeah, 5th or 6th to 8th place, you know you're in trouble at that point. We take a look at our stats from that game number 2. Obviously, the series ending 2-0. Once again, we pull up the round results, all the players. Terry from last to first this time.
20 wins and only 5 fight losses. That was a ton of the steamroll stacks going into that one. 17 steamroll stacks going in. So he was sliding on huge econ. And honestly, even if ag.al went 8th this game, Flash Wolves still could have won. They were that much ahead.
Ironbog was the hero in that game 1, but for Terry, he's back in the driver's seat. He had a 3.0 AVP for Flash Wolves in the group stage. Yet again, here's the hero off of that crazy Victor spike early.
Ooh, the emotions, though, were flowing. And I remember you actually specifically saying, at least in game number 2, man, it started to hit Nongshim Red Force. This is a lot harder than we thought it was going to be. They came in with a plan, but that's only one thing. Executing is also tough for Tiny Giant, too, feeling that pressure. How could they not, after all? They came into the playoffs with the hopes and dreams of lifting a trophy, but after game number 1, they quickly ran into issues.
Nongxing should walk away proud. I think this was a terrible matchup for them. They are known as the one-cost reroll team. They really like high-tempo games and low cap. But unfortunately for Flash Wolves, they were lucky in the early game. All their flips made it, and they also play for slower high caps as well.
So you think it was just a mismatch in general, or do you think Flash Wolves, they've got different looks, and this was the proper look to take down this roster?
I think the experience from Flash Wolves really, I think, shown here as well. And you're mentioning it, Clement, the patch that we had in TFT in the qualifiers was so good for Nongshim. It was really their style that they really popularized with the one-cost reroll. It has not been the case, and yet they still adapted well enough to make an underdog run into the playoffs. I'm excited to see what this roster can do in the future.
For sure, absolutely, and I hope they do perform well in the future, or at least come back, right? Stay together. So many teams stay together and they only improve. This is going to be one of those rosters for sure. Plenty of people breaking down the action, and aka Wonder is one of them. Let's bring them in and have a little conversation of what we think TFT is happening or how we're liking it. Wonder, what? First off, fire shirt, my guy. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. How are you guys doing? It's amazing. We are here in the core stream. Just enjoying the event so far.
Absolutely. And what do you think about it? We're back in Paris. We're here for EWC. And this stage has been electric. We've had some of the best gameplay we've seen in a long time when it comes to TFT.
Of course. It's always amazing to see so many stars here. Even though we are seeing a lot of 2-0s yesterday and today, I feel like the lineup is stacked and all of them are very good players. I'm looking forward to see Flancy as one of the best players maybe here in Paris. So yeah, stacked lineup for me.
Buenos dias, Aka. I've been joining you on the Spanish code stream across these last few days. I know you were a big fan of the MKOI boys that got unfortunately eliminated yesterday up against Godlike. Now that we're in the playoffs, is there any team in particular you're really rooting for outside of just the star players?
I mean, after yesterday, I need to go with the EMEA teams, of course, so I'm rooting for Godlike. But yeah, the MKOI losing yesterday was very bad for me. I'm pretty sad, but I'm going with Godlike, so let's go EMEA.
All right, fair enough. Well, hey, is there anything else that you want to say to the fans out there now that we got you on this great stage?
Of course, you guys are amazing. Thank you for being always part of the core streams. Also, you guys are doing a very good job on the main commentary. So let's see what bring us to today. TFT, more everything. Thank you for everything.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for coming in. I'm going to have to link up with him later because I want that shirt. That shirt is awesome. Flancy, by the way, mentioned him. He's going to be on that stage in just a moment's time, and we're going to be talking about Team Vision and how well they have been playing so far because their story is tremendous. But for Noxium Red Force, a tremendous effort. They came and they did exactly what they wanted to do. Yes, they don't get the trophy, but they still make an impact, making their story that much more interesting going into next year's competition. Degon had a chance to catch up with one of them from our post-match interview.
What's up, everyone? Joining me after their quarterfinals loss is Shiluk of Nongshim Red Force. It felt like a really tough go in 0-2. What was that series like for you?
It's kind of disappointing, but I believe that we were just unlucky and we will keep trying better as a team.
What are some of the learnings that you take away from this 4v4 experience here at EWC?
It was a great experience overall, and I believe that we learned a lot about what's important at 4v4 and what we should practice more on.
You came in as a surprise seed from APAC. You lose to an APAC team. Who do you think is the strongest team left in the tournament?
There are a few teams that say that they are the best, but I believe that Weibo is the defending champions are currently strongest.
And then finally, you've gained a lot of fans throughout this tournament. Anything you want to say to old fans of the Noodle Boys and new fans who are now joining along?
Thanks for rooting for us, and we will be back at next EWC and win the tournament.
Shiluk, everyone, thank you so much. It's been great getting to know you over these last several days. Best of luck in the future.
Thank you.
That's exactly what we wanted to hear from Shiluk and Noxium Red Force. They will be back, and it's going to be a treat to watch them next year because this roster is incredible, and they should absolutely hold their heads up high because, my goodness, did they put on a performance. This roster is only going to get better.
That's what I want to hear. You want to hear the return, you want to hear the comeback, you want to hear the hunger to still say, hey, we made playoffs, but we want more.
Yeah, career-changing moment for them. I think we're going to see a lot of organizations rushing to pick them up. And shout out to Cassica, 3 years in a row taking unknown rosters all the way to the playoffs.
That's right. Well, hey, day 3 was exciting. And we have a compilation of all the team comms thanks to Sadia.
Nice! 好，把这把玩得这么难，就是帅啊，很难，对吧？就是很难这一把，因为没办法，就是如果我跟你讲，如果摸鸡那里戳好点的话，其实就可以直接把摸鸡。我其实本来可以是吃鸡位，对，他可以戳太烂了，多少戳大了没有？不是对面在卡我，对面第一波他们找我一波启动，先卡了我，然后我启动完之后他们卖掉了，录7只，打死。结束。OK， 玩得好。牛逼。可以了吧？直接暂停了吧？可以，挂机了。第个2星卡马吧。만대 피， 多么타임 만대 피。 OK。 남코 계속. 제발 나이스 야 차시만 했다. 상대 8등 나왔다. 자쟁이 이제 아무도 안 하고 게임 해야 될 것 같은데. 오케이. 나이스 좋아요. 나이스. Me mata de milagro.
Yo no me muero ya seguro, pero no sé si mato al Raico. Vale, creo que le estoy dando al Tegua. Vale.
Ya está, ¿no?
Ya está, triple botón. No.
Sí,
triple botón. ¡Let's go! ¡Hostia!
Let's ignore Versailles, roll for mech, and then go 9.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, then Gobo, you can go 9 too then, right?
No, I'm groove now.
Groove? Okay.
I have like Samira too. Nice! Let's go! Good job.
Did we win?
Yeah.
I'm not kidding you. That was probably the best team comms I have heard yet. They were having a blast out there, and even at one point not even realizing that they actually won the game. Incredible stuff coming out from Sadia. Thank you so much. Next series, though, is going to be great. It's Team Vision and virtus.pro. For the club championship race, these two orgs are going at it. Trav, give me the details.
Team Vision finally managed to get over the line when it comes to the Club Championship eligibility yesterday. They got their first top 8 finish in Apex Legends and finally got it done yesterday in Teamfight Tactics. They did drop down to the lower bracket and had to go through that grueling Eastern battle against T1 to make it to the playoffs today. They face off against virtus.pro, who, funnily enough, both land on 950 points currently, so it's going to be a big battle to see who can make that break further up the leaderboard in the Club Championship. Virtus.pro are flying through the groups yesterday. They won 2 in a row and managed to get today in the playoffs. It's going to be a huge battle, and Virtus.pro have momentum and confidence on their side, so it's going to be a tough, grueling battle for Team Vision.
Wow, I didn't realize they were tied for 5th place. That makes the stakes even higher for this matchup, not only to protect your key for the competition, but also for your org, getting more points, elevating yourself up even to the top 4. I mean, quite literally, when you start going from like 5th place to 4th place, 3rd place, I mean, we're talking hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars difference. So this is a high stakes matchup between these two great organizations and two wonderful teams. To set the stage, Gone had a chance to walk and talk with our competitors.
Vision now coming off their bus. They are favorites coming into the tournament, 2-1, looking to bounce back from their one loss. There's Koyui. Where's my boy Moji? Moji, real quick. Hello, how are you? How do you feel today?
Feel we will win.
What will the score be against virtus.pro?
2-0.
Are they the weakest team, like Koyui said?
It's my teammates' thing.
Okay, all right. Good luck, Moji. See you. Back to y'all.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
I say own up to it. If your teammate says it, you said it, you're on the same team. That's my philosophy, but who cares about my philosophy anyways? We only care about the matchup that is about to go down, tied for 5th place in the club championships, and also amazing runs for both. It's virtus.pro against Team Vision. Number 2 from last year meets a roster of Vision who has made an incredible run throughout our bracket. These two Titans will face off. Now, what team are we looking at first? Because they're both incredible rosters.
I have to say, first of all, the trash talk from Team Vision on a team who is currently undefeated and the runner-up from last year is pretty insane. We'll see what this series has in store for us.
That's right.
I'm thinking about Morris, though, as one of the stars for VP, and I am really thinking they might surprise the world with another 2-0 here.
Ooh, another 2-0. Let's find out what the coach is thinking. Kitty, who do you got?
Welcome in, everyone. This is the pre-recorded content for Team Vision versus virtus.pro. So I'm joined in by...
I'm Lê Chuyên. I'm coach of VP.
And I'm Sukulendo. I'm the analyst.
Sing Chao, welcome in. So yesterday we had a banter segment after the draw show, and Team Vision said something very spicy, that virtus.pro may be the weakest team going into the quarterfinals. So if we had to choose one player to talk back with the spicy answers, who would it be?
It would be Kian, right?
I think Kian.
Kian, why?
Because he's arrogant himself.
Oh, okay. So we have Kian for the banter smack talk. And of course, we are currently in Paris. So how do you like Paris so far?
For me, it's like it's a pretty wonderful trip, and I haven't gone to a lot of places, but I will eventually do.
I like the weather in Paris this time.
It is getting a little bit chilly though, so of course make sure to bring your nice jackets. That's all gonna be for today, and we'll see you guys on stage later.
Kitty, it might be chilly outside, but it's only heating up in here on that very stage as quarterfinals continues for the playoffs. Virtus.pro. We heard for a couple of the players, including the coach there. Now, this is a big moment for them because they remember last year falling short to Weibo Gaming. This year, they want it to be different. Now, their run has been phenomenal. 2-0 against Nemesis, 12-point advantage, and NCC won first in both of those games. They beat Aurora Gaming 2-0. This is a roster that has been undefeated not only in their series, but also their maps.
The 2-0 against Aurora is the big one for me. I think Aurora's a very, very strong team. To 2-0 them that easily early on in the tournament is absolutely insane. And VP, despite losing that final last year, I think they had some of the best team play in the entire tournament. They transferred that perfectly into this year's edition.
We talked about just the club championship points being so important. Last year, they were able to make over $1 million for their organization, and they were instantly re-signed right off the bat. This is a team that has been built the longest time for a long time. They knew they were coming here because they were the second place, and each of them individually has stepped up in the TPC.
But who is the individual that is the best? NCC1 has been out of this world. I know Milo obviously has a lot of attention himself, but who do you look at to be the X factor for Virtus.pro in this matchup?
I think it might just be Mars. I think Mars is set in Spacewalk specifically, individually at regional finals was crazy. He had a sub 4.0 AVP, really dominated the field. We'll see how that transfers to 4v4, and maybe if he takes a step back, if he feels better playing a tempo position. But I am always scared seeing Mars play TFT.
Ooh, scared? Hopefully not too scared for him. Virtus.pro goes toe-to-toe with Team Vision, and Vision has had a stellar run. This team is absolutely incredible, and they needed to get top 8. Well, that is accomplished. Now, how far can they continue to go? Because they are tied in 5th place with that of Virtus.pro, which is absolutely stunning given the fact that they only have 2 teams represented in 2 games. So it was do or die. They did it in week 2. They're doing it once again. 2-0 against MCOY. They lost the Flash Wolves, but they gave us one of our biggest upsets yet. 2-0 against T1.
Exactly. I think this is a huge breakout year for Team Vision. They're typically known as a tier 2 Saudi organization. They're feeding a lot of talented like Falcons to Twisted Mind. This is their chance to actually stand on their own. And they took a really risky gambit, picking up this roster that most CN orgs did not touch.
Let me ask you this, Clements. Is it more devastating that they lose 1-2 to Flash Wolves, or more impressive that they beat T1 2-0?
Ooh, I think both series were actually very close. I feel like T1 series, they actually kind of got lucky. T1 was kind of off their game, and I feel like they should have closed out the Flash Wolves series.
And hey, we saw Flash Wolves advancing as well here. We saw how strong they are as a team. A 2-1 is a close result as well. I think if Mojiji in particular steps up in this next series, they can be a contender as well.
And they love their trash talk, so this is going to be a fun roster to watch for sure. Now, for the first time, I struggle when I look at this roster to truly realize who is the star on this team. Now, Flancy gets a lot of attention, but Zinba has been wonderful. Moji has been incredible. Koyi as well is great. But Flancy, I guess, would be the star. I mean, he's been making incredible moves throughout our tournament. For Team Vision, is Flancy the X factor?
Flancy is the best player on this roster, and because he's so consistent, I can't say he's the X factor. I have to give it to the quarterback, which has been Moji. Moji, he had a lot of 8th places, and we heard in the comms right there was a game where he was supposed to go first, but actually went down into 6th place. If he can actually step up, then this team has a much higher ceiling.
Much higher ceiling. Well, hey, how high is that ceiling? So far, they have been out of this world. Vision taking on Virtus.pro. One key is going to be crushed, and the stakes are high for the organizations themselves when it comes to the club championship. It's our second match of the playoffs. Let's send it to the stage to get it started.
The stakes are high indeed. We had a lightning fast first match, but this second match is juicy for many reasons. I know there is game, there is kill, but there's a bit of smack talk, Rob.
A bit of smack talk. They talking crazy out here, ladies and gentlemen. If you missed the playoff group draw yesterday, I'm talking about absolute insanity. They straight ass. Actually, I don't even want to say exactly what it is yet. We'll reveal that when we get to the interviews. But just know there's a whole lot of pride on the line in this matchup.
Absolutely. Pride is there. Of course, these two teams are looking ridiculous. It's all about continuing. One team looking to confirm, the other one looking way too good throughout the entire first stage. Right now, it's about confirming what you said, but also confirming how you played before.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time. We've got the old guard versus new blood storyline. You cannot make it up. Please welcome to the stage, virtus.pro. If I told you that this team was undefeated, you would think that I'm talking about overall matches, overall series, but no, ladies and gentlemen, not just that. They have not lost a single game here at the Esports World Cup. All 2-0 victories, 2-0 dominations. Maris and Milo have shown that they are the embodiment of the trademark consistency that VP has come to be known for, and right now they are planning to continue that trend.
This is all we want, especially when you have an undefeated run out there. But despite being undefeated, there is a team coming up to that stage that looks mighty confident that they can take them down. It is time to welcome China's first seed, Team Vision! Qualified through the Chinese qualifier. People might not be necessarily expecting this team with 3 newcomers to the EWC, and Flancy, who has been really good at keeping that team on track. They won 2 over Coid, lost 1-2 against Flash Wolves, but took out a big contender in the name of T1. And it is hard to be more confident than these 4 right now. They step on the stage, Team Vision coming to the playoffs.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now I do have Milo right here next to me for an interview. Simply put, yesterday there was a whole lot of trash talk from the other side. They said that Team Virtus.pro is the weakest team in the playoffs. Are you going to make them pay?
Ngày hôm qua đã có một cái câu nói gáy từ bên Team Vision là nói là đội của mình là đội yếu nhất trong cái vòng loại này. Thì hôm nay mình có cho họ biết tay hay không?
Sau trận đấu này em sẽ cho mọi người biết yếu hơn cả yếu nhất là gì.
After this one, we will show who is the weakest of the weakest.
Talk that talk.
Hey, you know what? I'm just gonna go straight to our translator to just say it. They just said they're gonna show who the weakest is, thinking it's you. I'm just gonna let you answer that.
那刚才也是问了VP 战队对于昨天的这个狠话环节是有什么看法？然后他们说，那我们今天就相当于是在比谁是菜中菜的队了。你有什么话想跟他们说的吗？
那就拭目以待。然后 VP 是我们夺冠路上的其中一个阻碍而已。我们接下来已经准备好对战闪电狼了。
Oh, the face! I wanna know the spice.
So. Well, we'll just wait and see, but just to be completely honest, I think you guys would just be a footnote in the highlight reel of our way to the championship. Because we are already prepared to face Flash Wolves here.
They said they're already ready for their next match. Are you kidding me? Ladies and gentlemen, do you know how insane this is right now? I did not think he was going to talk any trash to Damascus. Moji?
Hey, they literally said this match is just a step. They don't even care that whatever. You know what? Let me show if that is a step or not. Teams, please, it is time to line up. Team Vision, you can take your positions for the lineup. Rob, they really said this match is irrelevant. They really said whatever. We're just gonna click some buttons and go forward. Look at this, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time. You've heard all that talk, but in the end of the day, at the Esports World Cup, we settle it on the sticks. No more talking. Now it is time for action. Let's get to our next playoff match. Team Vision versus Virtus.pro.
If it wasn't a rivalry already, it is now. Vision versus Virtus.pro. The smack talk has come down. A footnote in Vision's run? That's what they say VP will be. We'll see if VP has words for them. Hoope-san and Casanova on the cast. Hoope, How are you feeling about this matchup, baby?
It's perfect, man. They hyped up the scene for all of us. Moji, the one in the second place right there, and he's the one trash talking the place, but he's also like the wild card, like Clement said on the desk, the player that needs to pop off. Flancy, we already know he's doing great throughout the tournament. He's the hero player, if you will, the one who's going to go first. Will Moji appear? And he has confidence, and that's exactly what you want to see in a player coming into the series.
And if they are going to complete what they've trash talked about, they're going to have to beat virtus.pro, who is undefeated so far in games. They'll have to deliver their first and second game loss in this series to make it happen and crush their key. Stop the returning finalists out of VP. A surprise for us last year, but this year we expect the dominance we've seen out of VP.
Totally, and they're making it happen, as you mentioned, 2-0 in every series. And I mean, the rest of the players are still saying, no, you're the underdogs, you're the underdogs. They are not. They are totally prepared for this. They have confidence. They have the 4v4 power of friendship, and of course, individual plays that have been so great for them. Kian being the one with the banter, being the one being present throughout the game. Tempo in the lobby in every turn that he has. And of course, they're always talking to each other. They have always a game plan, and that's the reason they have been undefeated throughout the series so far.
Yeah, and you heard Panda say it during the analyst desk. Maris is somebody we definitely have to be watching out for. He's had a very fantastic solo career, especially recently being able to make it back to the Tactician's crown. Yes, it was not the result he wanted there, but he's been so good domestically, and I think he is a player that can find those moments that he needs for virtus.pro to bring this thing home. In contrast, against Flancy on the other side, who has been a huge performer for Vision with so many first places in clutch positions.
For Flancy, a staple in the Chinese region, totally has been a streamer throughout the years, has been helping the community grow so much, and now with a new team and with the highest hopes out. This is a guy that is used to communicating, is used to having a chat in front of him just to get possibilities with Kian here in the front, already with communication, and I love the energy he has. They're prepared, they're laughing, they're having a joy here, and this is exactly where you want to start. Flancy also, laughing, being prepared for the first game.
I love the friendly bants, but it is personal at this point between these teams, right? They are ready to go. They don't want to take that lying down. They don't want to be like, oh, you said we're a footnote and then lose? No, VP says this is not how we fall. And I think for Vision, yes, they ended up dropping to the lower bracket. Yes, they had to fight their way back in to make it to this top 8, to the knockouts. But this is the first seed from CN. Reminder of that. These are two powerhouse rosters. This could have been a final in its own right, but one of them will fall short here today.
Yeah, the game is about to start, and we have it. We have Thresh, the randomness, the god of aleatory chances right now. Everyone should have it as a default. And Echo, more of a maybe mid to early game champion, or god, if you will. And of course, with the anomaly bringing up when we get the later booms into the game.
Yeah, and we are going to have the emblem ensemble for our encounter. This can always create a lot more variability in these games. They're not going to let him off easy on a casual little game.
It's total chaos to start with. Flancy already. He's laughing. He's like, okay, first game, and we already have randomness coming in together with Thresh. So, I mean, double randomness, volatility full for this first game, and they need to laugh it out because it's not in your control. Now they have to do a game plan. That's why they're all talking, okay, do we have the same emblem? Do you go for the vertical? Do you go for maybe more of a tempo play? And the difficult part here, Cass, is that you need to contest, but you also need to win against your player or to actually perform. And it's very difficult to navigate this spot in 4v4.
It was already a battle of the clubs, but now it's a battle of culinary tastes. Which chefs are better, the ones from Vietnam or the ones from China? Because we're going to be seeing some cooks between the Thresh and the emblem.
And there's not a better place to see that finest cuisine than now in France. Of course, we went to a restaurant yet. It has some, we went to France and have some burgers. That's exactly what we shouldn't do. But they were great burgers, and I have to say it. And of course, right now we'll see the best cuisine out of Vision. We see Koju here just with a ramp up, normally getting the possibilities, and we see the emblem. Senbai already having the Dark Star together with Mari. So two players going into a line that is so important, and Flancy together with Milo will be the one contesting each other for the other premium one that is the Space Group.
Yeah, the space groove we have to look out for. We see the Nova. It's also on Flancy, so there's a world that he can stay out of the space groove line. Yep. But realistically, I expect since he's the only space groove, he may end up needing to contest in there. We also saw multiple Dark Stars, as you were mentioning, and that's been big with the Dark Star Aurelion Soul as an option. But there is a world where it gets contested. And, you know, we didn't feel that there was enough variance, randomness in this one. We thought the chefs were maybe having too easy of a time with the ingredients provided. So how about we add a prismatic for 2-1 to keep this interesting?
We're already going for the main course. We thought we were starting with the entrance probably. But yeah, and Zenbai already thinking about the later stage of the game. He gets forged in strengths. This announcement that throughout 4v4 has been one of the pop-up ones. If you get ideal artifacts, you're already winning the game. But of course, there's randomness. And of course, having a Reforger means that he can even more try to get a better placement out of this. For Kian, going also for additional artifacts here, thinking about Silvermare as a possibility, and Mittens maybe if he wants to go and pop up a little more.
Yeah, Mittens is interesting. Some of these more aggressive AD ones are kind of unique. He has the +1 Marauder, +1 Sniper. There is a world for some of a world to go into some of these lines that are lesser utilized at the moment. Yep. We've seen some Xayah. We've seen like maybe a few Master Yis, not too many, but it opens up some options. We jump on board with Moji. He's going to pick up the win. He does end up having an Arbiter and a Brawler, so not the most exciting when it comes to scaling up, but that's where the Fortune Strength can come into play.
Yeah, I mean, exactly as you mentioned, not the best in the late game, so he needs to get value now. So that's the two ways to play augments or emblems, if you will. You either are strong in the early game and pressure the lobby, preserve HP to then transfer to your players, or think about late game, the space group, think about later how you can accomplish maybe a cap-out board, and maybe try to go for economy like we saw just recently.
Yeah, Milo going to be looking for that lost streak. We did see the full open fort happening there. Curious if there is any anima that VP is trying to grief, or if Milo is just looking to make as much gold as possible. Koyuya on the other side with the Blighting Jewel as that first pickup for the artifacts. Does have it on the Teemo early on, looking like a pretty powerful board with a lot of slams, just no upgraded frontline, and he stayed on level 3. So not fully committing to try and go for the win streak, and he might lose it immediately to Maris with this Victor with 3 emblems, but no, gonna have enough strength. Triple item Gragas gonna be just good enough as Zenbai is able to stop Milo's lost streak already. He was on the near open fort. Looks like Zenbai took it a step further, full open forted, and ends up losing that round.
Yeah, immediately. For Vision, Flancy, the hero here, the only one with a win streak, and for VP, the one defending it is Kian. We see NCC1 just trying to pop off for the start, has the anima emblem and is not using it, so now there's less resources here for him, so in a more difficult spot to navigate, and also now the Primordial will be the option. He's thinking about selling the Misfortune, the sides, that's not the option, already having the Jinx, so he's just going for a more tempo player here, Cass, maybe will not cap fully the lobby, and decides to reforge here a little and have an additional chance.
In order to make 20, he had to sell the 3 cost instead of the 2 cost in case he loses this round. But with the Primordian, he can continue to print some additional money. He's not playing any of it yet because he does not want to deal too much damage to Milo, who is kind of going on this loss streak. He's seeing if he can allow the ability for Milo to pick up a couple unit kills.
Now with a chance here, also emblems that don't connect here. So great for him that he's actually pressuring the lobby. Flancy trying to hold the win streak, already having a LeBlanc 2-star, Lissandra 2-star there in the back together with Poppy. 3 space group already assembled, and this is exactly what Vision needs. Flancy being the top player, preserving HP, and then he can take a choice here. Okay, got Mystery Loot, of course, and Scuttle Party. Also pretty good option, but I mean, Thresh is just too much EV.
Yeah, I mean, it ends up just being often that players are going to go towards the Thresh. Scuttle Party can give you a lot of that gold right away. It can give you, you know, getting those little crabs. It's nice to have that little return to the past, the blast from the past. But as is tradition with the Thresh, we're going to all go sit there and see what's in the box.
See what's in the box. Mystery Loot for everyone. Normally you get a little gold, plus some stats, plus maybe an item or something. A lot of gold here for Flancy. In a great spot, he needed maybe an item, so gold is not the best, but in the early stage of the game, gold is always good. Flancy takes it, he's laughing, so everyone's just talking about the bounty that they're receiving and already embracing the variance, if you will.
Yeah, they're looking at the mystery box challenge in this culinary bout once again as Flancy now cooking up some fresh AP flex to go up against Kian on the full win streak. Doesn't end up hitting him, finds Zenbai instead, so we'll still have 2 streakers going into the final round of Stage 2, most likely, as long as Kion is able to pick up his win as well. Meanwhile, Zenbai, as we can see, only playing 2 units near open fort alongside Maris at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, for him, thinking about the later stage of the game, he had the 14th strength. Normally, when you get the 3rd artifact, that's the moment when he will start to pop off. Kian here, holding strong, and also with the win, and 2 players in different teams, Kian for BP and Flancy for Vision, holding, and that should be the face-off right now. Anyone who tries to maintain or is able to maintain the 10 or the 100 HP is the one in contesting the better placement for Stage 3.
This is going to be close. It feels like there is a frontline edge towards Kion, but that is just because Flancy's placement. He does still have this Poppy. He ends up selling it for just an Aatrox, which will give the Nova, but that was a 2-star Poppy, which might have been giving a lot of value as far as that front line is concerned. Meanwhile, Azaya is found for Kion on 5. It gets Mittens, Ginsu, Marauder. That is a pretty beefy Zaya, and the Sniper +1 is going to help more, but they do not pair, so it looks like they may be able to both win streak through Stage 2.
Yeah, great trend for both of them. We see Flancy there on the left against Kojui, just holding strong. Koji's pretty decent here with the Blinding Jewel together with the Timo. They're in the top left hand, and it should be an easy win here for Flancy. Both for him and Kian, both will maintain the 100 win streak, and of course pressure the lobby from now on.
Yeah, meanwhile, it looks like Maris and Zenbai have been able to hold on to their loss streaks at the bottom, but Zenbai with a massive HP differential. No, Maris ends up actually taking that win, so he doesn't complete the full 5 streak. Zenbai does. However, it is at the cost of a significant amount of HP for Zenbai on Stage 2, all the way down to 69.
Yeah, you lose the battle in HP, but you have the sandwich, and that's exactly what Vision needs. Have control of the bottom placement with economy and the control in the top with Flancy. So this exactly, early game here for me, Cass, in favor of Vision, but very close. We have a close one.
Very funny to now look at Maris's board, and it was like, oh yeah, he was on a 3-loss streak, maybe go for the, or 4-loss streak, maybe go for the 5-loss. No, he is a Victor 2 on the board, so I think he's going to be okay with going into Stage 3, trying to flip this loss streak into a win streak. He's found some big hits. He's at 50 gold, level 5, going into this 3-1. I actually think there's a lot of opportunity to full streak Stage 3 for Maris with a stable front line and this powerful backline.
Expect the unexpected, gave him a lot of gold, so Maris now with possibility to navigate. This is very good spot. You can now up level, you can pressure, you can roll, and this is exactly the great thing about this great augment.
Yep, meanwhile, Flancy is going to push towards level 6, does it just before it flips to see if he can catch Kion off guard, but Kion does the same. Does not find the matchup he was looking for, trying to break Kion's streak, instead going to hit Milo, who is going to be a bit weaker, does slam some items onto this Diana to see if he can carry it in the interim, but she is going to get focused immediately by the Lysandra. Flancy going to hold on to that streak, but Kion pushed 6 as well. So we'd expect that both teams are keeping their win streakers going.
It's beautiful because it's like they're teaching the audience 4v4, and we're just here to expectate high-level decisions here, and Elite both with the win streak, as you mentioned, Cass, doing exactly what they have to do, the due diligence of sacrificing economy, going for that quick level 7, and now in a great placement to keep performing.
Yeah, it looks like the game has said, there's a little too much seasoning in the broth here from our chefs this time. We need to simmer it down, maybe add a little bit of water. Just calm things out. Give us a silver augment to just chill things out.
Maybe a tea, more of a green tea guy.
Yeah.
Sometimes you cut a little the fat, so maybe some green tea is better.
Yeah, it might be a little bit better. You gotta add it. No, I like tea. I'm with you, yeah.
100%. And Zenbai here, also a T person for sure, just trying to accomplish something else. Has the Nova emblem, has the additional possibility to go space group, but doesn't have the units for a cast. It's like he's already with the loose streak, he has the force interest, but he needs to find a house. He needs to find somewhere to go, and the game is not giving him an out.
Yeah, it's a lot more difficult to find your home when everything is made to look like a Picasso painting because you have all these extra emblems, right? Yep. So there's so many different options, areas to maneuver. And we start to see some of these compositions taking shape. Some of the spots easier than others to find your position as Flancy continues this win streak, pushing to level 7 on 3-2 in order to ensure he keeps this. Kion did not match that. He kept his econ, but he did not hit Flancy. So they both keep winning.
We don't believe it, and Flancy neither. He's like, okay, I have to push level 7. Kian is pressuring also, and I need to stay here. So now Flancy has more economy, so Kian has more combat. So that's why he's not pressuring. So now the advantage goes a little into Virtus.pro just because of that, and it's very important. The NCC1, the only one or the other one for Virtus.pro going for the win streak also.
Yeah, and that's a big hit. He upgrades his carry. That has 3 items. The Jinx 2 is found. He has this Ornn 2 for the front line, which is insanely strong. And even though the silvers are less impactful, Best Friends is so much power for this board. He's actually very likely to upset Keon's streak, his own teammate, in this spot, as of course there was not much reason to remove her just yet. You need to save him for later. But NCC1 now has potentially the strongest board in the lobby currently, and he will snap Keon's streak.
Yeah, it's like you have a trade-off, right? Your teammates lose the streak, but you now put one again, so you have 2 players there in the top. Flans is the only one protecting it, and now once again, Mystery Loop after 4 round, 2-star, 5 cost is a little of a gamble, but of course, Thresh, the possibility, two people at least here, Milo, going for that gamble, so we were seeing 2-star, 5 cost soon enough.
Said there's already enough randomness in here, we might as well add just a little bit more. And I think with the emblems, you might be able to find use out of more of a wide range of 2-star 5 costs because you just have a little bit more flexibility in where the composition can go. So I like the idea behind this. We'll see if it pays off because Virtus.pro were the ones who aggressively went for those 5 costs.
100%. We see this the board that hit the win streak of the friendly unit, if you will. NCC1 here, already having the Jinx, has the front line, finds an Ornn just for fun that is normally not in this composition but makes sense with the archetype. Having the +1 has the possibility to get an additional unit, and it's a strong tank that now will give time to the Jinx to pop off.
Yeah, it's going to stabilize this board until he can replace it with an even better tank later, like a 4-star 4-cost 2-star instead of this 3-cost, and now going up against Zenbai is going to be Kuyui. And it is just still that Blighting Jewel Teemo holding on as best as it can in this +1 Shepherd line. Only on the 4 Shepherd for now, but this is a very good start to capping out with the Shepherd build. Blighting Jewel Ginsu Slam already. We talked about how sometimes navigating your direction in these lobbies can be tough. That is a very clear indicator to say, okay, Shepherd, Ginsu, LeBlanc, here we come.
Yeah, 100%. And normally we see the 5 Shepherd, but as you mentioned, he has the emblem. We could see the 7 Shepherd that is also so strong, give you the weight and also additional CC and control for the game. Koji thinking about that 4-2 big rolldown, having the additional artifact right now. Let's see if he pops. If he gets something interesting. Sonya makes sense. Maybe not an ideal one, but it could be. And also thinking about maybe other possibilities right now.
Yeah, I mean, Lichbane and Ludens are both AP at the very least, can maybe find a world where that can go on to a Sona. It's not exactly the most optimal, but it at least it finds a little bit more value for the composition. You're already going in that direction. I kind of like the Sonya's idea, though. It maybe help a little bit more with the front line, which is an issue now, is just a Gragas 1.
Yeah, also the scaling is very interesting, the Lichbane, because now double artifact, maybe Lichbane, as you mentioned, with the Winsus, and you have additional pop-up possibilities here. So Koji trying to hold on against Moji right now. Friendly fire for both of them. Moji already with a Silvermare in a big Cho'Gath in the backline, and probably trying to index into the Lulu line. So that's very interesting for him going late into the Stargazer possibilities.
Yeah, and notably, Flancy did end up dropping that streak while NCC1 has continued to an 8-win. I think it's likely they may have faced each other at some point here and we missed. But Milo at the bottom of the table is going to have to go pretty soon here. We're on neutral, so one more round, 70 gold, level 7. He's on the 8 loss and only 24 life left. He's also towards the AP flex line, potentially looking towards the Nami, as he is the one with the Space Groove contesting directly with Flancy.
He reforged 2 emblems right now and gets Primordial Arbiter that are normally good for the early stage of the game. This is a mess right now for him. So Milo, low in HP, not high rolling the emblem situation. It will be a difficult spot to navigate.
Let's see if he can high roll the roll down instead. Looking for those Namis, finds a pair of Tom Kenches.
Kench is there, not even one Nami. Very important for him to stabilize. He will need to find anything here. There's one.
There's one. He found it. No Blitzcrank on 8 just yet to go alongside this. Does find a Shen that he can use for the emblem holder for now, but really wanted that blitz, wanted the Nami too, because Flancy is so rich and has so much health to work with that he's going to have a much easier opportunity finding that 2-star. Milo goes up into Maris, who is playing around that Victor still. Ended up going towards an AD line, probably towards the Corki with the Rogue emblem instead of utilizing the Dark Star as much. However, there still is a little bit of hybrid slams with the Jewel Gauntlet.
Yeah, Maris looking for the Leona 3-star as a possibility. And now for Vision, they have to challenge Milo. They have to hold the Namis, making sure he's the lowest in HP for the other team and try to pressure. And once again, you wanted a chaotic lobby, prismatic to end it all, Cass.
It was a little too spicy for the game. They needed to simmer it down, cool it down, but then they said, you know what? This is too cool for my palate. We need a little bit more spice. Dump a whole bottle of hot sauce in this one, make a mess of it, and see what the players can do.
I mean, just like in the dessert right now, if you will, Flancy. More of a serious place right now. He was laughing in the start of the game, and now the big roll down. He needs to hit the additional unit right now, has the front line, lacking the back line.
Yeah, he also was able to find only a singular copy of the Nami on this roll down. He had the Space Groove +1. We'll see if he can actually convert from there as we look at Zenpai now, who did have the Nova +1, ended up in the Akali line, and now has a double artifact Graves, but it is just a Graves one and a Kindred one also on the double artifact. But that Kindred is terrifying when that thing gets upgraded.
Yeah, 100%. As you mentioned, that are the 2 carries that he's trying to pop up. He's in the yellow level 8, so we'll try to roll there at true 0. Still the Darkstar emblem there for MCNC. Without utilization, and Zenpai takes a big win right now against NCC1.
Yeah, NCC1 finally taking a loss, stayed at level 6 very notably on this 9-win, rolling down instead. We'll see if NCC1 is able to actually hit the 3 stars that he's looking for. I think we saw a 3-star Belveth on the board, but not sure what else he had, and if he can start pushing levels soon, because if not, level 6 at 4-3, you're gonna start dropping some HP.
Yeah, and now it's exactly as you mentioned, the SP is the most important resources in 4v4, and Kian together with NCC1 are the ones that can transfer that HP to Milo. If they know they're facing a shower, this is the moment to use the removers and try to do it. For Vision, it's not possible. They have low HP.
Yeah, and look at Maris's board. We hadn't had a look there in a little while, and he's been able to stabilize so heavily around the Darkstar Aurelion Soul. It also has a Voyager emblem. We've seen Voyager Aurelion is also an incredible backline unit.
Beautiful.
Why not both? Plus, there is a Morgana 2, the best tank in the game currently, upgraded to stabilize the board for Aurelion, 6 Darkstar online. This is everything you could want for Maris, and being the low health member of VP, having such a strong board, put so much pressure onto Vision.
Yeah, 100%. Even Milo doing bad, you can sacrifice one player if the other 3 are doing so great. Random boom once again for Trash. And this is the spicy one, Cass. This is the one that could flip the screen for all the players. Almost everyone falling for the Trash, and the bounties will start coming. Everyone trying to go for the rolls. Some of them trying to go to level 9 and cap their boards, but mainly going for trends and trying to win these few rounds.
Jumping on board with Moji, he does end up finding the Xayah 2 upgrade in the shop. Considering if he wants to build it, he does end up making it.
Oh.
Now he's going to have a bunch of artifacts to try and start upgrading this board.
Okay, Moji now. The use of Reforgers would be important for him. He's 25, so he needs to win. But of course, he doesn't want to challenge as much as possible if he goes against Milo. So let's see if they sacrifice Milo here, Cass, or they're just thinking about just popping off. And if the 3 of them win, it doesn't matter what happens to Milo.
Yeah, the thing is Milo has found a Blitzcrank 2 as well as the Nami upgrade. So he might not need to be sacrificed. However, the massive spike that Moji just did to this board with all of the artifacts is going to be incredibly difficult to contend with. The Nunu CCs everything, just comes down to the Blitzcrank, and the Nami is just not able to get through this front line in a reasonable amount of time. That will be Milo sacrificed as Moji makes a massive turnaround on 4-5, and he can start win streaking from here.
Yeah, Maris knows he's strong. It's not ideal to sacrifice a player, but of course, if the flight is so close, this is actually the most EV. Ideally, you want to win by less unit and not kill him directly. But of course, now VP will have to step it up. They have the players to do it. Flancy, the only one protecting the up front here for Vision.
Yeah, now it's all eyes on Maris for VP, being at only 18 life. If he goes down, that is a 7th, 8th for VP, and it forces NCC1 and Kian, the Temple players, to actually win out the game. Zenbai will face Kian now, also playing around the Xayah, having plenty of artifacts in his own right, but Zenbai has more. Zenbai has the Kindred upgrade that is doing so much. You look at these boards, how high the players are able to cap in a lobby with the emblem ensemble, with 2 prismatics.
Yeah,
and it is getting crazy in here.
100%. And Flancy starts to give HP to the rest. And Zenbai has a comp that normally doesn't work. It's the Master G. But he has the perfect active for it. That normally a B tier comp goes to S directly. So Zenbai, another power force right now for Vision Maris. Right now, having the Aurelion Soul, having the huge front line, should be stable, and decides to just do it now. So he's just taking units in, ensuring that the placement is correct, and of course the items are perfect.
Yeah, so deciding that having the Aurelion be both a Voyager and a Dark Star, not good enough. You need a real item on that outside of the emblems. Gonna move things around onto the Jhin, make him just a holder for those traits. Meanwhile, you do get a lot of extra damage on this Aurelion. This composition, in a lot of other lobbies, we would expect to be fighting for first, but here it's fighting for survival due to how much strength is in this lobby.
Yeah, and with the cap-out possibilities here for VP, is very important for Maris to preserve the spot right now. So Vision is using every resources. We see the goal. Almost everyone holding into and having the possibility. Moji thinking about going level 9, 55 gold still for him. So it's a Ghost for Maris. Should be an easy fight, not an additional frontline here for the Ghost.
Yeah, very safe for Maris. He won't go down just yet. So it's Zenbai and Moji that are the ones that we have to see whether or not they're going to keep these win streaks. Both of them hit hard on their last roll downs, and you can see a quick one. NCC1 gets obliterated by Zenbai's board.
It's just too strong. The access to the backline, and now Flancy keeps giving HP to the rest of the lobby, or maybe it's just not strong enough.
You can see the VP players, Kian, NCC1, they played so aggressively with their gold, so aggressively with the tempo of the lobby, but now they are in free fall compared to Vision, who played for highest cap in this absurd lobby with all the extra resources, double prismatic, 3 emblems, and Vision has hit some obscene caps on both Moji and Zenbai's boards.
And this is what happened with Xayah. It's not the normal carry that you want in the game. Having the emblem means that you need an additional one. So Urgot is supposed to be that one. He's lacking 1 Urgot here, Cass. With that, the thing will have changed a lot, so luck is not inside right now.
Yeah, 1 away from that Urgot. We'll see if Vision can try and hold those Urgots and prevent him from hitting the 3-star. As we take a look at Maris now, very low on HP, but this is maybe a shining light overall for the VP roster. He has this upgraded Aurelion. It does so much damage. It's got the backline. It's going to take down Flancy, but Flancy at this point, he was playing Temple for the team. He was the punching bag. He was the HP for Vision. He's not the strongest board that they have.
Yeah, he drops the lead here in HP, and now NCC1 is the one who can protect the rest of the lobby. Moji here, contesting the Xayah, has already won, and a possibility here to get 2-star, also the Jhin. Doesn't find it, now communicating just to make sure, Cass, at least in positioning, they're able to get a win out in case they face each other.
Yeah, we see Kian does end up finding a Rammus too. He's finding some small upgrades. He needs to be able to outlive Moji to give a shot to virtus.pro.
Kian finds the front line but doesn't find the Urgot.
No Urgot for him. He'll go against Kayui, which has the Blighting Jewel LeBlanc setup. Big carries for that Shepherd line we talked about earlier, but not the strongest for Vision. Meanwhile, Moji will face against Maris's board. It may have been the Ghost, but it is that Aurelion that he is having to contend with. So much single target damage there. The question is, can Moji break through the Morgana? And he does in this fight so far. Just the Kaisa left, but she gets there. Moji will fall. Kian loses the round, but he has enough HP to live. Maris as well on 2 and 3 HP respectively. Vision takes 7th, VP in 8th, but there are 2 VP players at threat of going down in the bottom 4 here, which would cause a blowout win for Vision.
Yeah, they need to maintain that in place. Finally finds the Urgot 3-star here for Kain. Is it too little too late? Now in the final placement of the game, Maris also in that difficult spot. Everyone looking for all resources here, guys. They need to maintain alive, and now the tensions is here, biting their nails. Kian knows they need to win this.
Yeah, and Kian does get one more artifact to add to the board as well. He gets an artifact plus the Urgot 3. This may be an opportunity, but he faces off against Maris. He removes his items. It looks like they've decided that Maris is the chance that they have to try and hold out.
Okay, Maris has an additional pop-up possibility, has already the Dark Star emblem, and of course Kian was just the tempo player. So good decision here, you have to sacrifice someone, and now Vision in an upper chance here. +1 point, +2 point, if they send someone else out, it's over for them.
NCC1 also takes a loss. Kuyoi does as well, which means that Vision could lose someone soon, but it feels like there's no win out for VP. Maybe Mars has the best cap that they can find. Maybe his matchup into Senbai is playable, but there is going to be a struggle for VP to claw this back. If they lose someone here, they are out. If they take down Kuyoi, they're still going to have to look for a first and third.
Yeah, and I mean, you'd have to avoid also friendly fire, so the randomness is not in your favor right now. Maris going up against Koji, so so no friendly fire, they need to win this, and Koji's just too strong right now with the LeBlanc. Double artifacts with a great synergy right now.
Yeah, and massive LeBlanc there trying to get through the Morgana front line. The damage is also there for Maris. Look, he found the Jin too. That was the big hit. He takes down Kuyoi, but so falls NCC1. Who lost harder? Is the game over? It looks like it may be, but they both fell at the same time.
Yeah, they got it. They got it. BP falls out, so the win goes directly into Vision. There it is. Koji, no, it's tied. There it is. BP, BP fourth.
BP fourth.
Koji
that's
there.
it.
So that's 3 players in the bottom. Moji wins against Milo. Koji wins against Kian, and finally, or NCC1 already diminished here. So it's a win right now for Vision. They play perfectly. Flancy being the top hero here, Cast preserving HP, transferring to the rest, and in the end, it was just a mathematical decision.
Yes, there it is. From there, with these matchups, Vision, outstanding play in this one, looking for those high caps. Whereas VP played the tempo game well. They just could not push enough damage, and Flancy holding on to all that extra HP for Vision, making a massive difference to get both Zenbai and Kuyoi to those strong boards.
Possibilities here just to give additional, here's Senbai with this board. I mean, having already the placement here, the Hurricane, the chances here with the Titanic Hydra, and having a great chance. And finally, Flancy, the player who was the hero for the team, played it great, full tempo, finding the Namis, trying to go for a Nami 3-star for the show, now up against Maris.
Just for show for Flancy. He's going to fire the Nami away. It's like Maris can't quite get there with the Aurelion. He will go down. Vision taking that first game against VP. They said that VP would be a footnote in their journey to winning the entire EWC, and they're starting off with a bang in one of the craziest lobbies we've had all of EWC 2026.
Normally, when the game is over, they just surrender and it's okay. This time, they maintain just to give us a show. So Flancy trying to go for the Nami 3-star, also Moji and the rest trying to go for the Aurelion Sub 3. They were trying to give us that, and that's the reason why they were laughing. So taking water right now, hydration, prepare, and of course the confident, and BP loses their first game, not of the series, of the whole tournament.
Yeah, massive win for Vision on this one. When you have these rare lobbies, Emblem, Prismatic, Thresh, it's so insane to watch, and we love to see the players absolutely cook.
Yeah, and exactly what it does. That was the Nami just popping off, and it was the end of the game.
And we will have the rest of the series coming up in just a moment. We'll go to a quick break, but Vision versus VP continues after this.
The interview before heading onto the stage said exactly this from Team Vision. Virtus.pro will be a footnote in TFT EWC history. Well, we are now one round away from that becoming a reality. They're backing up the trash talk, and Team Vision now lead 1-0 in the series over second place finishers of last year. Will VP fight back? We're going to have to find out together. Hey, welcome into the studio. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Counterfeit and Dobbs. Good to see you, boys. It started off pretty well for Team Vision, but it ended lackluster. It started off well for Virtus.pro. Walk me through this game number one, because obviously for Virtus.pro, first loss that they've taken in the entire tournament, they've got to be feeling it.
Yes, I feel like especially for Virtus.pro, they didn't have quite success on the RNG side. Earlier than 2-1, we had multiple emblems coming from both teams. And I feel like, especially for Vision, they had the better spots. And for Virtus.pro, they had 3 Anima emblems, which ends up being not that good. So I feel like, in my notes, I had like 2 players from Team Vision would be so far ahead, and both players were Flancy and Zenbai. And these guys are just amazing in converting great spots.
And so, Dobbs, you came into this and you said, hey, this is going to be a high variance game. I want to hear your thoughts on that in just a little bit. But casters, we were watching you, and during a big moment, we heard you had a pop-off moment.
Big carries for that Shepherd line we talked about earlier, but not the strongest for Vision. Meanwhile, Moji will face against Maris's board. It may have been the Ghost, but it is that Aurelion that he is having to contend with. So much single target damage there. The question is, can Moji break through the Morgana? And he does in this fight so far. Just the Kaisa left, but she gets there. Moji will fall. Keon loses the round, but he has enough HP to live. Maris as well on 2 and 3 HP respectively. Vision takes 7th, VP in 8th, but there are 2 VP players at threat of going down in the bottom 4 here, which would cause a blowout win for Vision.
Hupe and Casanova always bring in that action, bring in that energy. We've still got more to go in this series, and it was a good match. Again, for Virtus.pro, the first loss that they take. I'm curious to hear your takes on if that's going to have a tremendous effect. But Counterfeit, let's go to one of the final actions of that game, right? We're getting towards the tail end, and at this moment, it seems like all is lost for the side of Virtus.pro.
Well, I mean, we've of course got to bear in mind as we look at the last part of the game, we've got Maris, who is doing his best to save a game. I don't think we will see many more games exactly like this in the entire competition. So Vision are coming out of this one feeling confident. They did navigate this game very well, but I think Virtus.pro have still got plenty more to give us in game 2.
Let's find out if they do. We take a look at some of our stats from that game number 1 to tell the whole picture of what ended up unfolding between these 2 great teams. And you did say you had 2 players highlighted, right, from the very start, and well, they finish 1 and 2.
Yeah, Flancy and Zenbai, if you give them good spots, they are converting to wins. But the only player that have great augments on great emblems on the side of Virtus.pro was Maris. He tried to carry this game, but he was not just unable to recover the losses that they have across the board. But I feel like this game is very tough to Virtus.pro to take as a pattern, because the high variance just took away the chances to fight for this game, in fact, I would say. But the next game you have to start fresh, because it's important to recover from a loss like this.
As you said, we've got all the emblems, we have the prismatics coming in as well. I imagine we're going to be seeing a lot of trying to reset. Of course, there's the joy and happiness to carry across from that game with the focus and concentration from Virtus.pro. We must not forget, last year, nobody expected Virtus.pro to come through and clean out the competition. They are on the brink of being eliminated, but they're not gone yet.
Not yet. They still got hope, but man, that hope is starting to run out. They've got to turn things around very quickly. You keep mentioning high variance. Of course, for Team Vision, this works out for the best. For Virtus.pro, how could they have changed their luck in game number 1? And going into game 2, how do they get their head back into the game?
Well, I feel like just have better luck, I would say.
How do you do that? Break it down for me, Dobbs.
Yeah, but I feel like they have to stick with their plans. I feel like when you play a game of such a higher variance like this, you cannot afford being tilted. You have to make the right decisions. That is all about in Team 4v4, and I'm pretty sure they have have the tools to come back.
Well, Virtus.pro right now is down in the series. You can say the pressure is on, but the pressure is on because they were once in the hot seats.
Welcome to Hot Seats, where we have warm chairs and even hotter questions. I'm Pupeson, joined by Kian and NCC1. How are you guys doing?
Cảm thấy rất tốt. Ok ạ.
Which team do you think is simply overrated right now?
Tụi em nghĩ là Flashwolf. Rồi những cá nhân của họ thì khá là mạnh, nhưng mà khi mà ghép thành một team thì không thật sự quá mạnh. Sau khi train với đội đó nhiều thì mình cảm thấy là đội đó không mạnh như là những gì mà tụi em nghĩ.
Which player is just sleeping all the time? It's like he's not focused on the game.
Nghĩ là tất cả các thành viên của các đội đều thi đấu rất là tập trung, nên là không có người như vậy. Mình nghĩ là tất cả những đội ở đây là đều là những player rất là mạnh, nên là tất cả mọi người đều là tập trung vào trận đấu.
Which player has the worst hairstyle or haircut?
Em nghĩ đấy là Kabasuzu từ Vitality, vì cái tóc mới của anh ấy nhìn không đẹp lắm. Mình không thích mái tóc của Prevent đến từ McCoy lắm ạ. Không biết sao mà mình cũng thích ạ.
Which player do you think is the most selfish in the game?
Em nghĩ không phải ích kỷ mà là kiểu tố chất ngôi sao mà gánh đội là Wonbi từ Aurora. Tại vì người mới vô địch thế giới nên là trình độ rất là cao. Mình thì nghĩ là Lê Thị Chuân ở bên AG, tại vì Lê Thị Chuân có một lối đánh dành khá nhiều tài nguyên và sẽ có một cái sự cách team cao ạ.
Which team has the worst synergy or the worst chemistry in the game?
Em nghĩ đấy là đội Nemesis, tại vì đấy là một đội mới nên là nghĩ là cái sự gắn kết không quá cao. Mình thì nghĩ là McCoy, tại vì đội đó cũng khá là mới ạ.
Which do you think is the worst team right now and should take a shuttle directly to the airport?
Em nghĩ đội tệ nhất hiện tại là Nemesis và bọn em sẽ đưa họ về sân bay vào ngày mai. Xem ạ.
Thank you for your answers. This is it for us. This is EWC 2026.
Both orgs are tied in the club championship race in number 5. Both teams want to make it to semifinals, but only one team is closer to the other, and it's Team Vision. Virtus.pro need to come back. Can they do it? Well, we'll find out in just a moment.
Can Virtus.pro bounce back, or will Vision leave them as a footnote in the journey to the end of EWC 2026, where they try to become the winners? Here, Hupeson, do you think Virtus.pro has what it takes to bring this back after that last game?
They showed it last year, the runner-up for EWC 2025, coming again, holding strong, 2-0 to get here, and now the loss. And this is exactly what you're saying, Cass. Can they hold on? After a loss, can the mental maintain? We see the expression. They were laughing on first game. They were having a chill. Now the tension starts to build for them.
It's time to lock in. Game 1 had a lot of variance. That is fair to say. It is one of our craziest games of TFT. It's why people love TFT, because you get something different every time you boot it up, and sometimes you get one of those small percentage chance games where you get a mixed bag of every little piece of variance. And in that game, it was Flancy and Vision that were able to navigate better. The Virtus.pro have shown how dominant they can be, with that being their very first loss of EWC 2026. And now, Soraka and Thresh are gods as we jump right in to Game 2.
And everyone should go for that Thresh, go for the variance, go for the increasing resources to try to get additional combat and any possibilities that adjust to pressure. We see Maros here from BP. He played a well game, had a plan, couldn't perform. So he's actually one of the players that needed to happen here. Pando was saying it throughout the desk. A player that has had great performances throughout the Riot official circuit, now coming into EWC, trying to perform also for his team.
The start this time will be slower, the variance a lot less. We didn't have the emblems. Instead, our encounter is the Golden Gala. So no emblems, no prismatics, Yes, you've got Thresh, but at least a little bit more manageable. And we'll see how VP can perform in a game that has less craziness. Are their fundamentals enough to carry them through against Team Vision?
Now, if you want emblems, you have to pick them. So you can game maybe spreading route, something like that, but you have to go into that line. It's not like the game is forcing you to Senbai, a player that also was popping off in the last game, trying to get an early start here. Gets the Primordial, so ideal spot for him to pressure the lobby, try to play for the Jinx or the Akali that has been the menace throughout the games that we have in previous days.
Yeah, being able to get that extra economy from the Primordians can be massive, especially for that Akali composition. Really easy transition, great item holders available, very comfortable position, and we see Akali in every single team, sometimes even multiple copies from the same team.
A change of characters in both games. First game, as you mentioned, full randomness, and now more of a pick out, a line selection, if you will. There's two types of games. Normally, you line selection games or resource management. Resource management will be more important right now. Select early your line and then just try to help as much as possible. Possibilities here, Bodyguard if Senbai wants to be the win-out player, and of course Gold if you want to lose and maybe maintain a lose streak right now and just help later.
Yeah, we've seen a good amount of advanced loan over the course of the tournament. Players using it to have the extra resources, so in the end game they can hold extra units, they can push for those big win-out, big caps, but of course advanced loan is going to reduce your augment power, but you know it's golden gala, so you're trading a gold for a silver, in this case guaranteed.
Okay, Senbai also goes for Bodyguard, so we have two Bodyguard players in Vision, Senbai and Moji. So both of them are going to think about the later stage of the game cast. The rest need to preserve HP, similar to what Flancy did in game 1.
You see as Kiyoi does end up picking up the advanced loan for Vision, so going to be getting additional econ and not leveling up the board too much. Is just going to be playing for that potential loss streak, as Zenbai will end up taking the win.
Slamming here for Flancy, so exactly what we mentioned. He's going to pop off. He's going to use all the resources right now, and if Flancy doesn't get a tempo advantage, it will be difficult. NCC1, the player in the tempo side also here for VP, has the win, so has the Ezreal to start lacking a little frontline, and of course looking for upgrades right now.
There's an advanced loan as well for Milo, so there is going to be a couple players on that early economy. Meanwhile, Kion does end up getting the spreading roots, and we're going to see Marauder as part of that start.
Yeah, for him, Marauders for plus Psionic is a great spot. He can really go index. Normally, we only see 2 Psionic, now having 4 as a possibility. Maris directly with an open, and also with economy augments, he's thinking about the later stage of the game and also protecting against Vision.
Yep, calculated loss is going to allow him to just feel good about the open fort. He gets all that extra economy, potential for win out, and while doing so, can continue to grief any loss streaks out of Vision. NCC1 is going to be on that win streak pretty easily. Ezreal 2, frontline item slammed, as well as the Ginsu potentially looking to go in the Shepherd line and for that LeBlanc.
Yeah, also holding Primordials there just to have additional possibilities, maybe trying to go for Jinx if that's an angle for him. So very important for them. Normally we see the board and we know where they're playing right now, but if you see the bench, that's actually the most valuable information, because that's what they're preparing for the later stage of the game. Kian here, going for slamming also with the win streak, and Flancy doesn't have the win streak. So Kian is the one protecting here for VP, having 3 other players thinking about more the later stages of the game. So Maris, Milo, together with are in the lower bracket and in the lower part, and Kian and NCSC are just pressuring right now to transfer HP later.
Exactly what VP has been trying to do in the previous game as well. They had 2 players playing tempo excellently, but they could not find the win out in the last game, and they couldn't dispense enough punishment onto Vision to get the job done. NCC1 is going to move on to the Primordian, at least for the front line, is going to get the Briar to carry instead of the Ezreal that we saw earlier.
Yeah, and we see here what happened to Flancy. He has a great composition for the later stages, for stage 3, if you will, in the next round, and he didn't slam any items. He's just using them in particular way, like individually. So he's thinking about popping off later, and for now, who is supposed to protect the tempo is not doing it. So the early stage of the game, going against for virtus.pro, but we know Vision has a plan to pop off later.
On board now as Zenbai picks up a win over Moji. Will be Maris on the 3-loss streaks, fully controlled by virtus.pro. Now we get the Thresh and the Soraka, our first God pick, and for the most part, everyone going towards the Thresh as we expect, but Maris considering that Soraka.
Yeah, Maris with the lose streak with calculated loss prefers Soraka for now. Everyone just wants a randomness. I mean, additional resources. Already having a plan means that you can go for this Soraka just to maintain your plan and just continue the lose streak. For everyone else, is trying to pop off, trying to get a better angle cast, because still the situation, I mean the placement, the archetype of these players is not well defined. They really need to go into the line. Flancy is supposed to pressure the lobby, he's not. And of course, you want to have that in place as soon as possible.
Golden Remover for Moji, very good in 4v4, be able to permanently have removers available, hold on to HP. Ideally for this kind of build, when you are able to find the Golden Remover, you love to be in the win streak area, because then you've got all this health and the remover allows you to start spending it for your allies. But you know, not quite there for Moji. He's only had one loss. His board is relatively strong, but maybe not enough to contend with NCC1 or Kian, and we'll see that immediately here. He puts a death cap onto the Teemo in an attempt to try and get through a bunch of these units, and that Mordekaiser is holding fast on the front line, but Briar has a ton of damage. It's actually a relatively close fight due to the Shepherd giving that additional front line, and the Briar is trying to fight her way through. She will find her way to the Teemo. Moji just on level 4, not going to be able to hold up to NCC1's level 5 board. Kian also looking to hold on to the streak. It is going to be Zenbai that we see now, able to go at least to 2, but all the level 5s are actually on the side of virtus.pro. Milo, Kian, and NCC1. Vision are playing very measured towards that late game style. We saw this a lot from Flash Wolves. They played very heavily towards win out, playing more individually, less around this distinct team play of play that high tempo, keep HP, and spend it for your lower players. And it's worked for Flash Wolves thus far. They've been able to find a lot more first place, a lot more win out spots. And in the previous game, it was similar. Good early game control from VP, but Vision found the caps.
Yeah, Vision pressures a little more the stage 3 that is more difficult, so now VP will need to protect not only this early stage of the game that they're already winning, they need to roll a little, maybe try to find that angle in stage 3 and then pressure even more, because you don't want them to pop off like they did in last game. So it's scavenger situation, if you will, for virtus.pro, pressuring, maintaining HP, and then the pop-off from Vision.
And VP not able to hold on to the double streak as they do rotate into each other. Kian is going to be the one who gets to be the beneficiary, while NCC1 pretty low on gold. Losing the streak does hurt quite a bit. When you look at the side of your screen and you see the gold for each player, Kian is kind of the poorest as we start to see players spend a little bit more.
Perfect spot right now for VP, 3-player defending 1, 2, 3, and you have the lose streak on Maris generating so much HP. So full early game going for virtus.pro, or runner-up from 2025, having great chances here. Moji, thinking about how he can pop off in the rest of the game. Having the emblems means he will have to go into the Marauder line and try to play the Master Yi.
Yeah, Kian with that emblem does want to go potentially towards the Marauders, as you're saying, has the Psionics. It's going to be really strong to have both of these emblems for that comp, and while it's been lesser seen, we've had a few games of Yi where the conditions are so good that the Yi does pop off. It actually has a great game, and because we just see it from those strong conditions, it ends up looking like a stronger comp than it kind of is in the current patch.
Yeah, it goes into the stats in a particular way. Of course, we want to see Titanic Hydra, we want to see artifacts going in for Kian, probably what he's looking for here in the next augment that we'll see on 3-2. Kian trying to hold it here, and of course maintain the win streak that is holding up so strong. His board doesn't look great, he's just having good placement of the augment, and of course matchmaking is helping him.
And we'll see if he can continue. He ends up getting an Urgot in for the 4th Marauder. Goes up against Koyoi. Should be another win. I mean, this is incredibly tanky Rek'Sai. The damage should all be there from the Urgot, at least for the early part of stage 3. This is where Vision can start to turn things around, though. Clancy,
down.
Koyoi both go up to level 6. They haven't rolled yet. We see them at both 60 and 50 gold respectively with that level up. 3-2 when they see the augment selection, that's where maybe we see some of these level 6 rolldowns in order to stabilize the board and start winning on stage 3.
For VP, looks like everything is in control, but this is the eye of the hurricane. Later, Vision will start to pop off, and now is when we will start seeing stage 3, the pressure from them. On this situation, we see Maris on the right just getting additional gold, goes for the Anima also to get additional possibilities, and Koji is the one trying to transfer right now and pop off and try to then preserve tempo for them.
And of course, you're seeing the silver augment due to the advanced loan. It felt like on Golden Gala, though, it's low risk. You know that you're trading a gold for a silver. It's not the worst trade in the world to get that jump start on your economy. Kuyoi is going to end up getting the Belveth upgrade for this board. You expect on 3-2, some of these players on the small loss streaks will want to shift things around, but Kuyoi is quite rich and playing around the Anima for some small cash outs in the interim.
Yeah, he needs to try to get additional resources here. Probably it's not going for 400, anything crazy, just 100, and anything additional. Great for Jinx, great here for the Aurora, and trying to pressure. Find the Velvet 2-star, finally, is so important here for him. Senbai, still in the lower placement. Goes for economy, and Vision cast here goes deep down again. They're not trying to pressure stage 3. Senbai thinking about the later stage of the game and winning the game, not now.
Yeah, getting that extra gold. Moji picks up some additional combat power since he was more on that win streak angle, having that golden remover to be able to make sure he can hold the HP for the team. So it will be Moji trying to protect the rest of Vision while they look for these very high caps. Meanwhile, Kian, we see, does have the Dark Star emblem now, so the Psionics reforged away. And it is going to be looking instead to try and play around this Dark Star, with the item slams being a little bit more friendly towards the Akali 2 with that Gunblade.
Yeah, this is not the angle that he wanted to. There's a lot of rolls you can get. So the thing, I mean, Darkstar is a better emblem, but you mentioned it. You don't have the resources to use it perfectly, and TFT is a resource management game right now. Going up against Senbai, who eliminated items, decides to put a little, but Senbai we know is in a lose streak right now.
So it will be Kian, who did lose his win streak. He finally took a loss, but not looking to continue that loss streak. It seems as though his board is still powerful enough in stage 3. Won't get to keep the streak, but Milo will carry the torch for VP. Still, the HP preservation heavily in the favor of virtus.pro, with Moji in that spot we talked about earlier, continuing to try and hold it as we do get Thresh with the random boon once again. Most players going in that direction, but a few more players going for that belt on Soraka.
Yeah, but this is Kale. This is Soraka doing cosplay of Kale, if you will. So normally Kale is the one giving you the items, and that's the moment that you want to go for Soraka. A belt that is so important right now, maintaining the tanks as a good possibility, and more randomness. They're talking, they're thinking about that. This is the moment that we have the most communication about the team cast. They're thinking about how exactly are they going to pressure. Do they need to use the removers now to preserve AP, or do they save it for later?
Yep. Meanwhile, NCC1 still preserving a good amount of life in his own right. He was on the early win streak, took a couple of losses, and now back on the 2 win with the 380 items slammed onto the Misfortune. Kuyoi versus Maris, both of them on the Anima, just trying to take the small cash outs, as you mentioned earlier, Hupe, but Maris quite rich. You see level 7, 36 XP already pumped. Very close to getting to that level 8 to start rolling down and looking for the 4 costs with a Riven already on board.
Yeah, and for Maris is more important. He has 8 lose streaks, so he can generate a lot more from Anima in this round. So great for him to avoid Koji, who was on purpose very, very weak, to try to punish him a little. So Maris, once again, additional pop-up, more resources for him, and he could be the win-out player for VP.
Yeah, we really have to pay close attention to this roll down from Maris, because he is going to be able to pick up a little bit more from the Anima. If he takes one more loss, he goes 200, but I imagine you just take this now, get the Jinx 2, get a little bit more value, and is this the turn that you go level 8? You have 9 rolls available. It looks like he's just pre-leveling.
So greedy.
Next turn. It is incredibly greedy.
I love this for Maris. And he's not even thinking about it. He got permission. You have to be greedy. Go for it. Really pop off. Try to use the resources. And Koji just trying to maintain tempo.
And because of that, look at the HP totals of the lobby, right? VP has all the health except for Maris. They know they can sack for him as much as possible every time he rotates into a teammate. And so it's take one more round. Get as strong as possible, because Vision is going to outcap us this game.
Yep.
You must be the one to carry the torch, Maris.
Yeah, if they're going to outcap us, send at least 1 or 2 in the bottom and then fight it out in the rest of the game. Make sure that they have to go 1-2 to win against you, and that's exactly what virtus.pro is doing right now. Great placement. Koji once again taking the loss, and Moji against Senbai. friendly fire here and taking the win for
Yeah,
Senpai.
Maris does take that last loss down to 16 HP. How big of a roll down can we see?
Trying to go directly, or obviously trying to find the units as soon as possible. Has a bar just to try to inflex. Finds Riven, going for the Nami. Not even one Nami still. Front line almost in place.
Rolling deep on neutrals, does not want to risk the clock causing any issues for him. He can still sell a little bit more up to about 40 gold, still make decent econ, and then go from there. All the free rerolls used. Maybe a little over-rolling, but Maris wants to be better safe than sorry. You want to make sure you can complete your turn on 4-1 and don't lose, creating a tragedy for the team.
Finally finds one Nami to go to there with Riven. So Riven will probably be an AP caster.
Nami pair.
So important for him.
Morgana pair.
He needs a tank. Can be Morgana, can be Tamkench. Either of them works.
Gets a Shen to add to it as well. Gwen upgrade. Ornn and a big pickup with that Morgana. He does have to find room for her. Ends up taking out the Nunu for the Morgana too.
This is close enough. He has the pair, he has the possibilities here, the tank assemble, and just trying to find the Nami right now, going up against Moji, who finds Aurelion Sol, still with a decent frontline tank because they haven't rolled yet. So additional chance here for Maris being able to pop off, and now Moji needs to advance.
Notably, Maris wasn't the only one who rolled aggressively. Zenbai and Kuyoi all the way down to 0 gold. They're trying to send Maris 8th. They were looking for his units, presumably in this spot. Everyone from Vision roll to look for Nami, except for Moji, who is holding on to a lot of HP and that gold.
If you use so many resources and you don't send Mari 8th, this could be a lost game ideally for them. Senpai taking the loss and NCC1 communicating for them. They need to pressure here, Cass.
Yeah, it wasn't just Kuyoi and Zenbai. Flancy as well spent everything to try and cage Maris. He hit pretty hard. He had the pair of Namis. If he can find the Nami too, I think Maris can escape, but we have to see the rest of these boards. Zenbai playing around the 2-star Akali, and that is all as we get the augment selection.
They didn't got much here for Vision. Maris holding deep once again. Changing that, and finds the Nami.
Finds the Nami, that is massive. Vision rolls down aggressively, tries to send Maris 8th, but he's found his composition. He has an itemized carry in the Nami. He has the best tank in the game. He has the Morgana.
Has the additional resources for Amnia to also go into the Riven. This is ideally what virtus.pro wants, and they want to tie the series here, Cass. Our runner-up from last year, in great placement and good tempo to win the game.
Yeah, meanwhile, Milo and NCC1 both on massive win streaks. They can donate some health towards Maris without it feeling too bad. Removers had been used. I think NCC1 probably can afford to put the items back in. He's probably going to take more of a loss than they'd like, but I guess they just want to gauge the strength of Maris first,
yeah, just make sure
before sending him out of the game prematurely on accident.
Let's just make sure if some accident has happened in the past for sure, and having that chance, they already have the win, the game almost won. We cannot call it for sure because it's 4v4, anything can happen, and there's still a chance for Vision to pop off here.
Yeah, Vision just have to find the rest of their spots. I'm not seeing a ton of hits for them immediately. It looks like a little bit of low rolls on that full send when they tried to stop Maris because they were not successful in doing so. And even now, Maris does hit a Tom Kench 2 to add to it. Looking at Zenbai's board, he spent a lot of money, but I'm not seeing what he even got from it.
Yeah.
There's a Shen playing around the Akali. Kuyoi is playing around the Corki.
Corki 1 for Kuyoi, doesn't have the Ramus 2, is being held by virtus.pro. So virtus.pro, even being on top, they're playing defense. So every red personality here is just being pop off, and this is perfect defense from virtus.pro.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Flancy was the one directly contesting the Nami. He only finds a single copy where Maris finds everything. Looks like an opportunity for some domination from virtus.pro, as Maris is not really in much danger of going down. Yes, the health bar says so, but the board strength says otherwise. Meanwhile, all the members of Vision in freefall taking a lot of losses. Virtus.pro has played the tempo game excellently and has positioned a potential win out in Maris.
Yeah, they are forcing Vision to play suboptimally, to roll when they shouldn't, to try to get units that they shouldn't, and not being able to have the loser player from virtus.pro take the 8th, and now being so strong, looking very dire right now for Vision.
Virtus.pro said, yeah, you can beat us in the cook-off, but can you beat us at good old-fashioned fundamental 4v4 TFT? And right now, it's a masterclass from Virtus.pro in the second game.
They're doing it. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to, being the runner-up, and of course, making us dream once again to have a great final against Weibo. Koji here trying to find that Corki, doesn't even have the pair, at least trying to find the Ramus, rolling to through zero, and no luck for him.
Donkey rolling across the board from Vision, and they're not finding anything. As much as it has been that masterclass from Virtus.pro, a little bit of low rolling going on here from the side of Vision in this game, and that is making it so Virtus.pro can try and send them swiftly into that 7-8 and even look for a full blowout.
Flancy knows it. We see the expression there. He knows he doesn't have the carry. He knows they were being outcapped and out-tempoed right now by virtus.pro, showing at standing right now. Corki 1, Nami 1 on the right, and Vision in a difficult position.
Yeah, NCC 1 trying to send out Koyoi with that Corki 1. He's found some frontline stability, though. He did pick up the Mighty Mech. And these Virtus.pro members played aggressively when it came to the tempo. Not having too much power yet, but that's enough to deal some damage to Koyoi. Flancy gonna go down in 8th. He has done so much for this Vision squad across the course of the tournament, but this game was just not his. Contesting into Maris' Nami does not find the units, and it is a swift 8th for him. Meanwhile, Zenbai finds the win, but Moji now on a 2-loss streak. Huyui in trouble on just the single copy of Corki. It is pain for the Vision squad.
There was a pivotal moment, stage 4-1, everyone went to roll, everyone was just trying to grief the rest of the units, but it didn't work out for Vision. They went for the Hail Mary, didn't work, and now it's just a matter of time right now. Kojoy knows he's weak and just trying to win it here against the Bites. One of them will be sacrificed. Let's see if Kojoy managed to win one more.
Yeah, trying to hold out a little bit longer to maybe send Maris out, but none of them on the Vision squad feel like they can take out that board. Maybe Moji with his LeBlanc 2, but that would be at best, as the Akali runs swiftly to the back line, sends Corki out, and Koyoi quickly to follow.
Yeah, Kojoy, if you're playing Corki, you need to stabilize a lot before. He couldn't. He tried to play defense right now. So we have 2 players from Vision in 7 and 8. So the only situation, the only scenario for them to win is to go 1-2, and with the pressure from Virtus.pro, it just doesn't look likely.
Yeah, I mean, going 1-2 when there's above 50 HP for 3 members of Virtus.pro, basically 2 lives apiece for Zenbai and Moji. If they take 1 small loss, potential for a 3rd, but very unlikely. Kian able to utilize that early lead to go level 9 on 4-7. Very early level 9 that he's able to complete with that explosive growth. And that's going to allow for this board to get even stronger. Holding the Ramuses from Koyoi the whole time. Using it as the tank for his composition with the Brawler emblem, because that allows that flexibility.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, getting the Bastion in, and normally a unit, as you mentioned, that is not in this composition, just using it for it, and tempo play, great recognition here, elite for Kian in the 4v4. NCC1 just trying to pressure. Level 9, get an additional unit, finds the Vex together with the Nova. Let's see if he has items for it.
Yeah, Kian's Ramus is the polar bear found in Paris, France right now. It is being enough for the team to send Koyoi out in 7th and punish the Vision members for their low rolls. Maris going to be going up against that Kian board. Hopefully for VP, they don't mess up the sacrifices, but they do feel like Maris should be the strongest player in the lobby, and I think that is a correct assessment. Even though the Ramus is tanky, Maris should be fine. Moji is going up against Zenbai, so a little friendly fire needs to happen already from Vision. And it looks like Zenbai able to hold on. Moji's front line does crumble. He has the damage when it comes to LeBlanc, but the front line has been too weak.
Yeah, Moji takes the L. Zenbai looking strong, but doesn't have the level 9. And he's already contested on the Vex with the tempo that Virtus.pro has already assembled. Moji just trying to hold up as anything as he won. The Nunu wasn't fine for Moji. We're already on stage 5. The defense from Virtus.pro made whole difference.
Yep, nothing able to be hit for this Vision squad. Looking like a blowout in response from VP after that first game where Vision was able to outcap.
There it is, trying to find the win here. Goes up against the Kindred. Is this the moment? VP Kian having a chance here to take the series away from Moji. The LeBlanc needs time to ramp up, but they don't have the time with the tank.
Yeah, there's only a one-star front line from Moji versus this massive brawler.
Akali's on the back.
There's the Akali onto the LeBlanc, and that's gonna swiftly send Vision 6th, 7th, and 8th. VP domination here in Game 2.
This is exactly what they needed. Losing Game 1 and being top-notch right now. Elite gameplay for Kian, maintaining tempo, pressuring the Loki, and not making Flancy have any chance to pop up into the game, making sure they play suboptimal, and a magnificent win right now for Virtus.pro.
Look, we said it earlier, there's a reason this team made it to the finals in 2025. Their team play is exceptional. They're great at the 4v4 strategy. You reduce variance, you increase the power of Virtus.pro. In the most standard of standard games that you can get of TFT, that is where they will put on the biggest show. And yes, low rolls from Vision, but the punishment that came to those low rolls from Virtus.pro was swift and decisive.
Yeah, Moji trying to hold up with the LeBlanc, didn't have the Nunu 2-star in the front, and it was just too much pressure from Virtus.pro. Had everything. They had the level 9, they have the additional damage, they have the influx in economy, and of course NCC1 finding the Vex, finding the Nova angle. They won every race they had to.
Yeah, the trust in Maris let him drop so incredibly low, use the anima, look to build the cap out, because that was Vision's potential way back in. The rest of the team has so much health, but we're going to send it off to a break. We'll be back with the final game of Virtus.pro and Team Vision.
Well, not a 2-0 this time. It's going to Game 3. Virtus.pro answer back in a big way. Now, the question is, can they close the series out? Well, I'm going to ask at least one of our analysts in just a little bit. Hey, check it out. Welcome back into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, Dobbs Counterfeit. Now, this game, much different from game number 1. A lot of RNG in game 1. High frequency was crazy. This game, though, standard, and therefore Virtus.pro is able to go back to their bread and butter.
Yes, I like how Virtus.pro actually piloted this game. They didn't feel tilted after the blowout on game 1, and I feel like they just did an amazing job. They had Maris as the headliner. He shined so much on that groove composition, and I feel like, as well as in the other hand, I would say for Team Vision, they're relying so much on Flancy, but they didn't show off on this game.
I feel like that's kind of what they've always been doing, relying on Flancy. And if Flancy underperforms, well, then all of a sudden this team is in trouble. Putting all your eggs in one basket has worked up until this point, though, so I can't really fault it necessarily. Let's go to one of our in-game moments. I believe it's stage 4-1. We had here, and this is where Virtus.pro is now starting to get situated, looking a lot more comfortable. Counterfeit, what are we looking at?
All right, well, hopefully we'll have that come up for us.
That's right.
In just a second. It's so exciting, we can't even show it on the TV. But yeah, of course, we saw it in the previous game. Maris doing an incredible job of holding on for a really, really long time. This was, I think, one of the moments where it could have conceivably gone quite poorly for Virtus.pro if they had dropped down. But of course, Moji on the other side, another player who's known for taking the 8th for the squad. But when Maris pulls out the big guns, that's when it counts.
Yes. I feel like Maris did such an amazing job. He holds his economy on stage 3, and he rolled it very deeply on 3-7 in 4-1, and after that he was unbeatable.
Unbeatable indeed. Let's go to the end of the game, though, for our final action. This is where Virtus.pro starts to really feel like, okay, we can do this. We're about to close it out. We take a look at it, of course, and VP, man, just on fire throughout this entire game.
Yes, I mean, especially for Team Vision, they're relying so much on Flancy, as I was saying, and he had up to 30% win rate. And this game, he didn't fail. He didn't have a great opportunity to win out. So I feel like for the last game, he need to show off, but I feel it's going towards Virtus.pro.
All right, we take a look at our stats from that game number 2. We take a look at all the players here and who ended up performing incredibly well. Now, at the top, we are going to have NCC1, who was instrumental in that victory against Nemesis on day number 1, pulling off 2 back-to-back first places. He's going to put another one in his books.
And again, we want to sort of reiterate from what we saw from game 1, incredible variance. Second game could not have been more standard TFT. virtus.pro showed us exactly why they were the team to make it all the way to the finals before. A dominating performance. If we see more than that, I imagine it's going to go a similar way.
Yeah, and you could see that on their faces. We've seen after the first game, they were down. And I mean, Team Vision was like laughing and happy with the result. But the everything just turned around after the game 2.
Yeah, Vision, man, they got to come back. They were the ones who struck first, up leading 1-0, but they did get a lot of RNG that went their way. Now, when the game was standardized, virtus.pro went back to what they know. Second place from last year. They obviously want to return back into the grand finals, but they've got to get through one more round. And for Vision, well, they started out hot, okay? They said VP. VP will be a footnote in the TFT EWC history. When you come out with fire like that, with the trash talk as fuego as that was, you got to back it up. So at this point in time, for Vision, they've got to close this out, because if VP does, it's going to be a wild experience, I'm sure, on that very stage. When they go to shake hands, it might be a little bit spicy. It's going to be a fun one for sure. What are we expecting? I actually want to go to you, right? We've got VP. Will they win? Is VP going to be your team to take the victory, or are you thinking Team Vision? Let's start with virtus.pro.
All right, do I think virtus.pro are going to win? I've done some research, some deep research. I've been doing it across the entirety of this competition to make sure I've aligned all the dots
in there.
Of course, we needed all of the notes, because otherwise we wouldn't have the correct answer. But I think on this page, I have got the final one. So do I think virtus.pro are going to win?
Undisputed, yes. It can't be written any more clear. virtus.pro are going to win based upon Counterfeit's notebook. And he's got all the answers in there, by the way. Hey, EWC is an incredible product. So much is happening. And I love the fact Amazon Prime is doing something special. They did it a couple years back. They're bringing it back. It's the Level Up series.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
That documentary is epic. You need to check it out. It's going to be on your screen shortly. Hey, check it out. Big series. Game number 3. Pay attention. Is it going to be Vision? Is it going to be virtus.pro? You have two Titans with a lot of history, not only this year for EWC TFT, but also last year as well. One trying to make it into the winner's circle, the other trying to just continue to make history. After all, they've already done so. They put their organization up to be tied with that of virtus.pro. I'm talking Vision, of course, in number 5 spot. That's over $1 million going to their org if they can hold on tight until week 7 when the Club Championship race ends. A lot on the line, not only from the org's perspective, but also for the teams themselves and the individuals. They want to be winners, but only one can truly be that winner. They're tied up 1-1 in this series, and well, it's not going to be easy. Nothing ever is. Will RNG play a factor, or do we go back to a standard gameplay? And maybe virtus.pro does exactly what they did in game number 2. Everybody wants to be a champion, but only one can truly be the title defender. We head to the stage for game number 3 in just a moment.
Rob, 1-1, and listen, one team has been putting a lot of forwards, but I'm starting to see stress on these faces.
I mean, it's not even just one team at this point. They are both talking absolutely spicy and with good reason. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is 1-1. One of these squads got to go home, and we are probably on the verge of having the most fire post-match interview of the entire tournament today.
I can't lie, I don't know which one I want, because regardless, the post-match interview is gonna be sick. But these guys, yeah, they've been on the receiving end of that smack talk.
Yes.
And they're just putting the actions behind their words. They wanted to showcase they can do it, and right now they just equalize. It's 1-1,
Yes,
everything's
sir.
up in the air, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, this type of energy right here, please go ahead. Oh, actually, gonna be right here with me, the master.
Right here with you, man. Let's go.
Teamwork, make the dream work, ladies and gentlemen. And that is exactly what these squads are needing right now. You can't rely on one person. You need everybody. Of course, Vision's over there having Flancy, who is absolutely godlike, but will his skills be enough? It is officially 1-1, ladies and gentlemen. And let's see who is gonna get the tiebreaker. We about to get to it.
You heard it from Rob. Game 3 of this quarterfinal at EWC between virtus.pro and Team Vision. A big win from Vision out the gates, followed by dominance. A masterclass out of virtus.pro, but who can take this down and get one step closer towards winning EWC? And who will have their key crushed alongside their dreams?
They have to embrace volatility. We saw game 1 being so predominant. So many things were happening at the same time. So many resources, Trash, Prismatic. Then in the normal game, the standard one, BP was the one to pop off. They both need to be in the top of the edge. And we see it now. Preparing, mentally being ready for that. Vision, the #1 seed from the Chinese region, and of course virtus.pro are runner-up. Players that were underdogs in the last year now popping off again. Power of friendship fully developed for them.
Yeah, the underdogs from last year, but since they've had some great success across their TFT careers, and nobody is doubting them after the performance that was put on in 2025, and they started off so hot, not losing a single game. Finally, Vision says, these virtus.pro players can bleed. We can stop them, and they stopped them a single time. But will that be the only loss virtus.pro will be seeing today, or can Vision finally get the job done? Flancy needs to make it happen for this team. He's been the clutch factor every single time. Can he do it once more as we jump into game 3? Soraka and Yasuo as our gods.
The stage is set. One of these teams will have their key crush after this game, and of course Yasuo is the name of the game. We saw this god so prevalent, not only when you play 3-star, but also when you want that beefy tank with possibilities like Cosmic Hex, that you have HP scaling. And of course, Flancy is starting in a good mood. And when Flancy starts with joy, starts with a smile, normally that's when Vision wins.
Yeah, he wants to see those component anvils. It's going to let him tailor the composition he decides to play. A lot more control over the game when you see this encounter, especially in a game like 4v4, when you can start to decide, okay, you two are AP, you two are 80, you're going for a Kali. It allows you to easily control the directions of your teammates.
Yeah, and the quicker that you can do that, the more easier the games develop. We saw it exactly on game 2, virtus.pro immediately going for the possibilities. We see Porte there as Stargaze the Constellation, so we really want, if anyone goes to that line and plays the Saya, they want tempo. They want to really pressure the lobby and get that influx of gold to later pop up into the game.
Belveth picked up off an orb for Flancy, so early Primordian start going to be available to try and play for that economy.
Flancy in a great way, the streamer from the Chinese region, one of the pop-ups, one of the OGs of TFT. We all learned from the Chinese tech, and Flancy was the first one to bring it throughout the world. So of course, a pillar for the TFT community, coming into EWC and trying to once again get into quarterfinals tomorrow.
One last PvE round before we jump into those augment selections, but continuing to set the stage. I mean, BP made it all the way to the finals in the previous year. They are one game from being eliminated back against the wall, but they had already bounced back in the previous game. They have the momentum as we go into our first augment selection.
You know, Grab, if he wants to maybe go for that. Birthday Reunion, also Warpath, very heavy. I mean, difficult to perform, but in 4v4 you can do it. Players have to help you a lot. No, he decides to go for Birthday Reunion. It's a great augment. He can pressure tempo, and he can go immediately to a 5 cost soon into the game.
You know, we've talked a lot about this augment throughout the tournament thus far. Birthday Reunion has given players a lot of win-out positions throughout the course of EWC. And what better player from Team Vision to give that win-out position to than for Flancy? But notably, he had 4 Cho'Gaths and a couple Lissandras. There's consideration to start with the reroll and then level up. It's going to be a tough decision. Maybe he can just tempo out with the 2 stars.
Yeah, for Moji, thinking about this moment, he going immediately for gold and then, sacrificing his net augment. That will be the name of the game for him, and trying to look for a possibility. For NCC1, goes for the emblem and gets Vanguard. So good spot also for him, flexibility. Probably trying to go for the LeBlanc and maintain tempo for them.
Yeah, going to be nice to have that Vanguard +1. Flancy is going to take that early loss. He is holding on to these 1 costs and has not leveled, so curious what direction Flancy will end up deciding, right? Birthday Reunion does want you to level up over the course of the game, but he is kind of being led towards this 1 cost reroll that can hit that cap, but he needs to hit very early for it to happen.
Oh.
Nova Emblem for Koyoi is going to be able to set up for that perfect Akali board.
Already having the Striker Flails, that is the best item here for Akali, together, of course, with the Healing Gunblade. Having an additional component going perfectly, Koji has a perfect setup right now to pressure the lobby on the later stages of the game. So Vision, already with a plan here, Cast. Koji will be the one to pressure, the one to protect the Akali Nova Ambo, and with the emblem, he has cap-out possibility together with the Vex.
We're seeing a lot of good spots for Vision. Even Zenbai does have the Leona printer. We'll see if he's actually able to print up to a 3-star Leona throughout the game. He's able to get extra Leonas every 4 seconds he stays in combat. It gives him a good chance to find one. But for now, Koyoi, with the Briar 2, with some great items carrying for that Akali, is going to give some opportunity to look for the win streak, as Flancy is going to want to look to loss streak, gain a lot of economy to level up for that Birthday Reunion.
See another fight here. We see a Misfortune early into the game coming up here for NCC1, and of course Zenbai just trying to hold off. Flancy in the losing spot, just trying to preserve HP together with Maris and Zenbai, and of course the players to watch there on the top, Milos, NCC1 and Koji. On the last round, it was full domination from virtus.pro, both in HP and lose streak. Now it looks more balanced.
Once again though, VP pressuring Vision. They want to play for pressure. You look at the augment selections for them, Treasure Hunt, Solo Plate. They're trying to play for that early tempo, that early pressure, with only Maris with the clear mind as their loss streaker once more. Exact same strategy as our previous game. Let Maris play to be the win-out player. Let him scale into this game while everyone else on VP plays to preserve as much health as possible.
And if they want to go for that technique again, they need to take out Koji. They need to be the one in the top, so Koji needs to hold the line. He needs to preserve HP. He needs to maintain the win-out possibilities here. For now, Zenbai here slamming already the AP angle, and we already have a little of this scenario of the compositions they will deliver later.
And we take a look. Milo does run into NCC1, so they will have to break one of their streaks. NCC1 is the player who gets to hold on to it for virtus.pro.
Koji maintains the win streak. Good news here for Vision. And of course, priority should be going directly onto the Solar Hex. As a great chance, yeah, 100% of people going into that line. Oh, Maris.
Yeah, I get it with the full loss streak idea. Get a little bit of extra health. He may even potentially have heal cut already, or he knows he can find heal cut later without too much worry. So it is going to be nice for Mars to just get a little extra HP, even though Soraka is rarely taken.
The most important resource right now in 4v4 is that HP, both to maintain yourself with additional life and then also to help your teammates. So of course, everyone, at least in majority, going for the Yasuo. And now no pop-off. We see the reason, as you mentioned. Going for the lose streak, going for the clear mind, making sure he has economy 40 gold right now.
Insane.
And a great chance to go for ideal items with the anvils.
Yep, 2, 3, 40 gold. Gets to hold the anvils, can try and find the units first, then decide where to go. A lot of flexibility for Maris, especially if the rest of the team does end up picking their compositions earlier, then he can decide to fit where he needs to slot in.
NCC1 here trying to hold and should have a good one here against Kian, who's the one contesting the Akali, has the Gunblade, so we will see him pop off Treasure Hunt, so an ideal spot for him to be the one to roll and obviously try to find the Akali 3-star as soon as possible.
Yeah,
big. We've seen Treasure Hunt be so good for Weibo. Sao Pimi playing around the Treasure Hunt incredibly well in their series yesterday, was able to find that augment multiple times, and it had been a core part of their strategy whenever they see it. This time around, VP getting the chance to prove the same, as Koyoi is able to hold on to the win streak down to 2-6 alongside NCC1. That is the matchup we're looking for, and a Corki found already for NCC1, but he has slammed an AP item, so this is just going to be for now. For cost this early in the game can be a very strong carry.
Yeah, also have the Fate Weaver together with Milo here, so great chance here to have a pop-off chance, and as you mentioned, tempo, anything you can get and adapt. Cast, that's the name of the game, and NCC1 showing that he's prepared for this. Koji, so important for him to maintain the win streak and be able for Vision to fight it out going up against Moji.
They dodge each other again, so 2 win streakers through stage 2. Moji likely not going to take out his teammate. However, the positioning a bit awkward because the Lissandra immediately hits the carry. It is a disaster for Vision, breaking Koyoi's win streak themselves, as Moji, however, is looking to try and power up his own board, leveling to 5, where Koyoi was staying on 4 and econing.
Yeah, a difficult spot here to handle. Moji only having a 3 win streak. The only way to maybe think of this as a trade-off is for Moji to keep winning from now on. 3 win streak, maybe if he goes to 5, 6, something like that, it could make sense. But of course, it's not an ideal spot. We see Milo here already ramping up with the Deathblade and thinking about rogue possibilities, and obviously the Corki open up as a good chance.
Yep, Milo with that frontline upgrade is going to be so nice. As you mentioned, the Corki is the AD itemization. Looking for that flexibility. You have the Anvil, so you can send your team in the directions they need to go, so they're not contesting the same units, not contesting the same lines in a very easy fashion. Milo already having heal cut, so won't need to slam the Sunfire, saves that belt and tier for other different itemization combinations.
Milo here trying to think about how he can handle, maybe waiting 1. He really wants to hold and stabilize. This Kaisa should help him to get an additional chance, trying to get the time breaker in, the 3rd one, just to get additional economy and something else to pressure into the game.
Yeah, Kion on that treasure hunt started losing quite a bit, but when he gets to start rolling down, stacking up the treasure hunt, finding those Akalis, he has the ability to slingshot. Strong position for the virtus.pro team with 2 players at the bottom and 2 at the top. Loss streaks and win streaks intact, making a lot of economy as we see a Ginsu slam. This is going to be the LeBlanc we anticipated, holding on to the Shepherds on the bench and just using the Corki as an item holder on stage 3.
Yeah, great placement here for NCC1, trying to find out the tank, has the tank and now the access to the backline together with the Corki. NCC1 maintaining the win streak. If the LeBlanc doesn't go, yeah, he pop-offs, goes to the left, but the tanks are holding out deep. He's equalizing the front.
Very close fight, but there's the cast from Corki, and that's going to be enough. Moji had to take over the streak from Koyoi, from Vision, but NCC stops it in its tracks. Yeah. So we've got yet another golden augment to pick from.
The chances here. Going for combat as an additional chance, Cybernetic uplink going up for Koji. He needs anything that could give him stats, any combat power chance. Huge roll down here, finds the Rek'Sai 3-star.
Pack. Picks up the Rek'Sai 3-star. Crazy pickup there from the booster to just give value to Kion's board immediately.
Exactly what virtus.pro needed. They already have the win-out player or the preservation. Kian was in the middle. He was trying to pop off. He was trying to fight the Akali possibilities, having the treasure hunt. I really believe he should roll a little more, trying to find the Akali too, and then pressure. I think he knows he's strong enough, and he doesn't want to destroy his economy. Good decision also.
Yeah, the risk is there, but he also can recognize that Koyoi is down to 10 gold as the direct counter on the Akalis just on a pair. So he feels comfortable that Koyoi is not going to be able to hit yet, so he decides to hold the line. Not sure if it's 100% correct, because if he finds the 2-star, it could be even better, but at least feeling that he can slow it down just a little bit.
Yeah, goes for Koyoi now, who also has the Akali. Maybe more in a Temple's place. Koyoi is holding the Jax, so wanting to go also into that line. Will take a hit into Kian, and of course pressure a little more. Kian also trying to go for the treasure hunt, so now probably the roll down would happen again.
He got dumpstered in this fight, but that really is just one Akali got on the other. Fight ends kind of almost immediately. Not really that indicative of the board strength between the two, since that was how the fight went down. Mars once again finds Anima. He's going to be able to level up this board a bit more, just like in the previous game. He's positioned himself to be the win-out player for virtus.pro.
No roll for Kian, so we're seeing Maris right now having the Anima, trying to get anything he can, already having the sniper emblem, going into the space group line, trying to find the Samira to be as stable as possible, if you will. Doesn't have the Gwen 2-star that is normally the placeholder, if you will. So going to play around the Aurora for now.
Yeah, VP once again creating a Vision sandwich, and they're looking to eat them for lunch in yet another masterclass of 4v4 TFT. Maris going to be looking to take even more losses here. He's still not leveled up the board too much, just putting a few items in to pick up some takedowns and take a little bit less damage. Runs into Kian. This time the Akali stays alive, and it's going to be a big chunk into Mars. Going to have to keep our eyes on that, but Soraka is still available and could provide even more health for Mars to buy additional space.
Yeah, Maris finding the Meeple emblem that is not ideal in the archetype of the compositions he was looking for. So maybe a player more in the lower side of the rope, if you will. Now let's see what Yasuo gives us here. Cryogenic. So we have healing, if you will, and freezing possibilities here for the tank. And once again, whoever has the biggest tank is taking out an vaccines right now.
The big thing to look out for with the cryogenic, it's the same tanks as usual, but it accentuates their power. Morgana gonna be able to find an additional cast, heal up again. It makes her so difficult to take down. Nunu gonna probably get an additional snowball out, causing more CC. So if the damage is there, those two tanks, while they're the best, they become even better than the rest of the counterparts because of this stall time.
For NCC1, not having anything 2-star here with the Ilaoi, has the chance to do it. Change the items, as you mentioned, Cass. Everything will go directly into that Ilaoi and probably also the Hex. Waiting for the last round, obviously, to see if it is good for him to place it or he wants to really maintain the win streak. There it is. Everything going for Ilaoi.
Yeah, they're able to hold on to the 8-win and 8-loss, even though they lose their mini streaks between Kian and Milo. But Kian wanted to stop lose streaking and pick up some wins with that 3-star Rek'Sai picking up more of the Akali. So everything going as planned for VP, and it's up to Vision to break the lines to try and stop VP from continuing this reign of terror, as NCC1 is going to continue the win streak at level 7 on 3-5.
HP preservation accomplished for virtus.pro. Now the problem will be Maris and Kian. We know Maris has the clear mind, doesn't have the ideal emblem, so will he pop off? The same happened for Kian. Is Kian able to avoid a lower placement and then pop off here, Cass, and have any possibilities? Leona 3-star is fine by Senbai, has also the possibility of Ascension. Frontline already in place, needs to find the Ginso, and this is a perfect spot for LeBlanc.
Love the Ascension pickup with the cryogenic Hex. These fights are going to go longer than usual. That's going to get a lot more value than it would in any standard game. We're going to see if Maris can turn this lose streak around. When will that re-roll show up? Will he do it on neutrals once again before 4-1? Because he's at 33 HP. Eyes on Flancy. He has the Karma already as the item holder for his AP line, and he is going to run into Milo. Flancy, potential win-out player for Vision with that birthday reunion, so we'll have to keep tabs on him as well.
Yeah, as you mentioned, birthday reunion, trying to go for fast 9, trying to find a Sona, a Vex, trying to find a Bard, anything that goes ideal with the items that he has. And of course, Flancy, embracing the variance. This is exactly what we want to see from the hero or Vision. And of course, Moji here holding up, also playing Epiflex, probably will stay on level 8.
In stock of the lobby, NCC1 finally beat. Does not continue that win streak. Kayui is going to regain the win streak he lost earlier, as we do see Morris sending it on 8 on neutrals once more. Trying to roll ahead of the curve, find his units. Morgana pair. There's a Vex available in the shop, gonna roll past it. Not enough room on the bench. Needs to find the front line to go for this board. Still no Nami just yet. With the items, it feels like that's the direction he's trying to go.
Yeah, trying to find what the important is the front line here. That's the pair that he has, but you mentioned it, Kat. Holding space group, trying to go for the Nami. Sells directly the Samira. He really needs to go. Finds a Jean and doesn't go into that direction.
Morgana 2 picked up. Massive for Morris. Sells a bunch of units to try and continue this roll down. Can he find a carry? Passes up many copies of Aurelian Soul, but he finds a Blitzcrank and the Nunu upgrade. Frontline could be stable, but where is his carry? There is a Nami.
Finds the Nami with ideal frontline right now. So probably going for scaling, if you will, in the Nami Archangel, something like that will be ideal for him. Of course, having so much chances with the Blitzcrank also popping off. This is stable board for Maris, but he needs a little more. He
has the Anvil still. We'll see what item he can find. Does get the Striker's Flail to go onto the Nami. Still a lot of extra damage. He is just Nami 1, but with the Blitzcrank online, with the Morgana 2, the Nunu 2, this front line is insane. And once more, Maris has been able to escape
that 10 loss with a successful roll down, pushing ahead of tempo. 3-7. There's no world the Vision players can contest that roll down. He's before everyone else. Again, the masterclass from virtus.pro.
Yeah, and Flancy having the first seat here, watching it live, knows that he's being contested, knows that the team needed to take out Maris as soon as possible, doesn't find it, and now try to play the flex AP. Doesn't find an Nami, and now is forced to play AP flex.
Yeah, we're going to see him sell most of the board, start this full roll down. He at least has a frontline upgrade with the Rammus. What can he find for the carry? Pair of Porkies, there's a Nami, finally gets one. There's 4 Rivens in a shop. I suppose we could play Riven on this board.
Yeah, he wants to contest the space route, finds the Riven, doesn't find one Nami, and this is so important for him. Not finding the ideal carries that you need in the composition. One Nami in place right now, and the composition will be the face-off against Flancy and Maris to see who gets it first.
Both of them on a singular copy of the Nami. Need to find the 2-star. That will be the difference maker in this game. If Vision can send Maris out in 8th or not, is if they can deny the Nami from him. Flancy matched up against Senbai, who has found a Vex with solid items to go with it, but can he find a Vex 2 to cap this board? Because Vex plus that Ascension we talked about, this composition has a very high cap, but can Senbai get there as he's on no gold currently?
Yeah, level 8, very difficult to navigate from now on. Flancy wanted to go level 9, but the pressure from virtus.pro enabled him not to go, and now he has less value from the birthday present. So the tempo, the aggressiveness, the resilience right now for virtus.pro is making the difference. This is going similar to game 2.
Yeah, and Kian has found that upgrade for the Akali, so at least he has the 2-star that stabilized him, let him find a 5 win streak. I think a shining light for Vision in this game versus the last is Koyoi being able to hold on to the wins, hold on to 81 health. He's going to be able to donate that to some of the players who do have these high cap potentials. We see with the Vex from Senbai, from Flancy, if he can find his Nami. There are spots, there are bright lights for Vision in this game. A way out, including even Moji on the max. He has the Aurelion Soul, good itemization, but this didn't come from an Anima spot like we've seen many times before.
And it's so good the recognition from Vision. They know Maris is strong enough to maintain, but Milio is the one who's low, so they're holding the Corkis. They're thinking of sending the second one in the lowest speed, so thinking ahead. This is a great play right now for Vision, going for the angle. And NCC1, the player who was holding the HP, now taking a hit. Vision starting to ramp up.
Yeah, Vision is finding their footing in this game. NCC1 did find the LeBlanc, has found a decent composition, but that was a full hit from Moji. He found the Aurelion too. He found the Mighty Mech, and we saw on the roll down from Mars, he rolls past 5 Aurelions. He's not able to hold because he has to stabilize his own game. He can't afford to deny Moji, and that has opened the door for Vision.
Vision needs to hold it here. They need to pressure. They need to send Maris as low as possible, or directly Milio here. Koji trying to roll, trying to find anything additional. Frontline was not assembled. 2 away from the Jax, no gold to do it. And Koji now on level 8, hasn't find the rest and should start to fall down now, Cass.
He has time though, and he has a duplicator, so he's only 1 away from each other. He does have to find 3 total copies.
Milo finds the Corki.
Some being held, and the Corki found for Milo, so he might not continue this free fall. He has his front line and his back line stabilized, but is it good enough? Some of these boards have looked very strong.
Yeah, Corki is strong on stage 4. On stage 5, he should be able to ramp down into the Lord. Koji finds him directly. Koji doesn't find the upgrade, so this is a good placement round for Milio. Trying to find it. Access to the backline is the name of the game. If the Akali is able to wrap up, he could win it all.
Stuck on the Rammus for now. We'll see how long that happens. And the Corki focuses down the Akali. Big win for Milo to snap this 6th loss and keep the HP alive for virtus.pro.
Great damage also. NCC1 taking a hit. Both Maris and Milio holding, being the top. Kian is the one now holding on. We have 3 players from virtus.pro. The 2 in the bottom are winning, but Kian is taking a loss. He needs to be stable. Maris finally finds the Nami to be stable, had already the additional frontline, has the prayer of Brick and Cast, and looking a lot better. He just, like, getting comfy on his seat, and now he can take a breather.
Puff out your chest, Morris. You got everything you need. One more piece of the puzzle. The Blitzcrank 2 in this comp can look for a win in the lobby. He clutched it up in the last game from this bottom position, from the loss streak, putting on a clinic. We've hyped up this player for a reason, and he shows why his team puts so much trust in him to play this role so frequently. Virtus.pro made the finals last year, and they're looking to repeat that success against Vision, but they have a hill to climb with the HP totals struggling as the rest of the lobby crumbles around Maris's incredibly strong position.
Having your player in 8th place popping up is exactly what you need, so Kian needs to do the same together with Milo. Are they holding up? Milo loses, so Milo now the player in contestant, the player in difficult possibilities. Kian finally pops up and take the win, and NCC1, the tempo player from Virtus.pro, the player that was Tramfin HP, is now also in the loser place.
Zenbai looking for some major upgrades, only on a LeBlanc 1. Many copies being held by the side of Virtus.pro. Milo holding LeBlanc 2. NCC already has his LeBlanc 2. So Zenbai getting caged on this single copy of LeBlanc, and Virtus.pro needs to send him 8th with the HP totals for them. They need that buffer into the rest of the team of Vision.
We see it in expression. He's not comfortable and all. He needs to position. He cannot position well. He has the cryogenic hex there in the front, so positioning is not an example. They know exactly that the LeBlanc will stay here, so they can, Virtus.pro can totally flex on him. They can position directly to him. It's a dire position right now for Zenbai.
Zenbai can't find anything. You see him still in good spirits, trying to figure out what to do next.
Not even having the pair is so difficult. The spot is looking doomed, so they need to send Milo 8th if he wants to pop off.
Yeah, Zenbai did replace the Vex one with this LeBlanc as well, just recognizing that he needs the Shepherds in order to help this front line a little bit more. Even every little piece helps, and this fight is massive for the standings in this game. Milo on 20 HP, Zenbai on 27. Upgraded carry available for Milo. Can it make the difference, or is Ascension, Archangel's Ginsu enough to make Zenbai's board too strong? And it looks like the Rammus is falling first. The front line staying alive forever. The Ascension fully procced. The LeBlanc fully ramped. And it's enough for Zenbai to take a big hit onto Milo. Massive stakes on the line as NCC1 takes the 7th loss in a row. He has 50 gold level 8, a lot to spend to try and stabilize. But can Vision deny him the hits he needs?
Everything can be defined in this next round. Koji trying to find anything else. Finds the Akali finally. Has a good front line. And we see Milo on the left. Corki assembled, decides to take out the item just to make sure he can make the decision in the final moment of the game.
Yes, will he be sacrificing for NCC1 if they run into each other? Do they feel that NCC1 has better prospects? And in fact,
they do face.
They do. And in NCC1 greeds out 50 gold in this moment, knowing that Milo could be his fight, knowing that Milo can sacrifice for him to make it one more round, to allow him to potentially push level 9 and play for a win out alongside Morris.
This is the power of friendship that we were talking about, ensuring, taking the 8th. Hey man, I got you. My AVP will drop, but I do it for the team. Sacrificer loss here, coming in from Milo, and now the chance to pop off once again. Use the goal, go to level 9 and pop off.
Maris lost. This is massive for VP, massive for Vision to make it happen. Maris needed to hold on to these 2 lives. The HP is now very much struggling for Virtus.pro. Vision has a window here where they can send someone in 7th alongside the 8th place and potentially end the game. Blitzcrank to the last piece for Morris. It's in the shop, but he can't get it on this round. He has to wait one more round to get there.
NCC1 goes to level 9 and doesn't find the Nunu, doesn't find the Sona. Is LeBlanc good enough? He still has the item into an Ilaoi 2-star.
Rotates into Maris. That might be a 7th place coming in.
Ah, so tough. Friendly fire.
It's a ghost. It's a ghost. Okay. Morris has the fight against Kian and the Kindred on the other side. Maybe NCC1 can get through the ghost, but it'll still be tough because Maris's board is so powerful. Once more, though, it is friendly fire. Damage to Kian. How well was the availability for Vision to hold out as NCC1 is going to lose? No. He's going to go down in 7th. Virtus.pro may be destroyed. They may be decimated in this moment. 7th and 8th, Kian and Morris have to play for 1 and 2, but Vision can control the narrative. narrative. They can try and sacrifice players. They can force Maris and Kion to fight once more, and that might spell disaster.
This is the total Hail Mary for them. They took an advantage, they took the risk, and now it's a total disaster coming in for virtus.pro. They need to avoid Maris going, and the face of possibility. Kian is also 15 HP. Everyone is so low right now, Cass, and the last round will define everything. Maris trying to position. Nothing else that he can do, only the Blitzcrank will be the chance to move and maybe try to pop off and send the tank to the back.
The stakes couldn't be higher. One step away from a blowout loss. VP made the finals last year. Will they be stopped now by Vision? Zenbai going up against Mars. Looks like he may be able to hold on to that fight against the LeBlanc one, but Kian may not be so lucky. Moji with the mechs, the Aurelian Soul that he found, the scaling available. Archangels, the cryogenic lobby, letting these scaling items show strong. Moji destroying Kian's board. Can he hold on? He does not.
Kian is down.
Decimation. Vision says you are but a footnote in our run here at EWC 2026. You may have been a finalist last year, but you are nothing in our eyes.
The three of them celebrating, Moji just standing still. He was the one popping off. He was the one making it happen, and we see the expression. Joy, recognition, Flancy doing it for the CN region, the whole team performing for them. And we see now the grief, the resolve Kian, doing everything for the team, trying to preserve HP, trying to transfer at the end, but the matchup was not in their favor. The respect coming in now for Vision.
A roster that defied expectations, defied odds in 2025. They returned with a chip on their shoulder to see if they could do it again, but take it one step further.
We have 4 teams in quarterfinals directly, and this is the final fight. Mari's just taking it off, and it was just not good enough.
We'll send it down now to the stage. Hang out with Damascus and Vision after their win. They came in confident and they backed up their talk. It is time for Team Vision to get another key and crush the dreams and hopes of virtus.pro. Excellent play from the Chinese team, backing up every single thing they've said, and now moving forwards on the playoffs after an ecstatic performance.
Congratulations to Vision for the victory against virtus.pro, 2-1. That was a really close game 3. How are the boys feeling? There was so much emotion in the final moments. 首先恭喜 Vision 能成功拿下今天的比赛。刚才看到选手的脸上面特别兴奋，所以现在心情如何呢？
肯定是非常开心啊，毕竟进到4强了嘛。
Of course, I'm feeling very excited because we qualified to the quarterfinals. 那么今天也是你们第一次来到 EWC 的舞台，所以你这次的比赛想证明什么呢？ What would you like to prove on the EWC tournament stage?
我想证明我们4个是世界上最好的4支队友。
I would like to prove to the world that we are the 4 best players on this team. 恭喜，这次你们可以把他们的钥匙给毁灭掉。Congratulations and let's crush some keys.
They said they would win. They said their eyes were already set on the Flash Wars, which will be the next match for Team Vision. But before that, of course, it is tradition to take that key and make sure you establish that dominance that you've said since the draw yesterday. They were confident. They got that key, and we cannot say that they did not expect to be in this situation. It is Zhenbai now coming up for his crusher moment. Time to pop the dreams. They call them cheeks and they delivered. It is time to come in with a pop. When you see the jump scare on the player, you know that was satisfying. Team Vision moving forward after defeating virtus.pro. I want to say as planned, but that was their plan. Surely not virtus.pro's plan. Absolute GG's for Team Vision. They will face the Flash Wolves after that. Of course, time to get a moment to think, to reconsider, to go for strategizing. We will see Team Vision again. Excellent play. Let's take a look at the highlights.
Before taking the stage, Vision had this to say: VP will be a footnote in TFT EWC history. That's a heavy statement, but they back it up, taking them down and moving forward. This race from Vision throughout the groups into the playoffs has been sensational. They continue to prove the doubters wrong. They continue to prove they are one of the best teams in the world, and they are now one series away from having an opportunity to get a win, to be a title defender. The second place from last year now gone officially from the tournament. virtus.pro put up a tremendous fight, but it wasn't good enough. They went through the gauntlet. Game 1, the RNG was against them. Game 2, much better. They were able to play their game since it was standardized, but Game 3, they could not get it done. What happened in Game 3? Where did VP fall short?
Well, I think they came up with the same strategy, having 3 players going tempo and Maris going into that win. But I mean, I think the Team Vision knew that up front and they were able to perform very well. And differently from the other games from Team Vision, they were relying so much on Flancy. But this time, I think the whole team did a great job. You could see on their HP, they were so far ahead across the board. So they closed it up with a great finish.
Yeah, and as much faith as they had in virtus.pro in that game, there really weren't any excuses coming out of that one. But as you said, Game 1, incredible level of variance. Game 2, very much static. But in that one, honestly, there was nothing but, a very well-played game from Team Vision, which earns them their place in semis.
You take a lot of notes. That notebook is magical, man. I was going through that, and it's like hieroglyphics. I could barely read it anyways. My handwriting is just as bad. But either way, I asked you a question, VP. The notebook said yes. What happened?
The notebook is never wrong. I just read it wrong. Apparently, my vision was clouded.
Vision was clouded, and Vision now is seeing straight. We now go to the first action of that game number 3. 5-1. What are we looking at?
Well, I feel like Team Vision had a good plan on playing across the strong combat arguments, but at the end of the day, the tempo from VP was a little bit behind, and then Team Vision was able to take the win.
Team Vision did, in fact, take the win. Now, counterfeit from you. They started running into issues, VP, that is, when they lost NCC1 as well as Milo. Now I was like, things are looking scary. They had to play perfect from that point forward.
And it was, of course, we were discussing it backstage as well. I think it's a general thing to look forward to for future matches. When teams fall behind, when they get into situations where only a first and second place will do, it's extremely hard for that to happen, particularly if a team is behind in HP.
But the casters were on top of it when it came to the action. And there was one moment where they absolutely exploded with energy.
So tough. Friendly fire.
It's a ghost. It's a ghost.
Okay.
Maris has the fight against Kian and the Kindred on the other side. Maybe NCC1 can get through the ghost, but it'll still be tough because Maris's board is so powerful. Once more, though, it is friendly fire. Damage to Kian. How well was the availability for Vision to hold out as NCC1 is going to lose? No! He's going to go down in 7th. virtus.pro may be destroyed. They may be decimated in this moment. 7th and 8th, Kian and Maris have to play for 1 and 2, but Vision can control the narrative. They can try and sacrifice players. They can force Maris and Kian to fight once more, and that might spell disaster.
Casanova said he saw a ghost. He seemed pretty calm, honestly, for seeing a ghost. I know I freaked out the first time I saw one, and yeah, I did. Hey, Dobbs, check it out, man. This was the moment where the casters were like, ooh, this was a big mistake onto the side of virtus.pro. Was it a mistake? Am I missing something? Did virtus.pro fall apart in a moment? Because when NCC1 ended up losing his life alongside that of his teammate Milo, was that a mistake on their part or just a great move from the team of Vision?
I feel like they didn't have the same tools from the previous game. They had Maris in a very good spot for winning out, but across the board, the compositions, they were not able to get the LeBlanc online very early, and then they ended up losing so much HP. And as Counterfeit just said, when you're behind, it's very hard to recover.
Yeah, and I think, to really lay any kind of blame here is going to take a huge amount of analysis, both from Virtus.pro, but especially for Team Vision. They need to figure out what went right for them in detail, because every detail is going to matter heading deeper into playoffs.
That's right. It only gets harder from here, but a job well done. This was an org that needed this team to reach top 8. They did that yesterday against all odds, defeating the likes of T1. Now they go even further, and now they are now officially top 4, which is huge for not only this org, but also this team as well, who continues to shock all of us. It was heartbreak, it was elation from the players on the very stage, and some of these moments are painful, and that's just how it goes. I remember looking over at VP whenever the match was lost and the reality hitting their face. It truly is heartbreaking. That was probably one of the loudest snaps I've heard from a key getting crushed, which just comes to show you how hard Virtus.pro was willing to fight until the very end.
Yes, for sure. And I feel like from the point of view of Flancy's game, I think he was amazing on one thing. He was going into that level 9 playing Birthday Reunion, but instead recognizes that they had to push the tempo of the lobby, and so he rolled on Nate to keep the HP high, and then so just later on he goes 9. So he broke the tempo from VP, so he was able to take down the win because of it.
We've lost T1, a titan when it comes to, of course, stories throughout EWC TFT. We've now lost VP as well. What does this bracket look like now? I mean, because you Virtus.pro, right? Weibo's still in it. But check it out. They're coming up next. There is a real opportunity. Number 1 and number 2 from last year won't be seeing grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be absolutely crazy bonkers. But I know, there's been some questions about Weibo, certainly with Aurora coming in with such an incredible player like Hwangmie on the roster. But honestly, I would still be shocked if Weibo don't make it back there again. They're the only team so far in EWC for TFT who've not had the rate, kept the same roster going year on year.
We go back to the series we just watched, Virtus.pro versus Team Vision. Moji up in first place. He handled his business with 18-8.
Yes, I love the recovery from MoGG. I was saying that yesterday. Their teammates, they needed to rescue him because he was going 8 so many times. But he showed just on playoffs what he is capable for. So I feel like this momentum from him is going to be very important for tomorrow.
Now, Flancy has already entered into the GOAT conversation. He is now top 4. He finishes this top 4 as well. What does Flancy look like if he wins this tournament? Like, what is the GOAT conversation around him at that point?
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's always going to be a combination of everything you can put together over time. I think, of course, being able to make it even to the finals, as we saw, was a defining moment for Virtus.pro to really start laying out their story. I think for Flancy, of course, he's going to be chasing those incredibly high highs. He's looking to, of course, go after players like Hwangmie, who are currently on top of the world, and topple them from their thrones.
Yeah, Hwangmie, we're going to be talking about him coming up, and there's so much that you all need to learn about him as a player, his history, because he is very well going down as one of the most accomplished TFT pros in all of the history of TFT, if especially he can come through and win at this EWC, which is very real possibility. Virtus.pro still has many more teams left in EWC as a whole, not only here for TFT, of course, their key has been crushed, but throughout the club championship race. But again, for Team Vision, it is imperative that they go as far as they can go, get as many points as possible. They're already eligible for club championship points. They're already eligible for the prize pool now, which is $30 million, $7 million for first. So at this point in time, getting 1,000 for winning this event would be tremendous for them. They're already sitting at about $1.4, $1.6 million. Of course, that's going to change. It's still early with week 3, but the more they get, we're talking still hundreds of thousands of dollars for this valuable organization. Did you see Team Vision going this far whenever we started the tournament?
Yes, I feel so. They were first seed on China, if I'm not mistaken. And I feel like they have two players that can win out a lot of games, both Flancy and Zenbai as well as Moji. Moji is a condecorated player as well, played some Tactician Crowns before. So I think they have a pretty good roster.
No, absolutely. And I think, of course, we've seen across the entire event, there's only so much 4v4 going on. And so going for the qualifiers, going for this tournament, we're seeing teams really starting to surge forward. I think from Vision side of things, we're getting to see them getting better and better game by game. Hopefully good enough to really shoot for the finals and eventually winning the whole thing.
Well, I mentioned a club championship. It is well underway. With this series done, I'm curious what the update is. Trav, let me know.
ag.al has proven that their club championship success has been no fluke. After an impressive group stage in Teamfight tactics, they've managed to position themselves straight into the playoffs. At the moment, they're sitting on 1,300 club championship points, which puts them firmly in third position. But from this point, they've got to face off against an underdog in Godlike. It'll be an incredibly tough matchup for them, but if they manage to get the job done, they'll catapult themselves above Team Vitality, who are out of Teamfight tactics, into second place. It's a tough ask, but there's big rewards. We'll see if they manage to get this done and move up the club championship leaderboard.
Thank you, Trav, for the update. As always, talking about ag.al. We'll see them later. Weibo, though, will be taking the stage very shortly to battle against Aurora Gaming. And Weibo is on that second page for the club championship race. Moving up to semifinals would put them onto page one, and therefore that much closer to potentially in the future securing the club championship trophy, which would be $7 million. Now, for all of you out there with this next matchup and the two that are about to be on stage, you have a chance to get involved with EWC Play. All you have to do is go to esportsworldcup.com. Now, when you get there, on the left-hand side, you're going to see a triangle that says play. Click on that, then go to the top and choose Pick'ems. Now, from here, choose Teamfight Tactics. It's going to have all the matches that you can choose from. Now, you can choose the game winner. More importantly, you can also choose the series score. By doing so, you become eligible to earn points. Now, these points are valuable because there is over $300,000 in prizes that you can earn. And also, you get some stream time because sometimes every once in a while we'll pull up the predictions, right? And see who you're truly going for. All the matches are here, not only from today, but also going into tomorrow. This is tremendous. And like I said, $300,000 in prizes. That's a lot to work with. And you have a chance to get it involved and get it yourself. Scan that QR code if you haven't already, because we would love to hear what you have to say. And also, if you think you're truly that smart, well, go ahead and prove it by earning those points. Hey, it's a great time here at EWC, and now our two series are done. We move into our third series of the day, and this is a big one. It's our crunchy story of the day, after all. It is, of course, the China finalists colliding. Weibo Gaming, Aurora Gaming, two titans, but only one can move forward. We just lost number 2 in virtus.pro from last year. Will we lose number 1? I don't know. We're going to have to find out. The players started arriving just a little bit ago. They're getting ready. They've got their team huddles, and we start with Aurora Gaming. This roster has gone through the gauntlet, but you guys mentioned Juan Mei, and he is arguably one of the most accomplished players, both internationally and regionally, 3-time world champion, and if he can win here at EWC, he could very well make history.
Yes, for sure. I feel like, especially for Aurora, they didn't have much time to practice for this tournament because last week, Huami was playing Tactician Crown, so he was focused on individual solo play, and he was able to take the title for him. And I feel like the more this team can go further on here in EWC, there will be even more thrilling.
But Weibo has been thrilling, especially with their start against T1, and it could have very well been the grand finals on day one, but we know T1 is now gone, Weibo is still in, and they are more determined than ever to go back-to-back.
Yeah, you might say that Weibo Gaming haven't been battle tested because they got their ticket directly through to EWC this time, but they have been through it on the way here. She mentioned T1, 2-1, Godlike 2-1. They have been tested in their games. They have shown they're still the same team that won last year.
Well, before the competitors go on stage, Kitty had a chance to catch up with some of them.
Welcome in. We are about to start Weibo versus Aurora Gaming, and by my side we have.
Hello， 大家好，我是画面。
Hello， 大家好，我是 WBG 骚皮迷。
Welcome in， 欢迎各位选手。Because we have an amazing player lounge that the players can relax at, I was wondering what their favorite activity was at this player lounge. 所以这次我们有一个休息室，所以这次在休息室做出最好玩的事情是什么呢？
体验了一下这边就是选手的那种日常按摩恢复。
Okay, so he has been enjoying the player massage that is available at the player lounge. 骚皮米呢？
我们一群人喜欢就是躺在沙发上面去看比赛。
We love relaxing on the sofas to watch the ongoing matches. And of course, for this set, we have a lot of amazing 5-cost units. So I was wondering, what was their favorite 5-cost unit so far? 最喜欢的五费卡是什么呢？
肯定是男枪啊，有无限的成长啊。
Graves because he scales infinitely. 骚皮米。
我喜欢威古斯，
为什么呢？
对面的双攻。
He likes Vex because you can attack the enemy 2 times. 谢谢各位选手们。That's gonna be all for the pregame, and we'll see you guys later on stage.
Weibo Gaming are already the title defenders, but they're looking to go back-to-back. Last year, we didn't expect them to win, yet they did. This year, they are highly favorited to take the victory. They stay together, the team chemistry is in, and Sao Pimi is on fire. F MVP from last year, he returns to the stage.
Yes, as you said, final MVP, that's a big statement, right? And on the first day, he was able to take down Godlike, and the game was looking very favored to Godlike, but after losing 3 rounds in a row, and then Sao Pimi makes a great changes on his board, and he was able to take down the win, and that series was very important for them, and they're heading to the playoffs being undefeated.
And Guando, a cornerstone player for Weibo, 7 major tournament titles. His legacy has been cemented, but will it be even more so if he's able to win once again? What is Guan to the Weibo roster?
No, absolutely, Rock. Of course, he's been the subject of conversation a lot backstage because people are looking for really big things out of him to try and push forward. They've got tremendous opponents to face off against. This is the proving ground.
Well, let's go right back to you because Juan May, he was in the proving ground here in this very venue, and he won it, and he firmly believes this venue, where we are for the Esports World Cup, is pure magic for him.
No, absolutely. And as you said, to be coming off of the Tactician's Crown win for almost 5 years after first doing it, to go straight into the Paris Open, to try and compete here for another huge accolade. But it's worth noting, he's got the 2 Tactician's Crown. Lilo, his teammate, won his own crown just 1 season after Huanwei did himself. They're the only crown winners still left in the competition.
China's a stacked region. They've been dominating our tournament. To call him one of the most successful players in that region is a true accomplishment. Juan May playing for so much, obviously not only his reputation, but also for, of course, to be a title defender. There's a lot riding on the line here, and Aurora Gaming has been stellar from this point forward, and you've got some absolute rocks on the teams. Now, of course, onto the side, though, not only is it Juan May, who else are we looking for on Aurora Gaming to truly carry the torch?
I feel like Aurora has the best lineup in this tournament. I feel by far they're full of stars, and I feel like team play needs to prevail in order to be able to take the win.
Okay, team play, chemistry, obviously the friendships, right, that matter a lot. And Weibo has those friendships, and they have the experience of knowing what it is to win. That's already a step above Aurora Gaming.
Well, yeah, I think actually the most important thing for me is they know what it means to lose. Having taken the 0-2 against Virtus.pro, that's exactly what a team needs on the run to potentially winning the entire thing. You need to be slapped in the face and told our strategies aren't as rock solid as we thought they were. We need to revise, and by revising, they get better.
So two great teams getting better from this point forward. But how earth-shattering would it be if Weibo gets a defeat here? If they lose, they're out of the tournament. Would it make the earth turn upside down?
Well, I feel like for most players in the tournament, we've seen a lot of players saying Weibo is the team to be beaten. They're still the best team in the world on 4v4 and here at the EWC. And I feel like they've proven themselves, but they can do that once again.
I think they can and they must. Are we going to the book, Counterfeit? Is the book going to be accurate this time? Do we want to put it to the test, or do we want to wait until it's 1-0 for somebody else?
I think, let's say, are we going to see an upset? Will we see Weibo knocked out and down? Not in a minute. They are reigning champions for a reason. They're going to do it 2 times on the trot. They're going to make history this tournament.
So the book says, but I think more importantly, you're saying it yourself.
I'm committing the book and me. We are one in this decision.
Okay, and what about you? Real quick, who you going with?
I'm going with Aurora 2-1.
Okay, fair enough. Two Titans take the stage once again. So much on the line. We head to the stage for our series number 3.
有信心，因为我感觉我们在比赛中的表现和上一届一样，势如破竹。
就是小组赛我们学到就是首先得信任队友吧，然后队友就是状态就是没有那么好的时候，我们得帮他找到问题，然后及时改善，然后把所有人的状态调整到最佳就行了。我觉得应该是其他队友需要提防我们，因为我们训练的状态就是赢多输少的那种。
这次冠军我们已经拿下了，你们去争第2吧。
Saviors of the West? I mean, it's hard to not consider yourself that when you're the last one alive, right? And I'll be honest, I felt this pressure before. So you kind of take that with pride, to be honest. And I want to also say to HoroX, the coach of AG, we're going to show you why you ran off to China instead of making a team in EU.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to continue things rolling with the playoffs here at the Esports World Cup. Damascus, that last match, absolute insanity before the match and after.
Hey, there is nothing I love more than smack talk, especially when you back it up. There is nothing better than this.
Absolutely 10 out of 10 performance, but in the end, Team Vision, let it be known that they were the ones to back it up. I'm not gonna lie though, it was phenomenal play from both sides, but this next match is definitely going to be special.
Yeah, we're talking about Smack Talk before. There's been a bit on this one as well, but more importantly, the regional pride, right? The full China showdown right now. And you know it's probably the best region in the world right now, but now that you're in the best region, you gotta be the best in the region.
And last year, this team proved to be exactly that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Weibo Gaming! These are the reigning title defenders for TFT at EWC. Of course, this is also our first Chinese clash of this year. Both teams hailing from the strongest region in the world. And of course, this squad is led by Xiaopimi, who is the leader of the squad, MVP from last year as well, and he is trying to repeat that performance. One of these Chinese powerhouses are going to move on while the other's dream is here. Weibo, 2-1 victory over T1 to start things off, and then 2-1 versus Godlike as well. The path was not easy, but they have shown why they lifted this trophy before.
There's no such thing as an easy path, but when you're the title defender and you're trying to go for the back-to-back, you just have to put in work. They've been putting in work, but right now they're gonna have to put an extra work to face these guys coming up. This team is looking absolutely ridiculous. We've said it. It's also a team hailing from China, led by one of the very best in the world. It is time to welcome Aurora Gaming! Now this is the banger team. We know They're led by Juan Mie, one of the absolute best in the world, a man who has more decorations than I can count. But it's not only about him. Every player has been able to follow his pace, to follow the pace that he set for the team. They started with a 2-1 over Nongshim Red Force. They unfortunately tripped against Virtus.pro, but then went for a clean sweep over Maus, and that was a pretty fast one, a speedrunners match yesterday. And today they are here to try and defeat Weibo, and they've said it themselves. They've been winning against Weibo lately. It's just another day in the office, Rob.
Okay, and as you can see, I am joined here with last year's MVP, Sao Pimi, for an interview. I'm going to go ahead and get straight to it. Kwame let it be known that he didn't care about fighting you guys because they've actually been destroying you lately. They've been beating you lately. Is this true?
邵皮米昨天在抽签完结束之后的采访环节里面呢，幻灭当时也发话了，他说最近在虐你们，然后这是否是真的呢？
这个当然是我们在放水了。我今天只想对 AUR 说，打完今天你们就可以去感受一下巴黎当地的特色了。
Well, they've been beating us the screams because we've been letting them do so. And all I want to say to Aurora Gaming is, after today's match, you guys can go on a bit of a tour of Paris because you guys will have the time to do so.
Oh my goodness. Please, we need you on that side as well, brother. Go ahead, Jin. Go ahead. What's going on, Damascus?
A very simple question. I need his answer. It's very simple. He just said that they were only winning because they let them win and they're ready for tourism. So I would like him to know his answer.
那前面曹皮米发了这些狠话，说你们已经可以准备去旅游巴黎了，你有什么话想回给他们的吗？
我们最喜欢的就是碾碎他们的冠军奖牌，等着吧。
Just you guys watch, because our favorite thing to do here in Paris is to crush your keys.
Hey, this is what we want from a key is about to be crushed, and both of them are confident.
It is about that time. Weibo, I need you to meet me right here, mid-screen. Come on, fellas. We need our face-off. Aurora and Weibo Gaming, this is the first clash. All Chinese squad, the best region in the world, ladies and gentlemen. It does not get any better than this.
It cannot get any better. One team say we'll punch you up. The other one said there is no way you punch us up in real tournament condition. So you know what? The stage is set. The conditions are set. It is time for Aurora Gaming versus the title defenders. Weibo Gaming, only one can come up on top. The other one goes for tourism. Let's go.
Welcome one and all to the third quarterfinals of the day. Weibo Gaming versus Aurora Gaming. The trash has been talked. The dominance has been displayed throughout the group stages, but now a titanic matchup between two of the best CN rosters on paper remaining in this tournament.
This is the matchup we've all been waiting for. The highest caliber one in terms of individual talent. And you can sense the fire in Weibo Gaming. Within the region, within the totem pool of greats, you have to give it to Aurora Gaming. Individually, they have amazing players. Why me, as you're seeing on the screen right here, double TAC round wins, a Paris Open victory right in this venue, and of course, 60 seconds, Li Luo, another TAC round champion win, Juan and ag.al, also 2 TOC victories right here. It is incredibly stacked as a roster, but Weibo Gaming has the win in 4v4.
You said it. Individually might be the name of the game for Aurora Gaming and their achievement throughout their careers. But when it comes to 4v4, the dominance that we saw across last year's edition of TFT was absolutely marvelous. The team play, the flexibility from someone like Guan, for example, the APM roll down from him as well, and the leadership and the clutch factor from Sao Pimi, the MVP of last year's finals. I cannot wait to see what these two teams bring to the table, Clement.
There are so many different clashes that we can just relish right here. The APM one is very interesting. 1 and 60 seconds are recognized as almost close to being just RTS players. Their fingers are incredibly fast. They can dance across the board. And what this allows them to do is actually to lend favorable trades to their teammates. I would consider the two of them the highest APM players I've ever seen alongside with YBY1.
We'll see if we can see a flash of that high APM across this series coming up right now. Let's talk about expectations for our players on each of these teams. Let's talk about maybe the roles they fulfilled across the group stage up until now. I think starting with Aurora Gaming, there's been a pretty stark contrast between 60second and the rest of his teammates. An 85% top 4 rate from 60second, a almost 3.0 AVP is absolutely insane with the caliber of players and teams they've been facing. Is 60second the player to watch in this series, Clement?
I think he is known as the reroll master within his own region. He's very good at getting those stable top 4s, and he will be the rock for Aurora Gaming going forward. I think on the other side for Weibo Gaming, very similar role in Tianlong, who is also going for a lot of top 4s, but not necessarily winning out as a player.
And Salpimi, I think, similar to Tianlong, is that top 4 player simply because he's been playing so much Akali, one of the strongest comps in the right hands. And in Salpimi's hands, he has a perfect understanding of when to push for the level 6 tempo, when to push for level 8 with an emblem to add in the Vex, to play around the Kindred as well. He morphs together all 3 different tempo game plans on the Nova line in general to absolute perfection. He's been one of those standout players in terms of the win rate as well for Weibo Gaming.
Most importantly, Salpimi wins the duels when he is needed, taking that win over Godlike when it was a 1v2 situation and able to outposition both of those players. So for me, Salpimi is not only the trash talker of the team, he's the heart of the team and the most dangerous one when it comes to 1v1s.
And looking back at Aurora, I think we have to talk about ag.al as well, because when it comes to actually winning games and coming in a situation where you're 4 players left alive, 2 from each team, winner takes it all, this is the player that rises up to the occasion. At least it has been so in the group stage with close to a 30% win rate across the team. So are we going to be seeing ag.al playing more for the Nova 9, for example? Are we going to see him playing more for the Fast 9 AP Flex, trying to close out these key games for his teams, maybe taking higher risks, but if he can manage that risk appropriately, if he can make it to those level 9 boards, he can be the strongest player in these games.
ag.al versus Salpimi definitely will be the win-out player battle. These two have the highest caps on their respective teams. In the meanwhile, Tianlong, as we mentioned, 60second, they're going to be the tempo rock, and then we move into kind of the free-flow positions. Huanmie has always been known as a very, very creative player. The reason he's won so many championships is because he can see highest cap boards that no one else is able to spot. That will be his strength here. We haven't really been seeing it that much in this tournament so far. He hasn't had the best of runs, but you know it's in him.
It could be that his team requires something different from him in this format. Individually, of course, both at the Paris Open last set and coming at the TAC round just a few weeks ago. And really all of this set long in the CN tournaments, he has had, I think it was a 33% win rate. So just really was able to take over games individually, win in those checkmate formats as well, and make it through as now one of the GOATs of our scene in TFT. In this format, it's mostly been ag.al stepping up to fulfill that role. We have seen the case with Flash Wolves where it was with Terry as well, but Ironbog, when he needed to in game 1, he came in and was able to fulfill that role perfectly. I wonder if it's Huanmie's day to shine. Come back in and say, you know what, this is my time.
You can't count him out. Just think about the peak that Huanmie would have coming off Paris, TAC round, a TOC champion, and an EWC. That would be the grand slam of grand slams. That is the dream that Huanmie is chasing afterwards, though. But as you were mentioning about the flexibility, I still have to give it to Weibo Gaming. I think this is the thing that has made them such a powerhouse of the team. It's because they can switch between different positions. It's not always one player that's winning out, like we saw maybe like Safo on MCOY was a very good example of a team having very much defined roles. Weibo Gaming is not like that. Everyone can step up to the plate. Everyone can swap positions as necessary.
And it's easy in 4v4 to just look at the stats and say, oh, this is the highest win rate player, he must be the best player, the MVP, but that isn't always the case. I wouldn't look at someone like Moji, for example, on T-Vision. They just qualified through. He's the player usually calling the shots in-game, and there's so much brain power that you have to kind of share when you're trying to, in some ways, micromanage the big picture strategy of your team. And this is something that I think we don't talk about really on broadcast as much. It's hard to know, obviously, how the team synergy works, but whoever fulfills that role on a team has a much harder task in terms of keeping track of his own game and again, not only playing for the AVP, which is not the only thing that matters in 4v4.
It does seem like we have a little bit of time before we go into game. Oh, but we will be going into some form of a video to explain how these teams have actually gelled and vibed together.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to EWC with some TFT. I'm joined by Aurora Gaming here for the tournament. We're going to ask them some tough questions here in Hot Seats. So let's start off with the first one. Which player do you think has the worst hairstyle?
ag 他们的教练的头发。
Which team is simply overrated?
改不过他们对吗
And why?
是我们当时第一轮预选赛的时候，我们就第一轮打他们吧，结果他们这回把运气比较好，然后就一路直接1号种子进了。
Which team is the most demanding? Like toughest team?
T1.
Which team should already book a shuttle to the airport because they're going to lose?
我们第一轮对手。
Which player has the worst fashion sense?
我觉得 WBG 的这个定队服的。
All right. Thank you very much, guys, for hot seats. Best of luck at the tournament. Thank you, Aurora. 谢谢。
Built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Pretty crazy declarations we heard there from Aurora Gaming before this matchup even was locked in the knockout draw. They already said, you know, some players from Weibo maybe don't have the strongest fashion sets. We'll see if that bites them on the butt coming into this series. We'll see if Weibo takes their revenge. A lot of trash talk across this whole tournament, Clement. It's been kind of fun to see from some of these players who are usually a bit more reserved.
And I think we've got all of the heavy hitting points out the way. We can kind of dive into the more lighthearted parts. I feel like Guan's haircut is the most divisive in terms of the CN scene. You know, it's really hard to pull off that divided bang look because it shows the majority of your face. A lot of players are not confident enough to pull that off.
I'm a fan. Guan has a fan in me, but we'll see if his gameplay also has a fan in me coming into this series. I'm just excited. The names on paper, obviously Weibo, the title defenders, you don't have to really say much more in terms of why we expect so much from them across this quarterfinals and across this whole tournament really coming into this edition of TFT at EWC. But looking at Aurora, just purely from a name perspective, you read out the roster and you say, my goodness, how have these four players come together on one team? In some cases, in other sports, we've even seen that be a downside in terms of a clash of egos, a clash of ideas, very confident players forming together. But Aurora, if they ever had those problems, it seems they've definitely solved them long ago because the cohesion has been there. Even someone as cocky as Swanmia, for example, who is currently in the contention for the GOAT title in TFT, he's been happy to fulfill all the different roles his team needs from him in the group stage.
And we can talk about the core group of Alpha, of Aurora Gaming. They actually started with Alpha picking up Hwanmie and 60 Seconds, and it was Alpha Gaming that actually pushed Hwanmie to stream after his first TAC round champion, so really setting up a career after that. And then in 2024, Twisted Minds also had Ahao on the same roster with those two. Lee Luo joined in 2025. This is a roster long time in the making of basically picking through the best pieces on the market to finally get to Aurora Gaming.
Little by little, piece by piece, the team has been formed. This might be the final iteration they were looking for all those years ago. We'll see what they can do, not just in this quarterfinals, but if they defeat the current title defenders, maybe they're now considered the favorites coming into tomorrow's semifinals and potentially a grand final as well for this year's edition of TFT at EWC. The keys, you know, up in the air now for this series in terms of which of the keys will be crushed.
For Weibo Gaming, they're forming. Actually, there were a bunch of friends trying to teach the Weibo gaming manager how to play TFT. And then when the opportunity came up, Weibo was like, wait a minute, why don't we actually just send these four players straight into the fire and into the tournament? And what a tremendous bet that actually was. At that point in time, these four players were not considered really the A tier in terms of the CN. CN is incredibly stacked, but they have proved themselves. They've proved themselves as tutors, they proved themselves as players, and now they want to go for back-to-back champions.
The most impactful TFT coaching session of all time is all I'm hearing here from Weibo Gaming. And hey, I took it as a coaching session as well last edition, because what you get to see in 4v4 compared to individual TFT, the extra layer of depth and complexity and strategic, prowess that some of these teams display in terms of when to sack for each other, when to, like we saw from Dasik yesterday, you have a win out spot, but instead you play for very high tempo, you play for your HP. All these contradicting kind of strategies that you wouldn't consider an individual play come to the spotlight in 4v4, and as someone deeply invested in this esport, it is so fun to see what these players come up with in terms of solutions for all the different problems.
I think the game will be decided by who has the strongest win out spot. It typically is, and for both of these teams, they have the exact same go-to composition. It is that Nova Fast 9 comp that both of these teams have a 2.5 AVP over 4 games. So the sample size is actually very, very strong. They know whoever gets the birthday reunion into that spot will define the entire strategy. Who do you protect? Who else is going to have to play for tempo?
If we're going to look at a player to maybe call out to see how they perform and if they can pick things up, I think for me, on Aurora Gaming in particular, I have to mention Li Luo, a TAC Crown champion, of course, back in the day. A player who I think struggled a little bit in the group stage. Maybe that was his role on the team. We've seen players like Moji as well, where their role is to stabilize stage 4, hold units from the opposing team. As long as you finish 7th, you've done your job, basically. But from Li Luo, stats are not everything in 4v4, but he sported a 30% top 4 rate, close to a 6.0 AVP. I want to see if he can turn things around, if his team can elevate him into that position, and if so, the confidence Aurora Gaming might have off of a win here would be absolutely massive.
Li Luo, the most often forgotten champion coming out of Gizmos and Gadget. Whenever he is coming into an opens type of tournament, he's always popping off, like this Into the Arcane and Set 6. That specific theme for TFT has been his most favorite and strongest. He is known as a very interesting player. He plays like Hwan Mie in solo queue, but he plays like a top 4 player when it comes to the actual tournament. So we'll kind of see what his position will end up being. I feel like he is the X factor, as you have correctly identified. You see him going first place, but a lot of times also mainly into the lower placements.
And I will say, I think Hwan Mie and Li Luo have had kind of similar redemption arcs in their career. Hwan Mie, of course, a TAC Crown champion all the way back in set 5, and now this set. It's a huge gap, but Hwan Mie has risen back up with both the Paris Open and the TAC Crown to now, being GOAT contention. Li Luo kind of similar when it comes to the set 6 TAC Crown championship, and then the rise up in the Macau Open, the chance to once again say, hey, I'm here. I'm not just in the history of TFT, I'm in the present as well. And we'll see even more present in this edition of TFT. We'll see what he can do.
Yeah, it took 6 sets for Hwan Mie to finally climb back into the spotlight after he was winning the Eastern Asian Championships back in set 9. It was a very, very long trough. We have heard Hwan Mie talk about this as well. He's thanking all the supports of his fans and Alpha Gaming for keeping by his side all this time, for him to finally climb back into the peak. And he is on the cusp of really cementing the GOAT discussion. We talk about title, we talk about Dissop and Hwan Mie, the 3 players in the world that have double TAC Crown champions. Now you look across the board at EWC, there is only one team that has been crowned before, and that is Aurora sitting in front of us.
And also the single set performance that could come through from Hwan Mie if they're able to not just win this quarterfinals but make it to the grand finals would be insane. I think it would be quite parallel to Malala's run back in set 10. Obviously Malala had different championships, not the EWC, but still a crazy 1-set performance. Hwan Mie could potentially match that if he's able to get a 4v4 win as well.
I have already penciled him in as the best 2-set performance from set 16 to 17. If he wins this one, I think he just closes the book on that discussion forever. EWC trophy into his back pocket. That would be a massive, massive win for the CN region. It would take so long for another GOAT to actually climb above the totem pole.
But Weibo Gaming stands in the way of all of that. This is a team that you have to respect no matter what trash talk we have seen. But looking now at the tournament bracket, let's go over kind of the path these teams have taken to make it this far. We're looking at the quarterfinals here as well. Flash Wolves winning 2-0 earlier today against Nongshim Red Force, and Team Vision with that 3rd game win against virtus.pro. Last year's runner-ups have fallen, Do the next runner-ups also fall here on this matchup between Weibo and Aurora Gaming?
If I'm Weibo Gaming, I'm looking at this bracket and the way to the championship has been cleared. Only Weibo Gaming of the semifinals from 2025 is still standing. There is no one that is still challenging them left from the previous one. And if I'm looking at Aurora Gaming, I feel like this is a team that actually did not spend a lot of time together prepping because Hwanmye was at that TAC round. There was only a few days, a couple, maybe less than 2 weeks before Hwanmye was still playing all the way for his own personal glory. So I actually expect Weibo Gaming coming into this one to have more cohesion, to have spent much more time in the format.
There aren't teams from the top 4 left, but there is a player actually. We had Goboster finish 3rd place with Aegis last year. He's still very much alive. That'll be the 4th series of today, the 4th quarterfinals. But he's playing on Godlike now. Different roster, different org, different vibes, I'm imagining as well. And that will be for a different time. We have still first, of course, the Weibo Gaming series up against Aurora Gaming. Pinky promise, we're going to start very, very soon. The players are loading up, joining up into the lobby, the pregame lobby screen. And what a match we have ahead of us, Clement.
Yeah, taking a look at the Weibo side, this is the icon, this is the mascot that they always bring. It's the Weibo snake plushie. It's rumored to give you incredibly good luck, and we actually saw it when Guan won his first TOC, that the plushie was right next to him. So trying to add additional aura, if you will.
I think I need one of those for my ranked ladder climb for next set. Any help I can get, I will take.
For sure. And, you know, this Weibo Gaming team, something I'm so impressed about is that 2 players actually coming in from the mobile circuit, still able to make it here. I'm hearing that we're getting into the game very, very shortly. As the players, you can tell their nerves here. They're contemplating their game plans. They're communicating with each other. We are headed into the series of the quarterfinals that everyone wanted to watch.
You now have to remove everything outside of this singular game of TFT. Forget about the trash talk, forget about the pressure, forget about all the nerves as well, because it's all about locking in, communicating to perfection with your team, getting the best understanding of your 2-1 augment spots in particular, seeing the projection of not only your game plan, but your team's game plan, and how it'll contrast and fare against the opponent's own strategy.
The team cohesion of Weibo Gaming, the flexibility coming from their side, the experience, the reigning champions versus Aurora, which comes in with the most dominating roster ever seen composed in TFT EWC. Here we go.
The title defenders versus the star-studded Galacticos from China. It will be Hwanmye 62nd, Ahao, and Li Luo challenging the title defenders of Weibo Gaming as we move into our game 1. Any augments, any comps, anything in particular, Clement, you are expecting to see or hoping to see in this first game?
Birthday reunion will reunite Weibo Gaming with the championship if it is offered. I'm going to make that a prediction. It has been the best composition for both of these sides.
Okay, my counter offer is going to be Salpi Me picking up Treasure Hunt for I think the 4th or 5th time in this tournament already. It's been an absolutely crazy combo for him to play into the Akali Nova line. But as we move into game 1, our 2 gods will be Soraka and Yasuo. Yasuo in particular, very strong, synergizing in particular with the Cryogenic Hex and the Cosmic Hex, buffing up tanks like the Cho'Gath, like the Ornn, like the Jax in some of those reroll comps can be such an effective strategy in terms of having an absolutely crazy time playing reroll.
Cosmic Hex, definitely the most game-warping one, as you can play a lot more of those reroll compositions, maybe even a Primordian comp if you hit it. We are going to get the encounter of the 3-Cos champions coming in here, and, you know, talking about the 3-Cos, something that's really interesting about the CN region is their love for Diana as a transition point into the Shepherd composition. So we'll see if we are offered any of those to start.
For Hwanmye as well, one of the few players to play Challenger MF and actually to win with it across the group stages in this tournament. He had it on his bench, but he sold it, so maybe not for this game. Looking at the Stargazer, it will be the mountain. The mountain these players have to climb in this quarterfinals matchup. It's a constellation that leans pretty easily into both the Lulu, into the Zaya, even into the double Corki we saw from Odessa yesterday, so some creativity can definitely come through with the emblem printing constellation.
Oh, now we have the Arbiter for Hwanmye. Let's check if he gets the Leona. And you does have it, the best combination. Every 4 seconds, you get a Leona at combat end. That usually signals a very strong Fast 9 spot if you can get the right items.
We were asking to see some more win-out positions from Hwanmie. This could be one of them, of course. We are still waiting to see what the 2-1 augments will be. One of the most important rounds of TFT and 4v4 in particular. This is where everyone is chatting away, saying, hey, I have these offerings. Who's the win-out player? Who's playing for tempo? How can we contrast and balance our game plans to find success?
And it will be the silver one. Whenever we see this one, the question is, who is going to be the Expedition player across the lobby? As you were talking about win out, there is no better option than getting those Radiant items.
An insta-pick here for Hwanmie, one of the best augments to play into any kind of AP line. The continuous conjuration. You already know you're going to try playing for Leona Printer. You're going to play for either LeBlanc or Bard or Sona in the late game. You're going to need a whole lot of rods. The more, the merrier.
Taking a look across the board, we have other options coming in. Guan looking to set up the tempo right here with the caretakers. And we also have 60 seconds on the opposite side, trying to play a low tempo game and see how he pivots his game plan based on the latent forge.
Patience is a virtue, and a Jax 2 already found for Salpimi, as well as some Stargazer units to get the emblem printing going on from the Stargazer line. Most likely we saw some rolls immediately come through to just try and find the Stargazer in the first place, and along the way he found an upgrade on one of the most important tanks in this line.
Really nice start for Salpimi here. You want to establish yourself as the mountain player and ward away other players from coming onto your same line. He also has a bow start here, so he can go both into the Xayah or into the Lulu. It just kind of depends on what he hits.
The crit level a little bit better for the Lulu, simply because you usually don't want to build a Last Whisper on Xayah when you're playing the Nova package with the Aatrox and the Maokai. Barely a lot for Salpimi here. Going to have to maybe sell a unit to make 10. And he's going to take a little bit slower. I think he will be spiking either with a Lulu on 3-2 or on stage 4 when the Xayah board comes online.
For LBTZ here, he's obviously going to go for the Akali line. He has already built the Striker's Flail and will have more swords coming in on hand. Also starting with a large duplicator here will allow him to just cash out on something like the Kindred 2 when you're rolling on level 6. It gives you a really good spike if you can suddenly get that just with the dupe.
That being said, the option to play Corki, if you're playing from high HP, is still definitely a possibility. It's something that LBTZ actually favored quite a lot on the day one. So if his team already has a win-out player, if all he needs to do is be incredibly strong in stage 4 and win those rounds, we could see him leaning to Corki as well.
In the meantime, checking in on Guan, I believe his caretakers are either going to be the Gragas that we've seen, or maybe the Gwen. We'll check in later on what the options are, but currently he is leaning pretty heavily in towards the Space Group line.
It is going to be the Gragas, which we'll see if he wants to lean heavily into that. The Gragas 3 not really considered to be the most warping 2-cost 3-star tank, so we'll see if he just wants to play that for Econ, just play the tempo version with just the Gragas 2 for now. But a really strong looking board here for Hwanmie already off of that Leona 2.
And we're taking a look at Guan's Arbiter right here. I didn't quite catch what he found in the end, but this is the big question here. Is he going to use his Gragas at all, or will he have to sell them for Econ? He's still saddling between two different line positions right now, either going for the Brawler E or based on the more common Space Groove AP lines that we've seen.
And Guan was looking at Hwanmie and said, whatever you can do, I can do better. Or in this case, the same. He has the exact same Leona printing Arbiter here as well. So another player that wins once he hits that Leona 3 on stage 3. He'll be happy to play into any of the flexible AP lines, either on LeBlanc or just a Fast 9 game plan.
Very interesting. Actually holding a lot of options, not selling the Gragas 2, so he's trying to play for max tempo later as well. Hwanmie trying to continue his win streak all the way into Yasuo, which does give you immediate combat power, but runs into his teammate with an itemized Lissandra 2. This should be close.
Two players at the very least playing around the potential Leona 3. We'll see if we get a Cosmic Hex to scale even more HP on the Leona from the Yasuo offering here, or even a Cryogenic Hex. It will be the Cryogenic Hex offered here. I have to imagine, looking at the other option from Soraka, that players like Hwanmie, players like Guan, playing into the Arbiter will be very happy to pick the Yasuo Hex up.
Generally considered the best one available. It also allows retargeting on your tank, so very good for mountain compositions that you get more snowballs from your Nunu, and I feel like the entire lobby agrees. No one actually going to be going for the better together.
Salpimi as well already had that Jax 2 we saw earlier, so going to be a very good pickup for him on the Stargazer line. I mean, look at this setup already. The moment you find the Zoe 2, the Mordekaiser 2, look at the items. It's looking so good for the start here for Hwanmie.
Yeah, and Hwanmie, you know, we've seen this play over and over again in our other games, is when you have these great AP spots, you have the option to just skip playing level 8 completely and go to level 9. This is one of those rare indications that a Fast 9 might be on the track for Hwanmie.
The moment Hwanmie sees he's facing up against a Weibo Gaming player, it's time to slam the items. The Rage Blade goes down, already pretty much locked into playing around the Blanc. Maybe going to be thinking about more of a level 8 stability, at least a small roll down until LeBlanc 2, and then we can think about being the win-out player or going 9.
Great win here for Hwanmie, continuing his streak. Meanwhile, on the lower side of the HP bars, 60 Seconds and Tianlong both trying to get a full loss streak going. We'll be shifting over to them later on. 60 Seconds, of course, has a latent forge, so he is much more able to play almost completely open and pivot his composition later.
And Salpimi is not the only Stargazer player in the lobby. Of course, you can't really play the Mountain unless you get into it early, so there is some value in the time at which you lock it in. And we're seeing both ag.al and 60 Second are on the Stargazer unlock for the emblem print as well, moving into stage 3.
All right, Tianlong does some last-second swaps. I knew he wasn't trying to win with that one, and he indeed tries to avoid accidentally winning. We will be switching back to the winner side of the lobby, Guan versus Hwanmie.
A player from Weibo Gaming and a player from Aurora Gaming fighting at the end of this stage 2 for the 5-win streak, the extra gold generation, the HP preservation, incredibly important coming into stage 3.
A little bit unfortunate for Guan, he did not find another psionic unit. He's playing the main tank Gragas, but he could have been up an extra item, and it just looks like the 2 Leonas will be too much to handle for Guan.
Also, the augment from Hwanmie allows him to slam both a tank and the Rage Blade item as well on the Zoe, so a little bit of a stronger board, bigger advantage, and 8 Leonas already for Hwanmie. This is kind of the magic of TFC when you're trying to play for a win streak. If you get the win streak and then you hit that next big spike while still retaining the win streak, this could snowball into a 10-win like we saw from Terry earlier today.
1 Leona off, and he is really well set up here. On the flip side, we're taking a look at ag.al. He's our other Mountain player. He found a Lulu very early on into his game, and even though he does have a loss streak going, a 4 full loss streak, I expect him to bounce back very hard in stage 3. You typically do want to stabilize by rolling on level 6 for your Milos and hopefully getting, Milos. I thought I was talking about the VP player. Milio, yeah.
Almost had it. Let's look at someone on 60 Second as well, because we're looking at the HP totals. Hwanmie is doing his job, preserving the HP for Aurora Gaming, but there's 2 players already at 75 HP, essentially open, forwarding. 60 Second in particular, he's on Latent Forge, so we'll see him hitting that Anvil unlock for the artifact on 3-5. There's the Leona 3, there's a level to 6. Hwanmie needs to defend this streak with his life, and he could be the pillar of hope for Aurora Gaming in this Game 1.
So far, Game 1, we have to give the stage 2 over to Aurora Gaming. You have 2 full loss streakers and a full win streaker. This just means that your economy is roaring. You have all of that additional streak income, unlike the side of Weibo Gaming that has much more smaller and broken streaks.
Not too much impact, though, coming in from the 2-1 silver augments. If we see a prismatic coming through at 3-2, the current state of the game, of the tempo, of the strength could swing completely in a different direction depending on what augments our players hit.
Very good last-second position coming in for Hwanmie. Actually moves his Zoe to the other side of the board, meaning that the Talon does not find the main carry in time. He's going to continue his win streak. In the meantime, ag.al, we will see how his roll down actually goes. You typically see a bit of a roll on 3-2.
And it will be just the silver augments coming through, so not a lot of extra variance. Something like Boxing Lessons, pretty big for any of the Shepherd lines. We have, of course, some econ augments that can do a little bit in terms of helping players have enough gold to really stabilize their boards, both on 3-2 and on the stage 4 roll down for the forecasts.
ag.al actually getting pretty lucky here with feeling lucky, gets the additional bit of gold, and now he is going to roll. These rolls are very important. If he finds Emilio 2, he's going to be able to item carry him, or if he gets a Lulu 2, both would be pretty massive.
We'll see how Weibo Gaming will respond to the Lulu commitment from ag.al. We saw Vitality versus MKoi, how Safa was targeted by all the different players holding onto Lulu's, not allowing him to hit the 3-star version of his carry. We'll see if the same thing will happen here in this game 1.
LBTZ coming up to the board. He is going to be contested on the side of 60 seconds. 60 seconds looking on our screen further away. He did actually go into the Pandora's item, so we'll be able to switch around his latent forge. Looking like he's going for the Nova line as well as LBTZ here.
Really smart play here from Salpimi with a climb the ladder. You're playing into an incredibly big vertical as well, as vertical as you can get in terms of having, maybe 8-star Gazer if the game goes on for long enough. So you can have your final stacking, scaling unit like a Xayah, for example, or a Lulu, getting so many extra stats over the course of a fight.
All right, this is 60 second. We're just seeing what he's scaling up for right now. It still looks like he is going to be contested. Typically, our teams do not like to have the opponents actually having a free runway onto the Akali reroll. You have to stop that. You have to force them into a less win-out position with Kindred.
This is something we haven't seen too much of in the tournament, but I have heard rumors that Akali Mountain is a comp that can be played. Akali is incredibly stable, and she just does a lot of work in the general shell of the Stargazer line. There's already a lot of mix-up, of course, with the Aatrox and the Maokai added into the Xayah board. You can add an Akali as well.
And the fact you already have Pandora's items and then you can print the mountain emblems, that's absolutely massive that you pointed this one out. He could get early Nova, so even if he doesn't hit the Kindred, he can be completely fine. He could get other Marauders to kind of help with the rest of the composition. So this is a very, very high cap setup being played from a loss streak into win out.
And of course, the ever-important Gunblade has already been built and found thanks to the Pandoras. Hwanmie does finally take a loss to Li Luo, so both of the win-streaking players, both in the same team, I think. Not the worst thing in the world to have Li Luo kind of come ahead and take that win. Looking at the God Offerings, it will be the Solar Hex from Yasuo, so the chance for just some additional or some guaranteed burn coming through without players having to build those items.
Yeah, and for players like Hwanmie that have already committed to a Sunfire, it might be a little bit more tempting to go on the other side. Indeed, we see him going over and just getting some extra tankiness for his front line. He's already committed to the Twin Guardian, so that front line is going to be very, very rock solid.
Even for our Xayah players, maybe you're not so interested in taking the Solar Hex. I think just Red Buff by itself, due to the attack speed and the utility, is one of Xayah's best items. So you want to have a reason to build it, I think, if you have access to those bows.
Taking a look, this is going to be Li Luo's board. I'm pretty sure this was choreographed between Li Luo and Hwanmie. Maybe Hwanmie was already running out of juice in his backline, so, giving Li Luo the win, not the worst thing in the world. And he's found a very lucky unit. The most contested unit of the entire tournament has been found right here. Nami being selected and also sold instantly.
And as you're mentioning, Hwanmie does have the Lilona 3, but does not have the upgrade on the Zoe, for example, whereas I think Li Luo has a more balanced board with the Lysandra 2 as well.
And 60 Seconds says, I don't even need to use my Pandoras. I've got this on lockdown. This is the item where we saw previous players just be able to assassinate the backline. It's Prowlers. You see that jump directly over into the carries. It is one of the best items you could find for this Akali.
I think we're seeing why Hwanmie gave up his win streak. He was scared of what was coming from the late in forge. This Akali is so dangerous towards any one-star copies of backline carries, because the moment she gets onto your carry, it is GG game over for that fight.
Yeah, just able to slaughter everything right here. So I think 60 Seconds has now turned the corner. The only question left for the domination of Aurora Gaming in Game 1 is just, how is ag.al doing? If ag.al have missed on his 3-2 roll down, there still is a chance that they might be in trouble right here, but the rest of the members on Aurora, I think they're completely fine.
And Guan, it looks like, of course, using the Caretaker's ally just for some extra econ, selling the Gragas's. Instead, he's going to be moving into the AP lines. He has been playing a whole lot of across this tournament. That's really been his role on this team, playing mostly around the Space Groove boards, playing around some Shepherd lines as well. Does have the Rage Blade that he can build here on the Zoe, so that might be a consideration coming into Stage 4.
I'm getting really worried for our reigning champions. Looking across the board here, I feel like Aurora has found stronger spots. They have the perfect artifacts coming in for 60 seconds. Statistically, the best item you could get coming in for that Akali. Lilo is on a win streak right here. His spot is pretty good. Hwanmi is already committed to Shepard, has a massive HP lead. What answers are there on the side of Weibo Gaming? I'm looking across here and there just hasn't been a very clear answer.
It might just be leaning into the variance of TFT. Sometimes we've seen teams coming out of stage 3 incredibly well equipped to take over the game. They can roll down 50, 60, 70 gold and not find the 2-star upgrade they needed on their 4-cross, and the game can swing entirely in the other team's favor. We'll see the pivotal 4-1 and 4-2 rounds if players find their upgrades, but more importantly, if they get griefed. If someone is target griefed by the opposing team, they can have an absolutely nightmarish scenario coming to stage 4, no matter what their current HP is.
We're taking a look here at Salpimi's board. He is one of our mountain players, and you know, this is one of the most interesting boards. There are so many positions on the side of Weibo Gaming that have not been decided. You know, LBTZ, Akarva Bath could go to Corki, could go to Xayah. There's a lot of different directions for these players, but they don't have that much time to actually negotiate them. This is going to be one of the biggest 2-round timers in their lives.
Seeing the Corki held here by Salpimi, I have to imagine that LBTZ is not going to be playing Corki, or else, you know, the sell would come through. There isn't certainly a Corki 2 already for LBTZ coming into this 4-1 round. It has been sold, no, it has been played now, actually. Oh, taking a tech from Odessa, maybe we saw him playing the double Corki Stargazer Mountain line to great success earlier in the group stage. And Salpimi says, you know what? I like that.
Yeah, it looks like Salpimi will be committing himself over towards the Xayah if he does find it, and the Corki will just be a unfortunate item holder for now. I do expect him to sell it later on just for his teammate. That probably means LBTZ is still going to go onto the Corki line. Lilo, in the meantime, trying to continue his win streak. He was more lucky compared to Guan, actually had the Psionic in quite early on, so additional items. Great combination with that Meepsy.
Looking at the current gold situation for all players, not a single player has rolled down on the creep stage or on 4-1. So a more, just a slower tempo overall. No one really feeling the pressure of, hey, I'm going to get target griefed. Instead, everyone will be trying to get their game plans going in the 4-2 round.
LBTZ has to be one of the ones we are looking at. 28 HP left. He's in the 2-hit category right now. Can he actually find what he needs necessarily? But before that, we will be looking at some of the other boards here. It's going to be Lilo and Hwanmi negotiating their spots. We probably do have Shepard for Hwanmi, and look at Hwanmi. He's very well aware of potentially Corki being the win out for them. Used it as a item holder just then. Will he pick up the other copy? He definitely should, as he's denying it in shop currently.
With the Cryogenic Hex, the mech ASOL line could also be interesting. We're seeing Lilo at the very least holding on to the mechs, but hasn't found any ASOLs. LeBlanc, also sought after by Hwanmi, also does not have too many copies. So this is what we're talking about. Despite the HP lead some of these players have coming to stage 4, if you miss your 4 costs, you can end up losing a lot of your HP in stage 4.
Yeah, Lilo's position does not look very strong at the moment. He does find that 1-star Blitzcrank, but if you look at his backline carries, there's nothing to really write home about. Karma will be the closest out for him. In the meantime, ag.al on Aurora. Wow, an incredibly lucky roll. Actually pivoting away from the Lulu straight into Nami 2.
As a Nami Lulu setup for the Stargazer Mountain. Another variation. We don't get to see too much in individual play, but we have been seeing shine across this tournament. Akali on Akali action here. LBTZ is going to be winning this fight, is going to stabilize his HP just a tiny bit coming into the stage 4.
And we finally see the answer of where LBTZ is going. He was leaning towards the Corki, holding on to the units, but he pivoted out and is going to be playing onto the Kindred line. This line does stabilize very hard on stage 4, but doesn't really have a cap. He has, however, found his Kindred 2. Just needs an item for that board to stabilize.
And this is where having double silver augment stars may be punishing a little bit for LBTZ. He would have loved to have more resources to play around the hits he's gotten off of his econ with Commerce Core. Can only slam the Deathblade on the Kindred for now. Will be facing his teammate Tianlong, who also has hit the Nami 2, although he does have the 1 buff, 2 buff, so maybe he had to use a duplicator to get there.
Yeah, taking a look across the board here, these power levels on the Weibo Gaming side, they're just not equivalent to what Aurora has been able to cook up. We do see the power of Cryogenic and Tom Kent, a great combination. You can get shielding for how much you've healed in that fight. So a very strong power combo there.
We talk about the gold for all of our players. The gold is now gone. Every player has rolled down heavily on level 8. There's no one trying to greed and go fast 9. And I think this is because Aurora is identifying, hey, we have a massive HP lead. It's time to put in the pressure. It's time to win this game as early as possible. Try and play for a blowout win against Weibo Gaming in this game 1.
And I think what Weibo Gaming are trying to do is actually to lock out 60 seconds. We know that composition Akali reroll can be a win out if it hits. So we have LBTZ punishing him by going directly into the same direction. And 60 seconds is forced to play into a level 8. This is a much lower cap variant of the composition he would want to have. The first step for Weibo Gaming is here. Make sure you knock out 60 seconds first and prevent the possibilities for a blowout.
Not just that, but 60 Second is trying to scale into a win-out position. He's trying to roll some emblems to try and find more firepower for the Nova board. These emblems being on the item bench, this is lost tempo, lost pressure, lost strength on the board. Despite the Soul Awakening pickup, can 60 Second win these fights? He can if his teammate sacks for him, and that's what we're seeing from Hwanmie.
Everything is about saving Private 60 right here, as Hwanmie has removed his items from his backline carries. This should give them enough time to actually heal up with the Fiora. A very nice touch in a pickup here. He knows that his teammates are going to intentionally sack for him, so that Fiora can get him additional HP and maybe push him even to 3 lives.
We'll see what these emblems will roll into. One turn is all 60 Second needs with the right amount of luck to turn this game around. He's still going to be on maybe even 2 lives, or 3 lives rather, with the healing from the Fiora that you mentioned. The reroll with the Pandoras comes through, the Meeple and the Psionic is found. Not the most impactful options for the Akali setup.
Yeah, he ideally would have wanted 2 Nova emblems just to round out that composition and get that Akali passive online. Not able to hit it right there. He is going to have to rely on his teammates once again.
The battle of the Nami carries, 2 very different boards, but 1 singular carry on either side. The 4 different Namis here for Tianglong, just trying to fight for any amount of round wins in this stage 4, playing for immediate tempo. Whereas ag.al, he's still kind of scaling into the late game with the extra Stargazer Mountain emblems coming through.
Love this game plan to actually make life very difficult for Tianlong, picking up the Nami too to play this one. He doesn't win the Golden Gambit, but still has a very strong front line here with the Ornn 2, just with the Mountain as well. All the additional stats, very powerful.
A super important win there, considering the gold was being held by the Stargazer player, and Tianglong is just fighting for those immediate wins. Isn't able to do so. Hwanmie takes the loss. A lot of mirror matches in this round. 2 LeBlancs going up against each other, with Guan taking the win there.
Guan is the only one that is in a stronger position at this point. Hwanmie, we saw his board. Even though he was losing, he had 64 gold. He didn't really mind getting into that situation. He's going for a straight level 9 angle. 60 Second lost his previous fight. Still no Nova emblem to be found right here. He has to play it the manual way, putting in 5 different Novas, and he has to use all of his emblems right now. 1 hit, losing by 4 units would knock him out into 8th.
Gets the Brawler +1, gets the Stargazer +1, gets the Rogue +1. Not really as impactful. Not the items that he was hoping for. Also does not get offensive components for the Kindred, still just holding the Striker's Flail. The roll's not coming through for 60 Second, and he's on 11 HP. This could be 1 life. We're still in stage 4, but a big enough loss could send the first player out in 8th place. That would be from Aurora Gaming. 60 Second.
It's actually pretty crazy, but none of his emblems actually allow him to hit an additional breakpoint. So pretty sad state of affairs for his board. He is going to flex in that Nunu just to get the Stargazer online, but you have to assume that against any of the enemy boards, he will be going out.
Li Luo has removed the items off of the Mighty Mech. Is this going to be enough with just the emblem-centric Kindred carry and the Prowler's Call build from Akali? It can be explosive, but Akali can get herself into danger, especially against the Ace-Soul. He's very bursty, but Akali is cleaning up everyone. The Ace-Soul will not kill the Akali, and that will be a very important fight win for 60 Second.
That is such an exciting fight in 4v4. They knew the Prowler's Claw was going to proc, and they had the low HP units positioned on the right side. You can communicate that with your team and say, hey, I'm going to build a bridge for you into the backline.
The HP totals are starting to dwindle for so many of the players in this game. One, it's now only ag.al on the 8 win streak, holding down the fort for Aurora Gaming with a massive HP lead coming into stage 5.
Wamir here contesting Gwen on the Shepherd LeBlanc. Still can't find his main carry, but he still has about 3 lives to go. A decent position for him. He's not slamming his items just yet, trying to preserve the possibility he runs into 60-second.
All eyes yet again on 60-second. The items have not been removed here from ag.al, and considering the current win streak, considering the strength we've been seeing, it's going to require a miraculous attack from the Akali onto the backline to potentially win this fight for 60-second. We're seeing it now onto the Lulu. The Nami is targeting the Akali. The Akali is still very much alive, but the final bubbles come through. 60-second on 11 HP will be taken down in 8th place. And everyone else from LBTZ to Tianglong stay fairly healthy coming into this next round.
LBTZ has done his job here. Playing from a low roll position, he had the chance to go for Corki, but said, you know what? The only way we actually win this game, because of how dominant Aurora are on the top of the standings, is if we send 60 seconds 8th place. So he has moved into that line, into contesting the Akali, made sure that there wasn't going to be an Akali 3 with Prowlers.
LBTZ holding on to a whole lot of mech copies on his bench. The danger now is going to be the blowout win from Aurora Gaming due to their HP lead against Weibo Gaming, especially with LBTZ now on 1 life and 2 more players from Weibo on just 2 lives.
And that's the reason that ag.al did not take off his items there. He wants to preserve the blowout win. Sometimes it's not actually worth it to sacrifice too much for a player that is in the water. You can't take them out of a hold. So they cut 60-second loose, but now is the main game plan. We already talked about this at the early parts of the game. Aurora in a massive winning position. Can they actually close out with the right fight RNG?
All of a sudden, a whole lot of wins coming through from Weibo Gaming. LBTZ and Guan both get their wins against the Aurora Gaming players. We're still missing upgrades for someone like Hwanmie, who's still on the LeBlanc one despite being level 9. And if they don't find these upgrades, we could see the HP totals flipped in 2 or 3 rounds.
Oh, it's definitely possible right here. A lot comes down to who they are facing. Guan on one side has been able to stabilize. LBTZ on the other continue to just hold on to the LeBlancs. The mission is to send Hwanmie and 60 seconds into the 7th and 8th spot. 4 players less than 10 HP. It comes down to this.
LBTZ from Weibo Gaming up against Li Luo from Aurora Gaming, both on 1 life. Mech Acel versus the Nova board, the Kindred, the Death Blades, stacking, trying to take down one of the strongest tanks in the game. Meanwhile, the Carrier is trying his best to dish out as much damage as possible, but he's being targeted by the Kindred as well, by the bleed damage coming through. The Mighty Mech is holding on for such a long time. LBTZ is down. Salpimi, it's looking close, but it looks like he will be staying alive, and Guan does as well, so there is no team kill there from Weibo Gaming.
Oh, what a close fight right there. So far in this tournament, 54 games we have played, no one has been able to come back from a 7-8th position right there. So Aurora do avoid that one with the elimination of LBTZ.
Despite the lead in HP from ag.al, every other player is on a singular life. We could see a reverse blowout win from Weibo Gaming if Hwanmie and Li Luo are taken down in this next fight. The matchmaking, so important for this next fight.
We're taking a look on the Weibo side of the ledger. He's going up against Li Luo here. A lot of single target damage coming in from Guan. There is a chance that he could just take down this unit right here with the Blighting Jewel. It's a very favorable matchup for Guan. On the side of Tianlong, though, he is running up against his teammate in Salpimi, and I have to assume that Salpimi's board is a bit stronger. The backline looking very dominant.
There will be a guaranteed kill on the side of Tianglong and Salpimi, but it will be Li Luo also going down, it looked like, on the right-hand side. Let's see the HP total. Let's see how it's all panned out. Hwanmie and Tianglong taken out, but Li Luo goes out in 5th. 3 players from Weibo Gaming, or no, 2 players rather from Weibo Gaming in the bottom 4.
Oh, this was actually very, very close. Very close to the reverse blowout that you were talking about.
Tied HP even.
Yes, but Tianlong does lose a little bit more right there. So what this means is whoever wins the first place is just going to take the match.
Hwanmie and Li Luo both at -6. Absolute insanity how close that was. Just 1 HP difference coming into that fight.
Yeah, it was 3 HP. If Li Luo lost more than Tianlong, Hwanmie or Li Luo, that would have been it right there. But now we have Weibo Gaming cross 2 different hurdles. The final one is still ahead of them. It is going to be the Stargazer Mountain board, as we see from ag.al. 12 straight win streaks. He could very well get a double kill to close this one out.
We mentioned it at the start of this series. The win-out player for Aurora Gaming has been ag.al. Once again, he's in that driver's seat position on the 12 win streak, a commanding lead compared to the rest of this lobby, compared to the other two players rivaling him from Weibo Gaming.
We're going to take a look at where this Nunu snowball does land. It goes for the largest clump of targets, and I don't think that LeBlanc is actually going to be stopped right here. Yeah, it goes sideways, so plenty of damage coming out for Guan. This could be the first step. He is taking a big, serious look at this board right here. He knows he's not favored, but he's hoping the fight RNG can pull through on the side, but Guan goes down. Not strong enough versus ag.al.
What can Salpimi now do up against ag.al?
Oh, looks like he was knocked out.
A double kill, it seems like Aurora Gaming. No, we're still back in it. Salpimi is very much alive as we considered and thought. But I mean, 13 win streak from ag.al, Clements. What can you do to take down this board?
Yeah, I do have to think that the positioning is very important. You're trying to avoid getting double knocked up by the Nunu here. So your Jin and Xayah positioning, I think that's the only thing that you can really change around for Salpimi. Can you dodge the snowball fights?
And Salpimi has not hit the max cap. He's still level 8. He's still missing the Blitzcrank. Is this going to be enough juice? You have the climb the ladder. You have all the different emblems on the Jin as well. The duo carry split on either side, trying to dodge the Nunu snowballs coming through. Xayah up in the air, the scaling going down, but look at the Blitzcrank onto the Jin from Salpimi. The Jin stays alive, but for how much longer? The orange being taken down, the Nami's still healthy in the backline. She's dishing out the bubble, damage coming through. Xayah last left alive, but ag.al is too strong, too hot to handle. 14 win streak to end the game one. Game one win to Aurora Gaming.
And we were talking about the win-out players on the both sides. It was ag.al and Salpimi at the end going into a duel situation. Whoever comes out on top would have taken the game, and it is ag.al that is the dueling king. Overall, I thought that Aurora had a dominating position, and it's actually a miracle how close Weibo Gaming made this.
It truly evened out. During Stage 4 and Stage 5, we saw some of the healthiest players in the lobby not able to hit their 2 stars like Juanmi on the LeBlanc. The HP started fizzling. The plot twist started coming through. The only point of stability throughout this entire game was ag.al. What a fantastic game plan, playing around the Space Groove line, playing around the Nami, playing around all these different carries to win this first game for Aurora Gaming, a pivotal win in the quarterfinals.
We lost virtus.pro a little bit ago. That was second place from last year, and now knocking on the door defeat is Weibo Gaming, who are now down 0-1 in this series. Are we guaranteed a new winner after this series has concluded? Well, maybe so. That's the direction we are moving into. Aurora Gaming looking stellar, and their early game led to a late game win. Hey, welcome back into the Allianz Vault. Tom Taylor, Reflections, Noble, Hoope, Stewart. Good to see the both of you. Stuart, eventually, man, you know, this early HP lead from the side of Aurora Gaming led to a snowball that ultimately forced Weibo to fight each other.
Yeah, exactly. The early stages of this game were really about the gold opener that we had at the start of this game. Every player got 2 components. Everyone had 10 gold at the start of this game. And it was all down to the early tempo and the early aggression from Aurora Gaming. Players like Juanmi leveling to level 5 on stage 2. You know, players leveling to level 7 at stage 3 as well. And as you said, Taylor, that HP lead in the early game for Aurora meant that Weibo had 2 team kills.
Yeah, also 60-second playing defense in the bottom stage, you will. Going 8th in the game, but he was actually preparing to ensure that no one else was losing the listener and preserving HP to the end. So early game for that, and then ag.al was the one popping off.
Sal Pimi forced to take out his teammates, never a good feeling. I want to talk a little bit more about that, but there was a special moment that we need to break down, Hoope, on the Telestrator. I love these segments. What do we got?
We have exactly the transition between Juanmi doing win streak into Ahao doing the delayed win streak, if you will. So the segment that we have is actually the end of stage 4 when Ahao was pressuring into the lobby. We should start seeing the clip just recently now. Ahao was trying to maintain a win streak, was trying to pressure, was trying to look for economy, and then look for the possibility to cap out the game. He was using a mountain stargazer, if you will, here. That is normally not a composition that we used to see, and we see it exactly here. He already had the emblems, so we're seeing stargazer here, and the ones that we normally don't see or don't watch in the screen is this. 5 stargazers together with 5 space groups. So this is the exact moment when Ahao significantly pop off again. He griefed the Nami, that is normally not the composition that you expect to see here, popping off here, and in the end, winning the HP battle for Juanmi and for Aurora Gaming. This is exactly what we needed. Double win streak into a tempo play with a board that we've never seen before here, Reflections, and of course, this is the exact moment to develop.
And the unique compositions is what really made the big difference, I think, in this game as well. You know, I think you put it perfectly with Ahao, you know, going for Stargazer, when you have the mountain, you can get the extra emblems, but you also have utility units like Lulu coming in with the stuns as well. You got Nami in the backline. That sort of synergy between the 5 Stargazer and the 5 Space Groove. So much combat power on the side of Ahao. The early lose streak into that, as you mentioned, delayed win streak, giving you so much help. I think he had a 13-match win streak at the end or something crazy like that, which is unheard of in a 4v4.
Incredible stuff coming out from him. And actually, let's find out, because it should be on our stat screen just before us. 13 win streak would be something special. I think I saw 12 for sure, but either way, he goes 22-6, which is genuinely very impressive. And it gets off the back, of course, of that big HP lead Aurora Gaming was able to secure early on. I mean, they just play Temple so well.
Yeah, for Aurora, I mean, exactly what Ahao. You see Nami and Lulu, what you mentioned, Stuart. You cannot be prepared for the unexpected, and that's exactly what we did. How can you face something that you never faced before? And Aurora is making that happen. It's giving us strength, it's giving us different composition, and of course, be ready for taking the win.
Yeah, Juanmi as well, playing super aggressive in this game as well. Did get that top 4 finish. The aggressive leveling early on as well. 62nd played the early game really great as well. The early lose streak into the 3-2 roll down. Got the Prowler's Claw on the Akali, which actually forced Weibo Gaming to contest the Akali, even though they didn't have a very good line to play the Akali. But they saw the Prowler's Claw Akali on 62nd. They saw that they were on the back foot, and they, you know, Aurora Gaming kind of forced Weibo Gaming on the back foot right from the start.
Well, TFT is heating up, and so are our other stages. Trav, what'd you find out on stage 3?
We're over here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, and I'm with Chris, and he's going to update us on everything Club Championship when it comes to MLBB. And to be honest, I think on the stage behind us is probably a good place to start. It's been the story of the last 2 years.
Honestly, as far as Club Championship goes as well, this is probably the biggest story we've had so far in the MSC. For both these teams, this is a qualification match. We've been doing GSL-style format groups, so you're going to win 2 before you lose 2. Right now, both these teams won their very first game, so they're going into their second to qualify for our survival stage. These guys won't have to play till next week if they win that game. That's a massive advantage. You have that time to prepare. Enjoy Paris as well, that's never a bad thing. But yeah, massive moment in the Club Championship. They can qualify, automatically guaranteeing themselves some points as well in the Club Championship. Big game for these guys. Other than that though, of course, we haven't really had any of our teams in the Club Championship kind of competing. We have lost a couple already as well, but teams who were expected to go out. It's kind of been business as usual here in the MSC so far.
Yeah, are there any kind of favourites as far as the Club Championship goes that'll boost some points up?
I mean, I think it's Team Liquid, obviously one of the favourites coming in this, but didn't necessarily have the best of starts yesterday. They're going to have to battle through, but that's tomorrow, so we'll have a big update for you after that one tomorrow.
Yeah, well, it seems like Team Liquid really aren't getting started in the Club Championship or any of the games at all at the moment, to be honest. But stay tuned. We'll keep you updated as things keep going.
Esports World Cup, plenty of games to go around, 24 in fact. This is just one of them here on stage 4, TFT for the Club Championship race. Here though, the story is Weibo Gaming. Are they going to get any more Club Championship points to elevate themselves up to the first page? That could potentially mean 50, 100,000 more dollars. We'll just have to see how well they do in this series. They're on the comeback. Now for Riot though, Riot's doing a lot of great things, and from what I hear, they're heading to Vegas.
We are locked and loaded for game number 2. Weibo Gaming now, their backs against the wall. The title defenders potentially one game away from elimination in this year's edition of TFT at EWC. We saw last year's runner-ups from virtus.pro already going out in that last quarterfinals. Will it be the same case for Weibo Gaming, or will they mount a heroic comeback?
For Weibo Gaming, they are no strangers to adversity. The only easy day was yesterday for them. Every series that they have played has been a 2-1 victory at the very end, so they have the composure. They have had the experience of walking through situations where they are down at the start of a BO3.
That being said, for Aurora Gaming, that first game was a statement, but also, I think, an important moment in terms of 62nd, their point of stability, 85% top 4 rate. He went out in 8th, and yet his teammates were able to respond accordingly and find that game 1 win. Moving now into game 2, Varus and Ori will be our gods for this game, and we'll have a chance for a lot of extra econ, an easier time making it to 9 for those fast 9 strategies, or potentially some extra duplicators for those reroll lines that we've been seeing across this entire tournament.
It will be a massive X factor on what the Varus boons actually give you. A very interesting thing that Wanmi has said is that even most players like to play reroll in this god selection. Varus gives you so many different options, it's often not worthwhile to take it very seriously in your game plan and make it the focal point. You want to keep a more open approach.
One of the crazy options we saw, and we can maybe see here in the stage 3, is going to be the shop of 4 cost that I think is so impactful when 4 players on your team can pick it up and maybe hold the opposing team's 4 cost if their lines and their directions are very obvious and kind of locked in from emblems, for example, or just a chance to find your 2-star upgrade a little bit early to dodge that little bit of low variance possibilities in stage 4.
It would be pretty funny to see 32 4 costs out the pool. Actually, a lot more 40 of them out the pool earlier on. So yeah, it would be incredibly warping. We are getting the encounter with the 1 cost upgrades here. Taking a look across the board, we have 60 seconds, setting himself up for a very comfortable composition, getting the Akali online as well. He's just looking for the potential sword.
Quite a few Caitlyn 2s and Talons 2s across the board for most of our players, so kind of an AD-centric upgrade, 1 cost champions across the board. The Stargazer, one of the most impactful comps in the game 1, of course with the win from ag.al and the attempt on so many different strategies with the emblem and the Pandoras from 62nd as well. It will be the altar for game 2, so if you can find the Stargazer early, if you can get those sacrifices, you have a chance to play around the Xayah line in stage 4.
We have 2 caretakers being selected on the side of Aurora, and I like the way they play about this. It is Varus God Boon, of course, so whenever you have those 2 cost opportunities, very high chance to get it 3'd really early on. For 62nd, we just saw it popping out. It was going to be it is the Gnar, a very strong option, which is rarely played because the spots are so hard to find, but a very decent endgame comp.
A great option to play into the Gnar 3 without having to really find that low tempo point in stage 4 where you're still playing 7 meeple trying to print those last few copies. For ag.al, it will be Milio from his caretaker, so an interesting option to play into a Lulu line maybe, although the Altar doesn't tend to be the most appealing of constellations for that line.
Yeah, you really want a very high roll situation to play into it. On the meantime, for LBTZ, checking across the boards, he's going to be setting himself up with a great find at Darkstar. It's one of those 4 cost lines where units are rarely contested. You can get that Aurelian Soul very early on.
And usually you're paying a gold augment plus a component's worth for finding a Darkstar emblem. Usually players are happy paying that price because of how strong the Darkstar emblem can be in Cho'Gath Lissandra reroll, or just the traditional 6 Darkstar line. Getting it essentially for free as a high roll from branching out is pretty insane.
I just want to say Guan and Gragas, they go hand in hand every single game. The augments are giving him free Gragas' magic rolls into a 2-star 2 cost right here. But hey, he's not going to complain. A very strong start regardless.
I think there's a secret message maybe. Guan, Gragas, GG, game 2 maybe. We could see a game 3 off of that. I'm reading maybe too far into this, but Weibo Gaming definitely needs to find a way to come back in this series after that game 1, and this amount of tempo play from Guan could be that path.
Yeah, I think Guan really made a great game out of it. He was so far behind early on, but was able to actually knock out Wanmie on the shepherd line. So he definitely has the tenacity to hang in right here. Checking across with the other boards here, it will be a Salpimi win this time around, getting onto the Carva path once more. We typically talk about this as an Akali or a Corki augment.
Primordian plus the Darkstar here for LBTZ, trying to just print some extra econ, knowing that he doesn't really have to play for immediate tempo. He has kind of already a very strong game plan lined up, looking at the bigger picture of all the different stages, playing around the 6 Darkstar line. It can cap incredibly high as well, playing around the Jhin, playing around the Aesol even.
Yeah, this is one of those lines that you don't have to roll for the Cho'Gath if you have the emblem early on. You can just play for the straight Fast 9. Bard would be a fantastic final point for your composition. Looking across the board, though, I feel like a lot of these players do realize that it is the Ahri god coming up. So we have 4 different players with Primordian in line as well. So everyone looking to kind of play for max econ on stage 2.
The Bel'Veth battle here between Tianglong and LBTZ. It might be an Akali line from Tianglong, considering the Akali he's holding, just the extra gold he has. I think we're expecting at least one player from each team every single game this tournament to be playing into some variation of Akali, either Akali 3 or most commonly just the Nova tempo variation, playing around the Kindred as a duo carry.
We are going to get Super Parting Gift on the side of Varus here, so very tempting option, especially if you are low health, looking into those 3 costs to strengthen up your board. And a couple more players, I think the more standard option most of the times, going for the Ahri.
As always, attention has to be paid towards those win-streaking players trying to set up that pressure early on for their team. It was Wanmie last game, and guess what? It's Wanmie again on a 3-win streak alongside Guan. We saw earlier with that Gragas 2 coming in very hot.
Yeah, checking across the board to what these players have actually found from their Varus boons. Guan is going to be sticking toward the more stable path here. He wasn't trying to full win streak because he was relatively high up in the HP. Wouldn't have found the 3 costs here. On the other side, well, Wanmie, he's also going to go for a last second upgrade, I would assume. No, actually sticking to level 4, trying to see if he can get it done just with his current board.
And this, of course, is one of those kind of fake win streaks where you've been facing weaker players despite not leveling. You're on a potentially a 4-win streak, as we're seeing here with that 2-item setup on the Bel'Veth for now, alongside the Jinx, the Challenger online. The question is now if Wanmie wins this fight, which he might with the Gunblade healing coming through and the Jinx passed as well. Does he level to 5 on this 2-5 round, considering, or 2-6 round, considering he could be facing Guan, and breaking the win streak might be incredibly important. He's pretty rich as well, right?
Yeah, I feel like you want to try and go for this. It's such a huge upside if you can just natural the copies in the PV round here. Even though he doesn't have an immediate upgrade, I would assume that it would be worth it.
He's also has the item grab back pickup, which means you're just trying to play for tempo right now. That is kind of your game plan. Fantastic to get away with winning 4 rounds without having leveled already, but I do expect to see a last-minute level up from Wanmie. It does come through. Does it make the difference? Do you regret the decision if he faces Guan? He will be facing ag.al instead. No item slam, essentially just some components, and the frontliners are in the back. The backliners are in the front. This should be an easy win for Wanmie. Another 5-win.
That's the communication of the CN teams that we're looking about. They have the potential for a high roll, but can they send a message to the rest of their teammates and actually position it just in time? You know, a lot of CN teams have said they felt their biggest advantage is how compact the Chinese language actually is, so they can send these commands very quickly.
Li Luo on a bit of an open fork coming into those last few fights. He is going to be on that 5-loss streak. Wanmie, the only real beacon of hope in terms of the HP totals coming out of that stage 2. Kind of flipped from what we saw in the last game coming into stage 3. We'll see especially how Weibo Gaming counteracts in this game 2 in terms of, hey, they were too low HP coming into stage 4 and 5 last game. They really struggled in terms of bringing it back. They did in the end. It was a 1v1 at the end for Salpimi. But do they kind of change their plan in this game 2?
Yeah, I think there's a very different lobby complexion being formed up here. Aurora much weaker start compared to their game one. Low on HP. They have a lot of lost streakers that need to find their path in stage 3 here, and it will come down to the 3-2 augments. You know, a couple of key players that I'm looking at is, you know, ag.al, has he found his altar just yet? If you're not stacking up your altar in stage 2, you're not going to really find that comeback with Emilio and Lulu.
Also, the Caretakers players, both 62nd and ag.al, are still starting to get those next few copies as they level up. With Varus helping out with the duplicator, maybe a champion duplicator augment as well coming through, we could see some big 3-star spikes. We're seeing here the matchup between Li Luo and 62nd, both going to be taking a bit of a hit here.
Yeah, taking a look at 60seconds Caretaker, he actually did not go for the Gnar, so just purely playing off of Econ right here is not going to make use of the potential meatball line. Probably just didn't find the correct items for that carry, so he is still leaning into full Econ and holding a lot of the AP items, AP outs instead in the Zoe and the Gwen.
As good a loss as you can ask for when you're facing off against a teammate on stage 3. Gold augments coming through for all of our players. Any key augments you're looking out for, Clement?
In these type of difficult situations, I think spreading roots is probably your best bailout if you're on the side of Aurora. There's a lot of players that are just kind of homeless at the moment. They're drifting through their standard AP lines. But if you look at Gwen's board, he's going to crush you if you go towards the Space Groove line here.
We're looking at both win streak players. They need immediate power. They're trying so hard to fight for the 10 win streak to set up their team for success coming into the late game. Both players going for the item augment, big grab back for Hwanmie, replication for Guan, both trying to finish off their 3 items on their carries. And we'll see if they face off against each other finally in this round number 7.
Lots of good detail here from Guan. He actually takes off his malware, wants to see if he runs into an opponent or not. He goes up against Tianlong that actually has a very strong board, so he instantly slams it, trying to preserve his win streak even against his teammate.
We'll see if the Bel'Veth targets the Gwen here early. For now, the Gwen is staying alive thanks to the Rogue proc, and maybe a close fight here between the teammates. The Gwen does not get the last cast off, so the streak will be broken for Guan, unfortunately. Not able to print more gold. Meanwhile, Hwanmie once again, the HP leader throughout the stage 3, the 7 win streak now for one of the GOATs of TFT. Also seems to be the case in this 4v4 format, especially in this series.
I have to say that's a really lucky round for Hwanmie. I don't think he would have actually beaten either of the Weibo Gaming players, but he is able to make it out just with matchmaking. Gonna cash out on that 3 streak win gold right here. And we're just checking across the lobby. A lot of these players are angling towards the Akali. Again, you cannot let an opponent player play free-for-all, just solo Akali.
We're seeing the pressure level from Tianlong, expecting to face Hwanmie. He had a lot of gold to work with thanks to the cognitive tax. Does level up, level 7 versus level 6. You should be favored, but this Pantheon will be doing a lot of heavy lifting, holding down the front line here for Hwanmie, while the Jinx tries to heal him up. If we get a round win here from Hwanmie on level 6, would be a crazy plot twist in favor of Aurora Gaming.
A huge positioning win actually coming out for Hwanmie. He placed his Pantheon on the most right side hex right there, and that means it denied all the challenger the additional attack speed. We saw LBTZ right there, Tianlong going to level 7, stacking up all of his challengers, could not make it work.
Especially with the tempo slams, a BT, not traditional slam on your tank, the Gunblade on the Jinx, healing the Pantheon as well. So everything that had to be done to get that win on level 6 was pulled through for Hwanmie. A very important win. If he gets a 10 win streak, all of a sudden Aurora looks very good in this game too.
Yeah, and it's very interesting to see where Hwanmie goes with this. We have seen games before where he is stuck contesting on the Akali spot, and then all of a sudden he goes directly for Misfortune. He jumps across all of the dog piles of Akali players and carves his own path.
Could we even see maybe with the Urgot 2 upgrade Hwanmie just found, the chance at a 10 win streak, a 4-2 Econ augment? Why not try and play towards a win out on a Nova Fast 9 line? Hwanmie in 4v4 has been doing a lot of the dirty work for Aurora Gaming, but in an individual play across this set, we know he's been one of the most proficient players at finding wins on the Nova line.
Definitely possible for Huamian to just go for that direct win out. We're going to be taking a look at some of the less fortunate Aurora players, where they ended up. We said a lot of them seemed kind of homeless. 60 Second was one of them. He sold most of his NARs because he had way too many AP items. Now trying to find himself on a small cash out into perhaps a Shepherd line.
Positioning all of his units on the right side, trying to get a few more unit kills, trying to preserve a tiny bit of HP here and there that can matter so much when it comes to those eliminations at the later stages of the game. Had a few rods as well, so most likely we'll be leaning towards some kind of AP line, potentially the mech with the stone plate already built on his front line.
This is not looking very good on the side of Aurora. Lilo, one of those other players that was homeless, had to go for the spreading routes. That was the call that I was talking about, usually the best one you're looking for. But also 60 Second, he's locked into AP as well. So you're contesting yourselves amongst the players in 7th and 8th.
There might be a chance from ag.al to maybe play towards his own caretaker with Emilio, for example, and the ribbon has already been found for him. Maybe he can be kind of the AD player for Aurora Gaming. We'll see in the stage 4. But for now, Lilo just trying to preserve some HP. He is fighting one of the stronger players in the lobby in Tianglong. Despite getting his streak broken by Huamian, still of course going to be one of the HP leaders coming into stage 3.
Whoa, and Tianlong actually gets rewarded by going to level 7. He finds the 1% chance on the Graves and suddenly positions himself as a very strong win-out player. Getting a Graves on 3-6 is going to have tons of time to scale up.
Starting as early as 2-1, players and teams kind of talk through, hey, who's the win-out player? What projection, what predictions do we have for our different game plans going into the late game? Sometimes there's plot twists. Sometimes you get this little bit of luck, this little bit of variance, this augment here or there that can really elevate you into position of going from a tempo player to being the win-out player. And Tianglong might have done just that.
This is going to be a very hard round for the side of Aurora. I think their best option is to have 60 Second roll down first, decide his path, and Lilo, because he has more HP, will decide a little bit later. Sometimes you have to get these sort of 1-2 punches in on where you want to go. If someone is decided, it makes the job for everyone else that much easier.
You also need the right items. A bow was not found on this first anvil. A bow is found there, so 60 Second has a chance to play into the LeBlanc, has found one copy at least, and does have 23 free rolls to play with thanks to the epic roll down pickup. We've talked about it again and again. This role that 60 Second is playing in this game 2 is all about stabilizing, hitting all of your upgrades on 4-1, and attempting to win every single fight in this stage against the opposing players on the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, he's found the 2 LeBlancs he needs. He's still trying to deny the Dark Star away from the side of Weibo, holding on to 2 Auroras. Meanwhile, Tianlong, we're just taking a look at the Graves, confirming that I did not see an illusion right there. He is the 1%.
You're still with us, Clement. Maybe tomorrow you might be seeing Ghost, but for now that is definitely a Graves on the board. Very important fight here for 60 Second. He needed to find a win. He could not lose more HP. Of course, Tianlong has not rolled down yet, so an expected win for 60 Second, but still has a lot more work to do. Still 20 gold to work with, has to find the LeBlanc upgrade before everyone else starts rolling.
Yeah, and I think for here, Lilo's position is going to be one of the most pivotal. Low HP again, spreading routes, undecided, does not have a home. He needs to find the way he wants to go. We're getting a booster pack on the side of Tianlong. Unfortunately, not actually hitting the potential 5-cost boosters that you can find on 4-2. Still going to be a decently strong position.
He might consider playing around this Yi without having rolled or not needing to roll at all on level 8. He's level 850 gold, has the chance to play tempo around Master Yi for now. Not the best comp in the game, maybe good enough to win a few fights, and then he can move on to the level 9 boards, play around the Graves as the AD carry instead, and play the more traditional fast 9 AP flex. 60 Second has had an insane roll down, a great artifact pickup as well. The Wits End on the LeBlanc.
This is absolutely crazy. He hits his front line, he hits his back line, he hits his artifact. 60 seconds, we are back in the game, looking at a potential to escape 2 back-to-back bottom 8s.
Doing his job, making a strong board, hoping to win these fights, but also griefing the opposing team thanks to all the gold he got from Epic Rolldown. 3 Ace-Lulls on the bench and the Mighty Mech as well for 60 Second. Meanwhile, LBTZ, the Ace-Lull looks big, but that's a 1-star Ace-Lull still on the side of the Dark Star carry.
Yeah, LBTZ, he actually made all the correct gambits, the branching out with the Dark Star, huge find. gets the advanced loan to not punish whatsoever, but in the same time, 60 seconds actually just outrolls him. What a huge change to the story right here. Might actually be the comeback for Aurora.
Hwan-Mie finally gets his streak broken. He has decided to play for Temple. He has rolled down to 0 gold on level 8. But despite his loss finally coming through, all 3 other players on the bottom of the standings for Aurora Gaming have taken a win in the last round. Is this going to be the comeback from the bottom?
It definitely could be here, but ag.al still needs to find that Corki 2. Currently only stuck on a single copy. Great job on the side of Weibo Gaming by denying everything. He's going to have to take another loss right here, and this is just a very suboptimal setup. Milio 3, but no items. Corki with 3 items, but no upgrades.
At least for this fight, suboptimal might not be too bad of a thing. You are trying to preserve some HP for 60 seconds as well, who is currently still the lowest HP player on the totals there, and it is going to be a decent-ish loss, but as you mentioned, I do think ag.al has to try and find an upgrade. Maybe the gods will help him.
Varus Save Me might be the answer right here. You could potentially get a Lover's Super Parting Gift, also very strong as well, as he's missing exactly 2 copies, and we do have it. ag.al going to find the Corki. Were we looking? Yes, it was ag.al. He found the Corki with the Super Parting.
And this is where being low HP can be a bit of a blessing coming into stage 4 with the Super Parting Gift coming out from Varus. That could be immediate stability, immediate strength for Aurora Gaming. Weibo Gaming were trying to strangle them out, maybe looking for a blowout win, ignoring Hwan-Mie altogether, but all of a sudden, 60 Second has found his upgrade. So has ag.al.
Now it's Salpimi who did not get the luck of the draw here. He's still stuck on Corki 1, and those 2 copies suddenly going out of the pool. I have to say, Weibo Gaming was so dominant in stage 3, but the fortune really coming through on Aurora's side.
Salpimi does find the Corki at the very end there. Most players have now hit their upgrades. I think it's only just LBTZ still missing that Dark Star across the rest of the board. Tianglong now has already made it to 9. He has 30 gold still to work with, so he's trying to mount a comeback. He's trying to build that 5-cost board that is so terrifying in stage 5.
He will still need additional time. Not enough gold to find all of his carries. On the meantime, Guan low rolling a little bit on that Nami. He's the sole Space Groove player in the lobby, but hasn't been able to just find his copies.
One more win for 60 Second, and his job will be done. 4 win streak now from the player who entered stage 4 in a precarious position. He has managed to stabilize. We're seeing the roll down here from Tianglong. He's trying to do his job. He's trying to pivot onto the 5 cost. He sells the Yi. Hey, thanks. You've done your job. The booster pack came in. But now it's all about finding the Graves to upgrade. He's paired on the Graves right now. He still has 24 gold to work with. The APM is there. All the roll's going to be there as well.
Yeah, he's going to have a bit of a reprieve right here, looking to see if he needs to slam his items. It is going to be against LBTZ. He does need to slam some to keep this loss a little bit smaller. I still think LBTZ with his karma might have a greater chance.
I love the adaptation from LBTZ. He said, hey, they're holding too many copies of Aurelian Soul. I have to get out of that 4-cost carry, try and play around a high roll Bard instead, and play around the karma from the Darkstar line.
Yep, good slams coming in from Tianlong. Makes sure that he wins, and Lilo takes a critical loss right there. So bottom of the standings, it's still very possible to send Aurora into a bad position.
Clement, I am getting deja vu from game number 1. One player from Aurora Gaming leaps and bounds ahead in terms of the HP. Hwan-Mie in this case instead of ag.al. Everyone else pretty even. Stage 5 can spell disaster for either team depending on who is able to stabilize.
We started from the bottom, now the whole team on top. That's the story of Aurora. Getting unlucky in stage 2 and stage 3, but the roll downs really favored them. Varus helps out 60 seconds, helps out the rest of the team. ag.al especially getting to that Corki 2. And Lilo does look like he has a very strong board, much stronger than Guan.
No econ augments for Guan, no ability to go 9, is sitting on a singular copy of Nami, not even paired. The Ari boon will also not be as effective. It is looking a little bit tragic for Guan on a 3-loss streak now on 30 HP. Needs to find some blessed shops if he wants to stay alive and not bot 4 in this game too.
60 seconds, holding on to his command where he can get the stun, looking to see which one he wants to put it on. I really like the solo Meepsy for the instant stun if he goes down. He's going up against Hwanmi here. He does need to preserve his HP, should be slamming the commands. Actually, we're not sure if he gets it in time. Lilo, though, trying to stay out of 8th place against Tianlong with a very strong board.
And Liluo's holding on to so many Namis. If he goes down, this opens the floodgates. It potentially allows Guan to get stronger. He will be taken out in 8th place. Tianlong, the hero for Weibo Gaming, but Cao Pimi now down to his last life as well. Hwanmi there, he's on his way to level 9. He's trying to become that win-out player on the Nova line, trading some HP to his teammate along the way.
Tianlong has crossed the threshold, but the rest of his team is not there yet. 5 HP left on Cao Pimi, and both LBTZ and Guan looking in free fall positions here. Things are so dire. They just need one member to join the top 4. If you have one other player in the top 4, that means it's all about the first place, and Tianlong can get you there. But can Guan actually do it? The Nami's not there. Even with 6 extra copies in the pool, he cannot find the critical upgrade.
He had already rolled most of his gold. He didn't have any gold saved up for when those floodgates did open, so it's going to be down to the Riven potentially moving into the backline to try and win the fight for Guan. He should still be on 2 lives, but Cao Pimi on his last life. He's facing up against a scary Vex. Some items have been removed here, and it is a ghost board. Is that going to be enough for Corki, a fairly low cap comp, to take the win here? The Fizz has been itemized over the Riven 1. Corki's dishing out damage. He's still half health. Cao Pimi has to stay alive in this fight.
The Karma just snipes out the Nami very
Guan's
early
down.
on. Oh, man.
Guan has been taken down.
Oh, no, sorry.
At exactly 0 HP. He took a massive loss. We thought he would stay alive on maybe 1 or 2 HP. That hasn't been the case. Cao Pimi down to 5 HP, 60-second, also now on 12 HP. So 1 life for both of those players. Everyone else in this lobby should be very much alive. But, I mean, look yet again at Hwanmi. He's still sitting on 72 gold, 71 HP. A commanding driver's seat position, taking over this game too.
Tianlong trying to keep his teammates alive right here. All items off of the Vex, all items removed down away from the Fiora, but he's going to have to slam them back on. Unfortunate remover economy being dented right there. Cao Pimi now facing a very strong Hwanmi, but Hwanmi, of course, is not at his optimal state just yet.
Cao Pimi has to win this round, should win this round. If he doesn't, it is a very bad sign, not just for the elimination, but for the potential power Hwanmi will reach once he does roll down. The Akali is taken down, the Kindred's still alive, the Corki is not being targeted. It is going to be a very close win, but an expected win for Cao Pimi. Hwanmi still has a whole other level to get to.
Too close for comfort, and we are staring at the possibility of a blowout. LBTZ loses that round, now down to just 7 HP. His Dark Star board doesn't have the strong front line it needs.
Weibo Gaming, the current title defenders in TFT at EWC, potentially 1 round away from a 2-0 elimination in the quarterfinals against Aurora Gaming. LBTZ on the Dark Star line has finally found the upgrades all across the board. Every single unit is 2-starred. Will it be enough? Cao Pimi trying to play for HP, trying to play for placements, playing a low cap comp on the Corki. What can he do? They're facing off against each other. 1 player goes down, but at the very least, we guarantee 1 player stays alive.
They avoid the worst case scenario, so it will not be a blowout in this run. I believe LBTZ does have the higher cap in terms of the composition, so they would likely want to see him through. But the tank Rammus might be a little bit too much. Aurelion Sol finally gets the job done, and they get the correct matchup to move forward.
Hwanmi had so much HP to trade away to his teammates. ag.al, perfect calculation, stays alive on 1 HP. There's still a chance that LBTZ is sent out in this 5th place position. Depending who he faces, it could still be a blowout win, favoring Aurora Gaming.
Yep, ag.al does get the lucky find. Final upgrade secured here, but he doesn't have anything to pull in with the Lantern. Kind of a very awkward spot for him. I think ag.al, looking across the board, probably is the weakest player. So unless someone can sack for him, it should be continued on into the top 4.
Also as well, ag.al loading in with 1 HP, so if both players take a loss, most likely ag.al will be taking the 5th place position. ag.al facing off against his teammate. Items have been removed from LeBlanc. ag.al might be staying alive. It's all about LBTZ trying to defend the hopes and dreams of our title defender up against 62nd Weibo Gaming, potentially on their last life. Can the Acel push through the tank? Morgana still left alive. The LeBlanc is still there. LBTZ is taken down. ag.al does stay alive. A triple elimination from Weibo Gaming. Aurora Gaming setting the stage, sending a message to the rest of the teams in this tournament. They advance with a 2-0 win against the title defenders.
We will have no duplicate champions. What a huge round for 62nd right there. He takes off his items, sacks the round for his teammate, while then putting back the items onto LeBlanc when facing up against LBTZ. He did it all right there. The best AVP player on the team and the most critical one in the final round.
Handshakes coming through from both teams. Respect has to be given for the absolute fantastic play we've seen from both of these teams, from Weibo Gaming across the entire tournament, but also respect to Hwanmie, the star of this game too. He is absolutely not done. A Paris Open Championship, Set 17 TAC Crown Championship, now trying to also elevate Aurora Gaming into the grand finals for TFT at EWC 2026.
The communication was on point for them. Hwanmie should not have been able to full streak in that stage 2, but we had ag.al getting there and making sure that loss streak was there.
We'll hear now from Aurora Gaming and Rob on the main stage.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, our champions, our title defenders from last season, from last year at EWC, have officially been eliminated from competition. And that just goes to show the level of play that we have this year for TFT, as the key is officially handed over to Aurora Gaming, trailblazing a new path here at EWC. And now we are ready with our interview.
Congratulations once again to Hwanmie for qualifying to the semi-finals. This is going to be a history-breaking moment as WBG, the title defenders, are now eliminated from the Esports World Cup. And you are 2 series away from qualifying and also achieving the Grand Slam. So what does that make you feel? 首先恭喜欢面选手能拿下今天的比赛2-0。那么现在已经成功打进了4强，你还差2场 BO 就可以拿下今年的 EWC 冠军。所以这对你来说有什么压力呢？
我们已经追平我们第一届的成绩了，接下来就是只需要去突破就行了。
We have already broken out from our previous record, so we just have to go for it. 那么这次也是 WBG 的最后一幕了，所以你对 WBG 有什么说的吗？ It is also WBG's goodbye from the EW stage. So what do you have to say for the players?
他们其实打得也非常好嘛。可能 BO3 我们运气确实这2把有点好了，然后挺可惜的，我们在8强相遇了。
They played very well. However, it was quite unfortunate that we had to meet each other in the quarterfinals, and they played very well. So just a very unfortunate situation in this best of 3. So now it is time to destroy the title defender's key from 2025. Goodbye, WBG.
Man, hearing Kitty say that just made it hurt. It just made it that much more real. WBG officially eliminated from competition as Hwanmie and the rest of Aurora Gaming officially move on in our bracket. This is, of course, the current king of TFT, and he has brought that same energy right here to EWC, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, he would be the one to do the honors. A king destroying Titans, refusing us to have a back-to-back. That's right, all the way, total domination. Hwanmie, Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Officially, they move on in the bracket. You see the energy, feeling good, the best in the world. And right now, Aurora Gaming is trying to show that as a collective that they are the best in the world. Congratulations again, and let's keep it moving on with the tournament.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
And just like that, the title defenders fall 2-0 to the electric team of Aurora Gaming, pushing through to semifinals. A great series from them, and it's incredible to think. Just moments ago, at the start of the day, we had number 1 and number 2 teams from last year in grand finals still in our playoffs bracket. Now, as the day has progressed, as we head into our final series, both of those teams no longer exist. Both of those teams will no longer have an opportunity to defend their title nor gain a title, which means the door is wide open for anyone to take it. We are guaranteed a new winner this year for TFT in 2026. Welcome back into the Allianz Vaults. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hoope and Stewart. Wow, this is a big moment. Weibo Gaming came in as the heavy favorites, but we did notice some chinks in the armor throughout their series, starting on day 1 into day 2, and now they fall to Aurora Gaming.
Saupimi was the wild card. He was the MVP from last year and couldn't perform here. And we're talking about Weibo always as the 4v4 player, the power of friendship. They did play it that way. They tried to funnel resources, but in the end, Juanme, together with 60 seconds, it was individual performance what made the difference. And normally in 4v4, you want to team it out. But in this case, it was just individual. They're just too good.
Yeah, it's the two veterans of Aurora Gaming. Both Juanme and 60 Second have been playing together since 2024, and it's them two that synergize together. Juanme with the win streak, 60 Second with the early game lose streak, transitioning his board so quickly, so well into that late game composition as well. It's so great to see Juanme and 60 Second step up in the 4v4 environment.
It was the team kills that hurt Weibo in the end. The pacing, obviously too strong in the early game for Aurora Gaming. We take a look at the stats from that second and final game in this series, where Weibo Gaming ended up falling. My goodness, Tianlong, he's up at the top, but unfortunately his team is not. It was Juanme who ends up in second, but collectively Aurora Gaming dominating the series in such a great fashion.
Yeah, we see there Saupimi together with LBTC. These are the players that were supposed to pop off and have an additional possibility. They already have the winner player. It was Tianlong, and he made it happen. He went fast 9, finds the Vex, finds the angle to play the AP flex or the AD flex, if you will, but it just wasn't enough. You need the team to keep performing, and it was a better performance from Juanme and 60.
And both these games in this series was just Juanme taking that early tempo, taking the early lead as well. In this game, 11-game win streak in the early rounds. And even though it says Tianlong is first place there, that's because he got to level 9 earlier. He got the extra gold, he got the extra units online. But Juanme was just a few rounds away to go to level 9. He had 75 gold at some point.
Which was
in stage 4, stage 5. Exactly. You never see that type of gold. And you know that Juanme is the type of player that loves to play tempo, loves to play on the front foot. He did so in this series, and he was the one that took Aurora Gaming to victory.
You know, whether it was gold in game number 2 or health in game number 1, it was clear to see Aurora Gaming were just steps above that of Weibo. We take a look at the final play of the game, and well, this is where Aurora Gaming sees a reality, sees an opportunity. Now, we also were watching the players at this point in time, Hoope, and the smiles across their face, they started gleaming because they realized what they were about to accomplish.
Yeah, and also cooking something here. Milo, normally the player that you don't see here popping off, together with the Corki, just trying to pressure as much as possible, and you don't have the resources to fight it out. So Aurora just in a dominant position against Aldeblanc and a different comp that just didn't have the juice here. It's just pure dominance, and in the end, Aurora takes it all.
Yeah, the Caretakers again early on in the augment stages, you know, both Ahau and 60 Second taking the Caretakers. 60 Second did get the Nora and just sell it off for extra econ, but in the end, Ahau getting the Milio, pairing that with the Corki later on as well. Got a little bit lucky with the gods with the super parting, you know, getting that early Corki too and having that tempo early on. But sometimes you need a little help from the gods, from the space gods to be able to come out on top.
We were not expecting to see a Milio duo carry together with the Corki and taking an additional win here. So that's exactly what they came to see. One, I mean, the dire decision here. He knew he had the spot to do it. And Juanmi keeping composure every time. He did everything for the team.
Weibo Gaming on your screen. This is from the game. The emotions running high. The energy starting to elevate for the side of Aurora Gaming as they realize they're winning. But for the side of Weibo Gaming, they start to realize, oh no, things are not going our way. We can't catch up from the early game deficit. Aurora Gaming might do this. And again, the smiles start to gleam onto the faces of Aurora. They start to clap, and it's pure emotion. For Weibo, they realize what just happened, but the friends go down together. They came in as friends. They leave as friends. But of course, the disappointment still there on their faces.
For Aurora Gaming, there's something in the food in Paris. They're doing so great, and especially Juanmi. Already won Paris Open, and now doing so great here at EWC. This is the perfect spot for him. And do you think it's the air, or is there something else here going on?
Oh, Juanmi specifically has been in this exact venue. He won in this exact venue, and it has been said by him that this place brings magic.
Yeah, it brings magic. It's a special memory for him as well, winning the TFT Paris Open in this very venue. He said it's a special place. He got an 11-game win streak as well, and he was the carry for Aurora Gaming in that series. Could this be his year, and could he do the Grand Slam and win it all?
We want the king to succeed. He already won in all of Riot official tournaments, if you will, and now with a chance to do it in 4v4, it's an amazing run. No one has done it in the past, and this is the chance to make history.
Two-time world champion looking to be a three-time. We were looking at the chat during that matchup, and I'm sure it's going to be quite spicy since Weibo Gaming has fallen. Aurora Gaming moving forward. Sometimes you never know what you're going to get with these comments. Juanmi is chilling. Quite literally.
Chilling.
You know what? We start off right. He's quite literally chilling. What else do we got? Because Juanmi is simply that guy. Holy 2-0. I know. Honestly, I couldn't believe it either.
No, I didn't expect a 2-0. I expected it to be a close series. The first time Weibo has kind of really been tested against another Chinese team coming out from the qualifiers. We didn't really know how Weibo would perform, but it's absolutely crazy.
6 Namis, I mean, the unit you want to protect is the best default, if you will, for the units. And that's the reason we see so many in the bench. 6 Namis, AV9, and normally you don't have a reason. I think Nami and Nunu, those are the units that almost no one can ever do to start very quickly because everyone has them.
Well, we thank you for your comments. Make sure you keep them coming because we love to interact with you and shout you out on stream any chance we can get. Big moves from Aurora Gaming. History is quite literally being made each and every series. And the next series coming up is going to be an absolute banger. It's ag.al versus Godlike Esports, our last Western team, but more importantly, our last true underdog story with Godlike Esports taking on ag.al, who is currently number 3 in the club championship standings. But they're moving on to semifinals, and ultimately, who knows, maybe even grand finals would score some massive club championship points. And at their level, top 3 at the moment, I think they're looking at a couple $1 million. So for ag.al, this is a big matchup, not only for themselves as players, but also for the organization as a whole. But as we say goodbye to Weibo Gaming, I gotta say, they have played so incredibly well. They have truly made history in their own right. Just because they're not going back-to-back doesn't discredit what they've accomplished.
Yeah, 100%. Sao Pimi, together with Tianlong, succeeding not only as a team play, but they have grown. After EWC last year, they grown as particular player, individual. Tianlong, final day of Tactician Crown, just recently, 1 week ago, doing so great for the team, and having now a possibility of a career within TFT that is longer than ever. So that's especially what I like to see about the ecosystem being grown so far, and of course the possibility for the players to keep going in this path.
And as you said, Hupe, this is sometimes the start of, players' careers in TFT as well. 4 versus 4 opens up, so many avenues, opens up so much more expression for these players as well, opens up so many more possibilities as well. And I'm sure this won't be the last time we see Tianlong, Sao Pimi, and Weibo Gaming at the EWC.
One of the things we said going into this was with a different panel, of course, but whoever wins this could very well win the entire thing.
I agree.
Sticking by that. Is Aurora Gaming that good to the point where they are a favorite now, regardless who they play going into grand final?
They have to be. I asked some of the players, and they all put Aurora Gaming in the top. Aurora didn't have a team in 4v4 in last chances, but now when they do, they get the pedigree of the Chinese region. So of course, this is the team to beat right now, and everyone has a target on their back.
Well, Weibo is gone, but we will remember their names, and Digon had a chance to catch up with Guan after the match.
Hey everyone, Digon here. Joining me is Guan. Interview translations by Jin from Weibo. It's a 2-0 to Aurora, a fellow Chinese team. Kind of talk us through that last game.
那关少，你们前面对战 Aurora 战队，被2-0止步于这8强，能不能跟我们说一下刚才那场具体发生了一些什么，以及你的感想？
我觉得可能就是运气不站在我们这边吧。其实 AUR 也是一个很强的对手，可能他们今天的运气更好一点。
Aurora is a very, very strong team after all, and I think today it was unfortunate, but I don't think luck is on our side today. They were, I'll say, by far luckier.
This is your first match loss at EWC as this group of WBG. Did you feel like you were going to win throughout, or did you feel like Aurora put something together very special today?
那你们 WBG 战队的这个云岭之弈的分布，相当于从组建到现在，这是你们第一场在电竞世界杯上面的一场失败。那你个人认为你当时是否认为你们还会一直继续赢下去呢？还是说 Aurora 战队可能特别针对你们做出了一些特别的举措，或者什么样的战术呢？
其实打之前我会觉得我们可能能够卫冕，但既然已经输了，我就祝他们好运吧，希望他们能拿下冠军。
I mean, before the series, I definitely did think that we were gonna go all the way again. We're gonna continue our winning streak, but unfortunately, we lost to them. In which case, all I have to say is best of luck to them to go further in this tournament.
And then finally, what did it mean to you to be the reigning title defender for TFT? You got to hold that title for a whole year and the group stages of this tournament.
你们作为卫冕冠军，也相当于就是这个称号也是维持了一整年，以及整个小组赛也是有着这个卫冕冠军的压力，就一直走到这一步。能不能跟我们说一下，就是回顾一下这一整年以及这个小组赛整体来说，你们的经验会是什么样的呢？
经验。
对，你们的经历。
我觉得从去年夺冠到现在，一直我们都保持一个竞争力吧。然后其实打到这里，我觉得我们应该都算是尽力了。
Even after winning the championship last year, we didn't let loose or anything. We kept our competitive form throughout the whole year, and I'll say that over here, even though we lost, we felt like we definitely put in our all, and we at least played to the level that we are capable of.
And finally, Weibo Gaming exit the tournament, but again, we remember what they've accomplished. Champions from last year. This year, though, they finished top 8. But we have one more spot in semifinals. The question is, who's it going to be? Is it ag.al or Godlike Esports? They arrive to the venue and they start setting up their stations to prepare for an epic battle. And Digon had a chance to catch up with some of them as they were walking into the venue.
What's up, TFTers? We're back at the Esports World Cup TFT tournament. It is our final quarterfinal, ag.al versus Godlike. And Godlike brought the smack talk, but ag.al has been doing so well throughout the tournament. The players shared the bus. The tension must be high as we have some of the players coming through right now. You saw ag.al. They were super focused and super locked in as Godlike, who are the final Western team still here in the tournament, exit the bus. I'll grab someone and we'll ask how they're feeling. Yeah, there's my man. Yeah, you were in the back when we had our Smack Talk segment yesterday, and I could see you. You were like, go, say more stuff. What did you want to say now to ag.al?
I mean, it's just going to be another day in the office, you know? It's going to be easy today. I think it's going to be a quick 2-0.
Quick 2-0 here. You know, you're the last Western team remaining. Does that make you feel any sort of type of way?
I mean, it feels good, you know, knowing you're the best from the West, but, you know, it's a little bit of pressure, but that's what you play for, right?
All right, best of luck, brother. Good luck. I'll see you out there. That's a pro right there.
Thank you, Digon. All right, here it is. ag.al versus Godlike Esports, and Godlike are looking stacked. The confidence is very real from this roster, and they said it's going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, we have Raiko here popping off, being the master player here, the pop-off one. GoBuster playing tempo and preserving HP. Dohwa being the full-mouth player that he is. 2 Taxation Crown appearances and playing differently now, playing Fast 9, anything that the board gives him. And of course, Dasik, the wild card. And of course, the hero player. He plays different than anyone else. And of course, can win it all for them.
Now, Dasik, one of TFT's most respected streamers in EU. International Championship, though, is the missing piece in his corner. He's yet to get it, but this is one of the closest opportunities for himself. If he can make this happen, not only for the Western side of things, but also for the global scope, I mean, this would be tremendous.
Yeah, I think for Godlike, they have a great mix of players. You know, they have the win-out player in Raiko. They have, as you said, the win streaker in Gobo. And then you have the flexible player in Dasik as well. You know, he's been around the scene for so long, pretty much since the start of TFT. You know, he's been to multiple Tacticians Crowns. He's been to championships before, all the way back in set 3 as well. So this is a player who's been around the scene for quite some time. Like you said, very respected amongst the scene as well.
And the coach, Brosev, they're supporting the team so much, giving them knowledge, and also unifying the regions itself.
They had a chance, though, to exit the tournament, but they beat Movie Star Koi, and they did it in great fashion. Now we move on to ag.al. Again, for the club championship, this is an important matchup for the org itself, currently in 3rd place. But when we talk about this roster, Ryue, I mean, we have to hone in on him. He's had so much success throughout his career, and he's looking to add another title to his name.
Yeah, the big thing being in 2024 when he played for Twisted Minds, getting top 4, on this very stage of the Esports World Cup for TFT. So he wants to do the same again. He wants to go one further, though, this time. He wants to make sure he can get to the semi-finals. You know, he can get to that grand final stage as well. Him as well as Lichuan, I think, is another player to call out as well. Individually, he's had great success this year, winning 2 TPC Cups, you know, when the CN and APEC mixed together. He also, like him and HN, also failed to make it out of groups in 2025. So this is the first time they've made it this far in this tournament.
And then they also have a wildcard, Wemo Lucci, a player that is one of the OGs of TFT. He had present in international tournaments in the past, and now popping off once again, going with the team, trying to get a name for himself once again. And this player, this is the one that can make the difference also here.
Well, when we look at the records anyways, for ag.al, undefeated currently, 2-0 against Mouse, 2-1 against Zeta Division. But for Godlike, they did take a loss, 1-2 to Weibo Gaming, who just exited the tournament. Now, normally I would say, well, they took a loss. They look like they are better, worse for wear. But honestly, it's Weibo, and they took them the distance. And let's not forget, they beat Fnatic 2-0. They beat MKOI 2-1. They're showing a lot of strength going into this matchup.
Yeah, the momentum is definitely on Godlike's side. Of course, ag.al have had a day to prepare, a day to watch Godlike's games yesterday. But Godlike coming in with the adrenaline, you know, we saw Dehua maybe having maybe a bit too much adrenaline yesterday with the crushing of the key. But overall, I think that Godlike come in as one of the, the strongest in terms of being able to, play competitively, play for tempo, play for that, strong early game boards and try and come out on top.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want to see, and the meta has developed, so that additional day that you mentioned can make the difference. We see compositions that before were not happening. We see the additional emblems, we see the spot for them to defend. So what can they bring us to the table that's different? Dasik is the one to perform and do that for the composition and Godlike, and of course Ryue, the one to watch for ag.al.
And if we had to compare him alongside that of Dasik, both of them still missing this trophy, so they both won it equally as well. Which one do you think has the edge? Because you said Godlike, they've got the momentum, but for the star player's perspective, who's winning out?
I think ag.al have the stronger individual players. I think it is quite close, though, in terms of these two. I think Godlike definitely would have taken ag.al when it comes to the brackets. What we saw yesterday with the draw show, they probably would have taken this over the other team. Overall, I think it's going to be really, really close, maybe one of the closest series. 2-1 maybe to Godlike. I have to be on the western side this time around.
If you play with your mind, I think ag.al has the edge. Chinese region representatives, they're playing so good.
You got to play for the heart.
If you're going for the heart,
what are you
that's
going
Godlike.
with?
Godlike with the heart, 2-1 also. We agree.
Okay, Godlike, but if you're with your head, you're going ag.al. But if you're with the predictions, where you going with. Let's take a look at where you guys are leading. ag.al, so they're thinking with their head, not their heart.
They're not taking the risk, Taylor. They're not taking the risk.
We'll take the risk. We're godlike here. And we backed them up, I believe, during that M-Coin matchup, too, which was one of the most exhilarating matchups we've had yet in terms of emotions flaring on the stage. The trash talk, it was very real. But ag.al, let's face it, they are the stronger team going into this matchup. For godlike, our last underdog, the previous one was Nox from Red Force. Well, they're now gone. Can godlike carry the torch for the underdogs? We're going to have to wait and find out. Either way, this series will be underway very shortly. One more spot remaining in the semifinals. That puts you one series away from going to grand finals. 750 points if you get second, 1,000 points for the club championship race for your org if you get first. And at this point in time for ag.al, this is a big moment. They're knocking on the door of potentially overtaking first place, being currently in third. What does that mean? Well, it means you jump up about 2 million up to 7 million. That's what's at stake. And to win the club championship trophy, you've got to win a title, right? So for ag.al, if they can win this entire thing, of course, going into tomorrow, they make it to grand finals, they win TFT here at the EWC 2026 event. Well, guess what? They might get $7 million for their org, and that is tremendous. I can remember going back last year to ag.al in the final week, and they were knocking on the door of going up a couple of spots if they were able to secure the win. And their team did secure the win. And that was the difference between where they were at and then an additional $500,000. That's what's at stake here for the club championship. That's what's at stake for ag.al. But for godlike, they don't care about that narrative. They want to take them down. Now, Esports World Cup, it's a big event. Multiple stages, 24 different games, tons of money, but also things for you to do if you're in the venue.
Everyone, we're here at the Esports World Cup, obviously at the Porte de Versailles Expo Center at the Lenovo Legion booth. We've got our TFT talent. You hear them all the time on the mic, but now we're going to test their 4v4 skill set with their reaction times together, right? 4v4 TFT, 4v4 reaction time. Kitty, get us started. All right, here we go. It's counting down. Can they do it? Usually, oh, okay, we got one. We got one. Look at the face of fear. Oh, Kitty got hers. Okay, Cass. All right, Peter. Oh, okay, Peter. Yeah. Oh, Peter. Stop fighting, Peter. Kitty. Two more. One more. Oh, Cass. And Kitty. All right. That's all right. Not everyone needs to win out. We know which side was on the front end and which side finished 7th, 8th. Yeah, not so good. Not so good.
Well, that was a lot of fun, and so is our next matchup. We go into it. The final spot for semifinals. Will it be ag.al? Will it be godlike? Let's find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to figure out our next team in the semifinals. Every single match up to this point has been what, Damascus? A certified banger. And I expect that trend to continue right now.
Only bangers, but you know, like the banger smack talk we had yesterday made this even better. The entire action is elevated because every single player is here for the win, and they've been saying it on the mic and delivering it on the keyboards.
Your accent took me out a little bit right there, Damascus. I thought you said like a French word. You said the banger smack talk. I thought that was a word or a different word you used right there. May we? That's it, Damascus. I do believe it is about time to bring out our first team. Who we got, brother?
All right, we've got multiple teams representing China today, and there is one more coming up onto the stage. They are still undefeated as they made it through the upper bracket. It is time to welcome onto the stage ag.al. The team hailing from China, they had clean performances since the beginning. 2-0 over Mouse, 2-1 over Zeta, led by the birthday boy himself, CUA, the experienced player leading the team. 3 players less experienced than him, but it is not all about one superstar. They qualified for the global qualifier, and they are showing an incredible consistency here at EWC, and now they are one step away from the semifinals.
These boys been balling out up to this point, Damascus. There is no lie about that, but the same can be said about our next team. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Godlike Esports. Now, when you think about this squad right here, I need you to think of one word, global. My man's Dasic has been one of the most consistent players in the EU for years up to this point. Dewa absolutely talks the most trash and backs it up, representing that good old NA. Raiko, the Italian powerhouse, and we cannot forget Big Gobolster, the only French player that we have here, and he is representing with pride, with skill, you name it. Jen, I think it's about time for our first interview. So, I am here with my guy, GUA. What I want to ask you about is the fact that your birthday just passed only 2 days ago. How has it been having your birthday pass and you're here qualifying for the playoffs?
那日月也知道你的生日就是前天嘛，然后你相当于刚刚过完生日，现在25岁就站在这个舞台上面，然后成功的晋级到了8强，能跟我们说一下现在你的感受是怎么样的吗？
我觉得是非常的激动吧，然后我希望我们能一路连胜拿下冠军啊。
I'm definitely very excited to be here, and I hope that we can go all the way to become the grand champions.
And they are well on their way to that right now, Damascus, but there is another team in their way.
There is another team that the last EU, the Western representatives, and of course, for once our French player, let's do it in French. On est à la maison, on va la faire en français. Bien sûr, GoBuster, vous êtes les derniers représentants de l'Ouest. T'es le seul Français ici. Qu'est-ce que ça fait de pouvoir carrer une région entière contre la meilleure région du monde, contre les Chinois?
Ça fait toujours plaisir. Après, on n'est pas venu à l'événement pour jouer contre les équipes western. On est là pour battre les Chinois en majorité, car on sait que c'est la meilleure région du monde.
See, that's one thing. I asked him how did it feel, to be carrying the Western region on their shoulders. And all he said is, we don't come here to face other Western teams. We came here to take China down and to beat the best teams in the world. This is what we want, Rob.
Damascus, you didn't have to translate for me. I understood what he said. You think I don't speak French?
This guy, in case you guys don't know, this is Robert Television.
Come on, man. Global Big Hollywood. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for our face-off. AG and, of course, Godlike meet us right here in the center. Look at the player that is trying to take your dreams from you right now. And there is only one way to stop them. It is right here on the sticks, Damascus.
Yes, sir. It is the last Western team against one of the Chinese powerhouse. The final quarterfinals of the day. Last spot on semifinals is up for grabs. It is time to kick off the final match of the day.
Welcome one and all to the final quarterfinals of this day number 4 of TFT at EWC ag.al versus Godlike, the last remaining hope of the West in a tournament like this. It seems to be the case in esports time and time again. Do you think, Dobbs, that Godlike can do it?
Yes, I think so. They have the tools and they have the hope, from EMA, from NA as well, on the face of the Hua, but as well as in Broseph, their coaches. I think this is actually the battle of the coaches. Horrocks, one of the best players in the world, played Tactician Crown recently, and he is the head of ag.al. I wonder if they actually have something planned especially for this match.
Let's see, Horrocks, of course, really paying attention to all the details, similar to Broseph as well, in terms of what it is that he's trying to do to counter some of the teams coming into these series. We saw a pretty insane amount of counterplay and griefing from Godlike yesterday in that matchup against MKOI to qualify to the playoffs. Dasic, for example, holding so many of those forecasts on stage 4. I think that will definitely be part of the game plan coming into this very first game. Talk about this game 1. What players are you looking out for in terms of the stardom, kind of the MVP players on each team?
I feel like Dasic. Dasic is the name of the Godlike, and I feel that he was able to reach just in time here in Paris, and that was amazing for them because I feel like he can actually perform in such a unique way. Dasic is a player that has been playing TFT for so long, since set 1, creating content, and one of the things that I think that he's quite good is that he's able to adapt, and he's not maybe like so focused on a single game plan. So yesterday I've seen him playing in birthday reunion, and this is something that you probably want to go straight to level 9 to reach the 2-starred 5 cost, but instead he rolled a lot on 8. He gave up the tempo he played tempo in order to save some HP, and that led Godlike to a win. So I feel like he has a lot of tools to help the team reach the victory.
I think Dasik is the ag.al for this team as well. He's a player that's really calculating and thinking about the bigger picture of every single team and every single player on those teams and what they are trying to achieve. As you mentioned it, Birthday Reunion, an augment that usually you play for the win out, but he said, hey, Raiko, you have Birthday Reunion, you have Invader Z, you have a ton of gold, but you're going to get first place. Why would I also lose HP and give less pressure away to the opposing team when I can instead roll down right now on stage 4, I can buy their forecast, I can doom their positions, and we're going to win anyway. So that big picture strategy is what this first game will be all about. Talking about the gods coming into this one, it will be Varus and Ari, the same exact thing we just saw in that game 2 between Aurora Gaming and Weibo. Varus offering the duplicators, really synergizing with the reroll lines, and Ari, of course, going to offer a lot of extra gold and XP for those players to reach level 9. We also saw Silver scrapes the encounter, so in that final 1v1, if there is a final 1v1, it might be an APM check for those two players.
Yes, for sure. I feel like it's very rare to see a 1v1 in 4v4 because usually the game ends earlier, but I think I want to see one with 70 gold to see what the players are aiming for.
And hopefully on a stage like this, our players don't forget, because I, at least in my games in Rank Ladder, I always forget the encounter and then I see the gold coming in and I am just not ready for that roll down. But I think in this stage with players like this, with coaches like the ones they have, they'll definitely be locked in and loaded.
Yeah, hopefully they are locked in because I forget all the time as well. That's why we're here yapping.
That's right. And looking at the 2-1 augment coming up very soon, we've seen a lot of very impactful augments. Birthday Reunion being the one you mentioned. I think Treasure Hunt for the reroll lines as well. Gold augments in particular, I think, are the ones that really give a lot of very clear direction. Maybe some hero augments can be finally picked. They've been avoided and ignored most of this tournament, unfortunately.
Yes, they're not quite strong right now, and I feel like it's very easy to deny some of them, and maybe the ones that are easy to play, like Aatrox and Poppy, they're not quite strong in the meta.
Wow, what is strong is 3 different copies of Zoe before your augment is even selected. A Zoe 2 has been found for GoBuster. He's going to be the AP win streak player applying tempo to the lobby. Does he want to pick up Expedition considering he has a Zoe 2? I think he does want to play for tempo right away, but he is going to pick up the Expedition regardless. If he's able to win streak while having Expedition, it's only really a silver augment in terms of value that you're losing. It is possible. This could be one of the craziest games we've seen yet from Gobo.
You're talking about a hero augment. He has a Zoe 2, but he skipped the level 1 hero augment. I'm so sad.
I'm sad. It's a fun one to watch, but I think maybe not the most competitive right now. We saw the augments flashing there on the left-hand side, silver augments. Some of the more impactful ones are things like Expedition, but also the Laden Forge. It was picked up by Dasik. That's going to be a very strong option in terms of an artifact coming in. Randomness, you can't really decide a direction early. You have to stay adaptable, which is something that Dasik really excels at.
Yes, for sure. And I feel like the continuous conjuration is quite good for Achen. I really love this augment. I feel like all of them are great. The one that gives you the swords, bows, and also AP. Such a great augment to choose in the early game.
Especially in this kind of AP-centric meta. I think in every single silver augment start, we will be seeing at least one player picking up continuous conjuration. We saw it from Hanmie in the game 1 between Weibo and Aurora as well. The chance to have especially 2 items built, a tank item and an AP backline item in stage 2, can really help you playing for the win streak, as we're seeing here from Dasik as well.
Yeah, and not just that. I feel like item augments in general are quite strong in a 4v4 matchup because you can do a lot of damage during the mid game. Is when these augments shine the most.
And Dasik does have the chance to print Leona's off of his Arbiter. We have seen, I don't have to mention it even, I think, how powerful and impactful this is in terms of executing an AP game plan in this patch. In this set, really, it has been so strong. Playing around the Blanc, or maybe even just finding a Leona 3, a lot of extra gold, and a way to skip level 8 and make it straight to 9 for the Sona 2, the Bard 2, the really strong AP capped out boards.
Yeah, I feel like Dasik has the tools to use that very well. It's a player that you want to be in a condition to have multiple choices, multiple ways to pilot the game.
We haven't talked about the constellation yet for the Stargazer line. It will be the Serpent, so definitely a viable option for a few different variations of Stargazer, especially for the Zaya moving on later in the game. If players have the right setup in terms of their bows, for example, they can lean into this comp. You don't need to invest in it early like you have to with the Altar, the Mountain, so you can kind of pivot into it later on if you find bows.
Yeah, speaking about setup, I want to highlight Zilje. He got Caretaker Ally, and it was Pike. Some units that we are not seeing that much. We haven't seen a reroll line on a line in Pike yet in here, at least on Stream 8. And I don't think he's aiming for going to that, but let's see.
The Pike is benched for now, unfortunately, but potentially when he moves to level 5, he finds the Pike 2. That I think is playable in stage 2. He just does a lot of just straight up damage, and there's so many less units on the board that it's very easy for Pike to not get blocked and to immediately access any backliner and take them down even with no items. So we'll see if that'll be the case if Ziyue tries to become the win streak player. For now, it is Wei and Raiko instead who are playing for the win streak.
Yes, I feel like this early game streak is quite important in every game of TFT, but especially in 4v4, because sometimes you either can have a win streak player and lose streak player on the same team. And one of the things that are quite important as well is align your choices with the gods. So let's see, the next round is going to be key for the next stage.
That's right. Ahri, a pretty generic option. Usually you just get gold or XP, which I think everyone needs and wants in TFT. So not too much to think about, but for Varus, for example, despite him being considered a reroll god, he does have a lot of other options that are just units in general. With Super Parting Gift, we saw how impactful that was in the game 2 between Aurora and Weibo, for example. Here, Tiny Duplicators, really good for Cholisandra, not so much value for anything else.
Yeah, I feel like, especially in this game, nobody had set up for playing for one cost. So I feel like everybody just got Ahri straight away.
The interesting thing, of course, is if you pick up 2 different Ahri God offerings, you can go for the Ahri boon at the end of stage 4. So you really want to be making it to 9 at the very least to get the most combat power possible from those extra levels that you've had. Maybe even making it to 10, get you that extra bit of gold. Remember, the Silver Scrapes is the encounter, so almost guaranteed if there is a final 1v1, players will be on level 10. They definitely want to have Ahri as their boon at the end of stage 4.
Wow, look at Goboster. He has such a great board. You have like Expedition that can cap very high his board, but one of the things that when you play Expedition, usually you're down on HP, so it kinda is a very risky augment. But instead, Gobo has such a great board. Even if he's not winning, he still will save a lot of HP.
And if he wants, at the very end of the Expedition, he can even sacrifice the Zoe to get the final proc off if he wants the 5 gold. One nice thing about this, he's not win streaking, he's not leveling obviously, he's not using up his gold to tempo, but his board is so naturally strong, even if he takes losses, they won't be kind of open fort losses. He's not going to enter stage 4 in my opinion at like 20 HP or below, which is going to be very helpful for the stability, for not having to do everything on that one turn.
Yes, exactly. And I feel like if he is like one economy augment away to be the winner of this lobby, because if he gets it, nobody will stop him.
Yeah, something like a Magic Roll, for example, with Pile of Champions, with, you know, a 2-star 3 cost coming in, you can sacrifice that. There's some really high roll synergies that can accelerate the rate at which you can proc the Expedition, and that can obviously, as we've seen, completely take over a game, punish the opposing team so much.
Yeah, and on the other side we have Achan, maybe 5-way streak for the side of ag.al. Very important to aim for that streak because they have to work on Goboster being the winner of this lobby. Nobody has a chance to win like him, at least for now, because Expedition is across the board the best augment in this game.
That's right, even for now and maybe even later in the game. It's possible that ag.al identifies, hey, Gobo is going to have the strongest setup. He's probably going to have the highest win share, even if we get some strong boards online. How can we counter this? They can maybe apply pressure, stay much, much stronger in stage 4 in particular, and try and go for a blowout win, for example, depending on how the HP totals go for Godlike. Right now we're seeing Dehua with the 5 loss at 72 HP. The rest of the players on Godlike pretty healthy. I think there's even parity in the board strength coming into stage 3.
Yeah, so I've seen Lit Xuan on the other side playing some MOVA, he might push the roles on 3-2 to go for that Akali, a composition that is so common. And usually, sometimes we're seeing that comp with more than one player per team. So this is a composition that is quite strong right now, and that might be one of the things that ag.al can focus in order to punish the early game from Godlike.
Looking at Godlike, looking at Dasik, looking at that Leona, very close to being 3-star. We're not in a win streak right now, so not incredibly important just yet. But Weiwen will be already acquiring that Leona 3. Has a Rage Blade, has a Stone Plate, the two items that you really want to have on a board like this. The Leona with the Stone Plate, 3-star now. She's going to hold on for so long. And even the Teemo, he's not quite a LeBlanc, but he can still dish out so much damage in these longer stage 3 fights.
Yes, Teemo is such a great unity to have it as a placeholder for the later LeBlanc. And this is a comp that players are aiming for to finish in the seconds and thirds places, which is quite important in a 4v4 match.
Looking at the itemization here from Ah-Chen, I wonder if he's considering playing into Space Group. Has the Rabbit on right now for the Nami, has the Sterax for Potential Riven. It could be kind of a mixed comp, or that Sterax could just end up being a Tempo Slam and maybe a tank item later on.
Yeah, I feel like, at least for now, he won't do a lot of magic damage. That can delay a little bit the APs that he will drop later on, but still in a great position.
Big win by Raiko. The dummy stays alive, buys enough time to get the win streak cut off there from Ah-Chen. Very, very important. But not allow teams to get away with just, pushing the tempo, the pressure with the HP, but also the gold generation of having those win streaks.
Oh, Little Xuan just skipped the Misfits, one of the greatest augments in this game, but quite difficult to pilot.
And Dehua on a big roll down here. Rolling on 6, staying pretty open, but the moment he finds an early Kindred, he knows what he's playing for. He wants to play for the 5 Nova setup. He wants to roll until he finds a Akali 2. There it is. He has a big grab bag as well. You need this kind of augment if you're trying to itemize multiple carry units like you have here with the Akali and the Kindred. Already a clear direction and setup for Dehua.
I mean, I'm gonna say that Dehua is just too good. I've seen him rolling a lot for this comp, and he always finds that Kindred either on level 6 or early level 7.
And this is the job you need, right? 6 loss streak, 60 HP, you've lost a lot of HP, you need to try and stabilize. You either stabilize here, or you stabilize in a higher risk situation on 4-1 for a 4-cost comp. Dehua said, hey, it's time for me to come online. Ideally, his goal will be to win the rest of the fights in stage 3, and that will put him in a very good position for his team.
Look at what he have done. He is limited 4 items during this fight. He was just looking if he was going to face one of his teammates, but instead he faced an opponent from ag.al. So he decided that it's time to create items and do a lot of damage on the opponent's team.
Godlike is doing a fantastic job of taking over the tempo of the lobby in the stage 3. On 3-1, Ah-Chen's streak was broken. On 3-2, Weiwen streak was broken. We're seeing all these different players from Godlike starting to come up in a big way. Leona 3 found for Dasik, Akali found for Dehua. So all of a sudden, every player from Godlike is looking incredibly strong in the stage 3.
I mean, speaking about being strong, look at Dasik's setup he has. Leona 3 is quite good for early game. It's very easy to reach, but it's always good. And then you have already a Nami as well as a Tankage to go later on, as well as a Space Group Spatula. I feel like the game is going towards Godlike.
You have the Morello, you have the Ionic Spark, the clear utility items for an AP comp. A really strong setup all of a sudden for all of our Godlike players. And why does HP preservation matter so much? You know Gobo could be the win-out player. You know he will rise up and potentially take over the game in the late game.
Yeah, on the top of that, I feel like that's what we were talking about Dasik. Look at his items lamps, nothing crazy, but he knows the tempo, it's very important. So his lamp suboptimal items that are going to be good right now in order to save some HP.
Weiwen does get a win here against his teammate. Not too impactful in the end, but starting to get a win again with that Leona 3. Let's check out the God offerings. It will be Varus with the star cost upgrade and Ahri, just giving a bit more of that takedown possibility with some gold generation on a key carry unit, similar to Steamroll. If you think you're strong, if you think you have one unit that's going to be taking down a lot of other boards, you can try and bless that unit.
Yeah, especially for Dehua and Dasik, they already have their final game boards. I mean, the final game carries. So I feel like the augment, the blessing from Ahri are great for both of them.
One player we have to look out for right now is Achen. He did pick up a very spicy augment on the 3-2 round. Invader Zed will be found yet again. We saw it yesterday from Raiko on Godlike. It was incredibly hard to play against. We saw from MKOI they were suffering so much once those Zed copies came through, and that was only a Z1. If Achen manages to make it to level 9, if he finds enough gold on stage 5 to find a Z2, it's an incredibly strong carry in the late game.
Yeah, the thing is, Godlike had the best setups coming from the early game. Gobo, Daisy, both can win out this game. So here is ag.al trying to find a way to take that win out back.
Yeah, they need to find at least one player that can at least posture for a win. They have to, even if it's just pretending, they have to say, we need one guy that we can try and find a game plan that could get us there, as hard as it may be, depending on where your tempo and your goal generation is right now.
Yeah, I feel like when one of the gods is Ahri, you can reach those level 9 a little bit easier. So then they would need to try to create a win out spot in here. And maybe if it's going into that second place, that 70 gold can help him as well.
This Akali build putting in so much work. Pretty unusual with the Death Defiance and the Kraken there, but good enough to win this fight. So many Namis on either side of the Godlike players. The Lichbane has now been found off of the Latent Forge from Dasik. It's scary when you're on a win streak already and you have this next bit of power coming in. All of a sudden Dasik is going to have an even easier time extending this win streak forward. If on stage 4 he rolls and finds a Nami 2, we might be seeing a 10 win streak.
Yes, for sure, but I was talking about Dasik having the spot to get the blessing from Ahri, but instead he went from Varus. I feel like that he might not think that is a quite strong blessing.
Strong boards on either side. Gobo, of course, is sacking a lot of his game plan for the Expedition cash out coming in at some point in stage 7. This should be a fairly easy win for Dasik. We're seeing a lot of the Godlike members on the board here, knowing how important this win streak going into stage 4 will be for Dasik. He was the hero in that final game against MKOI yesterday. He might be the hero again in terms of applying pressure to ag.al in this game 1.
Yeah, and you speak about being a hero, Gobo. He had the augment that he needed, economy augment on 3-2, so he's probably very near to reaching the expedition and as well as spiking in the next phase of the game.
Yep, should be the proc coming in very soon. A 3 cost being sacrificed here from Gobo. Most likely looking for a bow here. Going to try and be the LeBlanc player potentially with this final rod being open on the Zoe for now.
Quite strong composition to play around when you have a Radiant. You can either play like Pincers or maybe a Giant Slayer as well. And I think the spot for Dasik is quite good for winning out the game as well. So he do not need to take so many risks in pushing to that level 9, so he's going to roll Nate a lot.
Unfortunately, no bow is found here for Gobo. We'll see if that changes his roll down. It changes the kind of 4-cost AP carry you want to play for. It's called AP Flex for a reason. Depending on your item build, you can play around so many of the AP carries now. At this point, the later stages of this set, the balance is so good. You can play around Aesol, around Karma, around the Nami, and of course around the LeBlanc.
Yeah, it comes down to the next augment. He can still look for item augments. Maybe he can still play around Soul. There's a lot of things that he can do.
And the question will be, how does ag.al identify their own conditions that they need from this last augment to try and win this game? This Akali board looks kind of strong for now from Li Tutron. I'm not sure it's going to be the final board. He is holding already some early copies of LeBlanc and of the Riven. No one has rolled on 4-1. Everyone is trying to greed for a tiny bit more gold. So this will be, I think, just in general, a higher cap lobby. 4-2, the floodgates will open. Everyone will start rolling for their own 4-cost to deny other players as well.
Here comes the augment. I hope it's prismatic. Oh, it's not. Gold augment instead. Power level not being that crazy, but here comes Ilawi and Sonna. Very important for him to stabilize.
There's the Electro Charge for Gobo. He does have the Expedition proc as well. Has a chance to make one of his items Radiant. He is buying the Karmas. He's holding the LeBlancs as well, but I think he's going to want to play around maybe more of the just caster AP, unless he has a bow here from this Anvil to find the Rage Blade for the LeBlanc, but still paired on everything. Hasn't found those upgrades.
Here comes the Karma. Quite important unit to find. No bow, unfortunately.
Yeah, maybe you play around the Karma. I think that might be the consideration here for Gobo, considering he has missed the bow as well and just have only the LeBlanc pair. For ZUA, unfortunately, also has rolled down heavily, picked up Ascension, has only a Nami pair for now. And yep, we're seeing it here. It will be the Karma with the Giant Slayer, the Radiant Giant Slayer for now. The Ionic Spark is built, and you have Sona helping out with the final item for the Karma. Unfortunately, it's another Morello.
Yeah, another Morello, but still an item that gives you some decent amount of damage. And I think having a Giant Slayer Radiant is quite stronger now.
Facing off against another AP player, it is Weimoloto with the LeBlanc carry with the Rage Blade this time around. It's a close fight, but it looks like Gobo has, well, maybe not. The LeBlanc is still alive. She's dishing out damage. A very key win. Gobo, he might be in trouble. Despite the Expedition cash out, despite the Radiant item, he's lost a pivotal fight.
Yeah, I feel like we were hyping Gobo all across the board, and we talked about that the whole game, but still I think he missed the Wingsuits. I think the Rage Blade was the item that he was aiming to get, and LeBlanc is such a more consistent carry than Karma, and I feel like he still can go to the LeBlanc carry, but he'll need to stabilize very soon.
It might be the end of stage 4 once you find some more item components. Looking at the Nami here for Daysig, it is still 1 start as well, so he is going to be missing some of the upgrades, but Daysig is sitting at 75 HP, the healthiest player in the lobby right now. Up against Li Tutron, playing around the Kindred and the Akali, with a Gunblade now found on the Akali, the most important item, allowing your frontline to last for so long in the Nova setup.
Yes, and in the Daysig side, he doesn't seem to have a lot of damage to deal with that healing. Not found just yet this third item for the Nami, so we take a loss.
A lot of the players from Godlike have, it seems like, low rolled on their roll down. We'll see what we're getting here from the gods. The final offering from Varus and from Ari. Gain a copy of a 4-cost champion you own might be pretty important, because we have seen so many 1-star 4-cost carries for most of our players in this stage 4.
I mean, for sure. And if you also get a unit that your opponent has and you have on the bench, it's quite good as well.
We'll see now the rest of the boards in stage 4. We'll see what players have hit, what players have stabilized, what players are maybe trying to go 9, start capping on their boards, looking for the win-out position. The HP totals have evened out quite a bit. I think there is kind of an even spread with players kind of mixed and match across all of the HP totals. There isn't a huge difference here. But looking at the board from A10, so interesting. It is going to be a Mech Acel carry board with Zed splashed in as a duo AD carry. It's not quite working out for now. It's a 4-loss streak.
Look at the Daysig's bench. He has 3 mechs.
And there's a Nami as well.
Acel. Okay, he got the Nami too. He had to sell an Acel. So that's going to be quite important for ag.al to come back, but still no Acel pair.
And A10, if he can't find the Mighty Mech upgrade, if he can't find the Acel upgrade, he can play for a high cap with the Zed. The Zed only 1-starred. Obviously, it's very hard to find Zed 2 on level 8. He's on 21 HP. I mean, his team has to sack for him, and he has to still find the gold to even buy the Acels if he does find them. He's so far away from his spikes.
Look, in the other side of the board, another two Aurelion Souls on the bench on the side of Raiko Mastery. I feel like Godlike just identified the player that they need to play defense against. It's Achen. He's missing the Acel. He's missing the Mecha. So if he does not find these units, he will not reach the Z2.
Achen, the weakest player potentially doesn't hit, but also the player who would be quite scary if he does hit, because he has a chance to cap out with the Zed. So Godlike correctly identified this is the player to target. Everyone on your roll downs, you must hold Acels, you must hold the mechs. We saw the same thing against Mkoi with Lalisom in that game yesterday, and the Zayas being held. This is one of the premium strategies in 4v4. It's so hard to get your game going if you're constantly being denied.
Yeah, Gobo finally got the bow, but now he doesn't have the AP to match the Rage Blade, but still next round he will gonna be able to transfer his items for LeBlanc, and he'll be quite scary after that.
Daysig up against Gobo. Daysig still only 2 items on LeBlanc, potentially has removed some items here. Gobo, of course, the much weaker player in terms of the health totals right now from Godlike. He needs to find some stability. He needs to make sure he can fight for the top 4, maybe even the win with that Radiant item.
Yes, I feel like, especially for Godlike, Gobo is the player that can reach a very high cap still. So it's important to find the AP here.
Chen potentially needs to find gold, right? He needs maybe only just that one item, but will be going for just 3 item components. Doesn't have the gold to find the Acel 2, doesn't find the gold to find the Mighty Mech 2. I wonder, I guess he just couldn't even really maybe roll for a better spread, a better treasure dragon there.
Yeah, I feel like he didn't have enough gold to try to find a better dragon treasure.
Level 9 for Raiko. He does find the Fiora 2. Could this be the AD duo carry he needed to try and stabilize a 5 loss streak for Raiko? He has been the clutch factor, the X factor player for Godlike through the qualifiers and through this tournament as well. Is it his time to shine? Is it his time to stabilize as we enter stage 5?
Well, quite risky play, I think, for Raiko, especially because Achen is actually going down. So I feel like going 9 here, it's such a risk play, because if he misses, he can give Achen maybe 1 more life. So it's important to know that he's going to be quite strong if he got the units, but still can miss it.
Unfortunately, not able to find the upgrades on the Shen, not able to find the Shen at all. Looking at Achen now on his last life, 8 HP to work with. Z1, Acel 1, Mighty Mech 1. He is facing his teammate. Weimolo Cho, I believe, has not removed any items. I think they believe Achen is just too weak. He is not worth saving. We have to send him 8th and just try and play for our HP, which is maybe the right strategy. Weimolo Cho currently at 57 HP. Litutron right behind him, sitting at 52.
Yeah, Weimo will have a 5-win streak after this round. But look at Zed, so many copies.
I mean, maybe the fight is too slow. The LeBlanc is still scaling. The Zeds are still there. They're multiplying. The Acel's still alive. The LeBlanc is trying her best, but looks like Achen will be staying alive regardless, despite no item removals there from Weimolo Cho.
Yeah, Raiko Mastery just won a round, so he's not in contention to die in the next round. Zhuye still on the line as well, so he needs to come back right now because Achen might be the next one who's gonna be dead.
Litutron now going 9, sitting fairly healthy, has the Kindred 2 online with some great items. The Swordsmith was a really good pickup for Litutron in terms of trying to enable a second, maybe even a third carry coming to the late game.
Yeah, his items is so good right now. He has the items, the perfect items on Macaulay as well as Kindred, and this fight might be one of the keys to the victory.
3 players on 1 life, 2 from ag.al, 1 from Godlike. Dehua here trying to stay alive up against the Zed, up against the Acel. A very creative comp. We'll see what the Kindred can do. We'll see what the Akali can do in particular. The Akali might be moving onto the Acel, but no, the Zeds are now surrounding the Akali. The Kindred targeting does not go through. The Zeds are onto the Kindred. It might be an elimination. Achen has done so much work, but Dehua stays alive on 1 HP. So does Zhuye on 2.
I mean, this round is quite important, but Achen not being able to get another upgrade. The thing is, when you're playing mech, you're not dealing a huge amount of damage on the opponent side, so that's why Dehua is still alive.
4 players now on 1 life, Dobbs. 1 from each of the teams. Gobo, as we expected, did finally now start finding that win streak now that he has his carries online.
Oh my god, this game is going to be so close. It all comes down to the matchups.
It's Gobo versus Achen. The LeBlanc trying to take down the Zeds. The Leona is perfectly positioned to take the Zed aggro right away, and the LeBlanc might target the Zeds early as well, while the Acel free fires from the backline. Dehua is up against Litutron. The Kindred Virament on the right-hand side. Both of those AD carries scaling in the back, but Dehua only 2 items on his Kindred. Litutron will be winning on the right-hand side, and Achen will be taken down as well to 1 HP. 14 HP loss for both Zhuye and Dehua, but because Dehua started this fight on 1 HP, he will be going out in 8th, and Zhuye will be going out in 7th. Achen will be joining his teammate as well in that 6th place position. A bloody 5-3 round.
Oh my god, Dehua winning 18 here might be the thing that can actually put ag.al back into the game. The game is so close, but still, Goboster quite strong. He found the item that he needed on that LeBlanc, so they can still win the game.
No chance for a blowout win because there's just too much HP on the side of the players from ag.al. Litutron has done a great job of finding the Shen 2, of potentially becoming that win-out player for the Chinese team alongside Weimolo Cho. For Dasik and Raiko, they are very close to being eliminated. We'll see it. Raiko has been able to stay alive. He's been using that Fiora as a star of his board alongside now the Vex that has been found as well.
Yeah, I think that he can still cap the board pretty high, and depending on which item he can complete as a third item for Vex, and if it survives enough, he can even find the Vex through.
He's trying to scale into the game. Day 6 stays alive. No team kill here. Some great augments for Raiko as well. Side effects into healing orbs. A lot of combat power coming through for this board. If you're able to find the upgrades, some risk in not picking up an econ augment, but if you get to the board regardless, you might be one of the strongest players in this lobby. Talking about strongest players, Lithuanian, he might be making it to level 10. Ari's boon would be so massive there as well. And remember, Dobbs, we have silver scrapes. We have that final 1v1 gold coming through.
Yes, for sure. And I feel like Lithuanian he found a way to get back into the game. I feel like it's quite difficult for him to actually win out. So I feel that the way that ag.al have to take this game is with the HP lead.
This could be one of the most important fights. Raiko versus Lithuanian. Raiko trying to stay alive, but also trying to scale into the late game, trying to find the Vex despite not having much gold to work with. If the Fiora gets targeted early, she could be in big trouble, but the side effects and the healing orbs might help her stay alive despite the Kindred targeting. No, the Akali is putting in too much work. Lithuanian is way too strong. Dasik also being taken down, it looks like, by Gobo. Gobo seems to be the strongest player now from Godlike Esports. Will it be enough? Raiko and Gobo in the top 2 here, up against Lithuanian and Wimlocho. No, Raiko gets taken down as well in that 4th place position.
Yeah, it all comes down to Gobo. He had the best augment in the game, Expedition. We've been talking about that the whole game. It all comes down if he is gonna be able to take the win and get the game 1 for ag.al.
Lithuanian knows this as well, though. He is sitting at 58 HP. He knows he has to play for the highest cap possible. Do we see him on his way to level 10? Do we see Lemucho, for example, sacrificing himself if he thinks he's not going to be strong enough, proccing the silver scrapes and allowing Lithuanian to play for the highest cap board possible? Both players, Gobo and Lithuanian, have to remember it is quite likely that they get into that silver scrape situation. Who can make the best use of that 70 gold injection?
I can't believe we're hitting that point, which silver scrapes can actually decide who is going to take the win.
Maybe we see a player try and go for a crazy 3-star 5 cost. Maybe we see a 3-star 4 cost. So you can level, you can roll. We'll see what players decide for, and if that situation even comes up. Wemula trying to stay alive here, trying to stay strong. Both LeBlanc carry players are alive here. They will be facing off against each other. Gobo has a bit of an advantage. Radiant Giant Slayer on his LeBlanc thanks to that Expedition game plan. He prepared all the way back in stage 2. The scaling carries on both sides. The Nunu stuns are so important here as well. One stun did come through on Gobo's LeBlanc. The second comes through. The Karma's not doing that much work. The front lines are starting to crumble. They're wrapping into each other. The carries are still alive. The last cast does come through from the Karma. That might be the most impactful thing. Both LeBlanc still left alive. Gobo does end up taking the win. It comes down to the last few auto attacks.
The positioning was perfect. Weymouth just did an amazing job. Nunu ulted the LeBlanc twice. It almost won the fight, but the scaling from the LeBlanc was just too high.
Look at the board from Lithuanian. He's already level 10. He doesn't even need the gold injection from the silver scrapes. And I think we might even be considering the denial on the Sonas, for example, which would be that next big spike for Gobo as well.
There goes ag.al. He took away the items from LeBlanc, so we know that's going to be Lithuanian against Gobo's turn. Whoever takes the win, take down game 1.
And both players have to be on the ready. The moment Weimulacho will be going down, the green light will be there for all the gold to come through. It's the first time in my casting career I don't forget actually about the encounter, so we're prepared to try and go through all the different options Gobo and Lithuanian will have as this gold comes through. The final 1v1 between Godlike and ag.al in the game 1 of the last quarterfinals of the day. The gold injection is coming through. The APM is coming through as well. The 5 costs are being purchased. The final upgrades on each of these boards.
Oh my god, Gobo just found everything. He got the Sona, he got the Vex. Can he make a better board out of that with his units?
AP versus AD.
Oh, he saw the LeBlanc. He's actually playing Vex carry.
He finds the blitz at the very end as well. The final board has been assembled here. The positioning as well. Li Tuchuan up against Gobo. Still a lot of life for Li Tuchuan, but Gobo is on his last life here. The Radiant Giant Slayer on the Vex. Will it be enough? The Shen could potentially move in alongside the Akali, but the Akali has moved all the way to the other side, wasted a lot of time with her own DPS. The Shen is being taken down here. The Death Defiance allowing for a lot of stall from the Shen, but the front line is starting to crumble. The Akali is still alive. Gobo will be taken down. Li Tuchuan's board is way too strong. Game 1 goes to ag.al, a commanding message sent to Godlike at the start of this series.
Yes, for sure. ag.al, a masterclass, I would say, from Li Tuchuan. And I feel like Gobo did an amazing job upgrading his board, but at the end of the fight, focus fire was everything. The positioning from Li Tuchuan that end up winning the fight for him.
We called it from the very beginning. Gobo was poised to be the win-out player for Godlike. From 2-1, the moment he picked up Expedition, having a Zoe 2 already, he was the player that had to be sent as the hero in this Game 1. But Li Tuchuan was able to adapt, was able to find a way to make it to 10 without even needing the Silver Scrapes Gold. And we saw one of the highest cap boards assembled we've seen all tournament long. A strong 1-0 start for ag.al. How does Godlike bounce back? That's the big question for me.
Yes, I feel like they had a window to win that game. They relied so much on the Expedition as well as on DAZIC's early game setup. But at the end, Li Tuchuan did an amazing job capping high the board. But let's not forget that 1 HP from the Hua made total difference on the late game.
That's right. The Auction as well. The game plan was very cool. We saw HoroX joining his team as well, adding a little bit of calm, collected thoughts going into that Game 2. We are going to require a huge comeback from Godlike in Game 2, or is ag.al going to blow out with a clean sweep in the final quarterfinal of today?
The final hope for the West, the final hopes for the underdogs is now down 0-1. Now officially the underdog in this series against ag.al, who take the win, forcing a big comeback. Will we get a Game 3? Who knows? It's up to Godlike to decide. Hey, welcome into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Clement and Casanova. Man, Gobo did everything he possibly could to try and clutch that out. I mean, looking at it from his perspective on the Expedition loss streak, he was able to rack up a ton of gold. From that perspective, though, he also lost a lot of health. And in the end, not having the health to be able to battle, of course, against ag.al did him in the end.
I mean, it looked good from the start for Godlike. They actually had players win streaking to save a lot of HP to hopefully give Gobo some extra lives later on. DAZIC, even with Latent Forge, which is often used to win out, was able to hold HP. So Godlike seemed to have the plan in order. Gobo hit what he needed, and it looked like he was on track to win out, but it all came down to Li Tuchuan in the end.
That's right.
I agree with you a lot. I feel like this game was actually Godlike's to lose. They had the win-out player, and DAZIC was full streaking. I think the big problem is they actually contested each other on the side between Dehua and Raiko, both of them going for Nova Akali.
Yeah, I feel like, man, it's been hard to watch some of these team kills, but they do happen nonetheless. We take a look at one of the actions from that game number 1 that ag.al was able to secure. We're now deep into the game. What are we looking at?
This is the 1v1 duel between Li Tuchuan and Goboster here. The final silver scrapes roll down, and there's a couple important things here. Denying the Sona 2 on the side, and of course denying the Blitzcrank from the opposing side. I want to focus on the positioning, however. The key thing here to me is the way he understood that he had a very weak tank line, so he wanted to draw the opponent tank line towards his own territory and have better focus fire. So only Maokai in the front, everyone in the back, and because of the Shen differences, he's able to actually buff the other two AD carries on the right side as Akali moves over.
Yeah, it's perfect. He's able to set this up beautifully, gets all the damage onto the Blitzcrank and into the front onto the Leona, and then from there you're able to get the push onto the back line and make it just happen.
But even at this point, Gobo's on 7 health. I mean, does he even have the health remaining to beat Li Tuchuan?
There is an old proverb within TFT. One life is infinite lives.
Okay.
And it doesn't matter what your HP total is. If your board is stronger, you'll never lose.
Well, fair enough. I feel like Gobo played that so incredibly well, and I think at one point I was rooting for him to get that win, but he doesn't. And you got to admit, for Godlike Esports, they were really banking on the fact Gobo was going to be able to pull it off. You can see the stress, and actually there was a couple of people in the green room even saying, going into this series, Godlike Esports almost looked a little bit too relaxed against ag.al as they were walking onto the stage.
Well, they're certainly very familiar with their opponents. They have played each other a lot. Horo, of course, plays for EMEA, now the coach for a CN team. That's kind of the connection between them. So I expect to see a lot of different strategies coming out when you're fighting against someone that knows all your cards.
Yeah, the friendliness is there between these two, and we talked about this team a lot and having plans for each and every team with their coach Brosif. So I think Godlike coming in is comfortable knowing exactly what they need to do to deal with ag.al. It just doesn't come together this time.
Gobo was the star this time around, but Dasik is the one I'm looking at to make a turnaround and get his team behind him. Dasik in map number 1 may have not been the best necessarily, but he played incredibly well. What does Dasik bring into the table for game 2?
I think Dasik has been completely selfless. We look at his scores. He is known as the best player on the team, but he's always going in a scrapper position, usually in the bottom 4 for his past 6 games right now. I think it's time for him to put on the carry pants.
Well, let's put the carry pants. I actually like the carry pants.
The carry pants.
I'm locking that one in. Trademark another one. You've been dropping bangers all day long. Stage 2 has been incredibly exciting. And for the club championship race, well, we're in week 3 and things are starting to get close. Trav, give me the update.
Rubber here at the Kadir City Grid. I'm joined with Lauren, who's ready to give us an update on everything Club Championship when it comes to PUBG.
Honestly, good timing as well, because we're now officially halfway through the first day of our 3-day-long finals. And a lot's going to be happening here when it comes to the Club Championship side of things, okay? 3 matches in. That means we got a win out of T1, a win out of Navi, and a second-place finish out of ag.al. Obviously, all teams in CC that we'll be paying attention to. But we also have Liquid, Twisted Minds, Vitality, Falcons, all in this lobby that are going to be playing over the next 3 days. So it's going to be busy.
Yeah, absolutely stacked. And I think you've got to keep all eyes on Navi at the moment at the top of the leaderboard, but not really in as many games as some of the other clubs in the Club Championship. So definitely got to keep an eye on those things. Stay tuned. We'll keep you updated.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Thank you, Trav. Glitter Explosion for the update. It seems like stage 2 is popping off and the orgs are battling it out. Of course, we still have plenty of orgs here on stage number 4, ag.al and a lot more included. But who's going to make it to the end? We're going to have to wait and find out. But when it comes to EWC, a lot more is still taking place. Check out EWC Play.
He can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. House to blow the house down.
Godlike Esports are forced to come back. They need a game number 3, but it starts here in game 2. For ag.al, they want to close it out, but can they do it? Let's find out as we head to the stage.
Potentially the final game of this quarterfinals is upon us. Will Godlike Esports find a way to come back against a titanic roster from ag.al? Li Tuchuan surprised and impressed us in the game one with the incredibly high cap Nova board he finished on. Gobo tried his absolute best, but even then, it wasn't enough. Coming to game two, what changes do you want to see, if any, from Godlike?
I feel like when you're playing against a team that is that strong as ag.al, you cannot make any mistakes. And I feel like by the mid-game, transitioning to the very late game, Raiko had an opportunity to roll an 8 or either go 9. So when you go 9, your cap might be higher, but it's risky. And then they didn't save enough HP, and then suddenly ag.al took the heads of the game.
Or didn't apply enough pressure. That could be the case as well. Moving into this game too, though, we do have our gods, we do have our encounter, and we do have our Stargazer constellation. And if you believe in coincidences, I have some good news for you, because pretty much everything is exactly the same as game one. Silver Scrapes yet again, the Serpent yet again for the Stargazer, and we have Varus yet again. The only thing that changed from Ari to Thresh, so some extra randomness coming in. But players and teams have to think about that final 1v1 yet again and how they'll be using the gold if the Silver Scrapes does become relevant.
The thing is, Ari actually an economy god, and I feel like even though Thresh is random, usually most of the rewards are actually gold. So at the end of the day, it's gonna be almost the same game as game one.
Yeah, either straight gold, units, some amount of different options to have there. We saw the most impactful silver augment of the sets in game one. Potentially we see gold augments coming through now in game two. Potentially we see things like Birthday Reunion making yet another showing in this tournament.
Yes, quite strong options you just mentioned in here for the Hua Double Pantheon. Quite strong units in the game. Quite difficult to see some Lulu. I think we have seen just a couple times with Medallion. So Serpent might be angling towards Zaya, I would say.
And even when Lulu is picked up, of course, it can be denied so easily in terms of the 3-star in particular. Our team's poised for the game 2 start here. Really 2-1, one of the most important rounds of 4v4 TFT. You select your augment, you tell your team, hey, these are my options. What kind of player do we need where? Who's the win-out player? Who's playing for immediate tempo? Who's going to play for something like Aura Farming, for example, Legion of Threes with the emblem synergy that we could have?
Oh, a lot of good options in here, like a lot of different strategies that Li Tuchuan can actually perform. Aura Farming, an augment that's slow pace, but later on you get a legendary 2-star unit at stage 4. Quite good. Early learnings, you can go to that reroll. And with a god like Varus, that's something that you can actually aim for.
Loot Singularity is going to be the option. The moment this augment was released this set, we have heard great things coming out of CN in particular. As a region, they have really favored this augment to play into the Dark Star line. And with a start like this, why wouldn't you? Li Tuchuan, Cho'Gath, 4 different copies. Lissandra, 5 different copies. Has a Vhagar pair as well. And a chance with Varus to find those 1-cost duplicators from last game and have an incredibly explosive start to this game.
I would say that if Li Tuchuan was playing a solo game, he would insta-click that augment. I feel like he was just waiting for his friends to actually get those options. Because like when you have such an amount of Cho'Gaths as well as Lissandras, I mean, there is nothing that you need else. I mean, it's a perfect setup to this Singularity.
We saw Gobo on the opposite side there. He might be countering that same strategy, had the frontline foundation and had a lot of Cho'Gaths for himself. Patience starting from Ziwe. He will be playing for more of a loose streak line. He'll be playing that role of a player maybe going for a 10-loss streak and then coming back into the game. We're looking at Gobo's spot here also on a ton of copies of Cho'Gath. Has a Brawler +1, not quite the Dark Star +1, that would be ideal, but still able to make 10 here, able to hold Cho'Gath, able to make life more difficult for Li Tuchuan. And if he finds a Dark Star +1 or a very early Cho'Gath 3, these two players, yet again, Li Tuchuan and Gobo, could be taking over the game.
Yeah, and speaking about taking the heads of the game, Achen, having Birthday Reunion, an augment that we're talking so much along the day, as well as Treasure Hunt, one of the powerful augments right now, and you can play that Akali composition, aiming for the artifacts, aiming for the value that this augment gives you towards the whole game. the whole game.
That treasure hunt will be for Daehwa. Looking at Raiko's board here, solo plate has already 2 stone plays built onto this Aatrox here, trying to, not really play for a win streak right now. He hasn't leveled to 4, but just trying to set up for a huge solo tank coming into the later stages of this game.
Yeah, I feel like this is such a great augment to take the game early in the game, but when you face a Talon, it's quite difficult to get any value of it.
Talon does a great job in terms of having these really long fights where you can apply the bleed. For Daysik, this might be a Xayah game.
For sure.
You have the Kraken built already. You have the Talon 2 as an item carrier. You have the Serpent, which is definitely a playable constellation for the Stargazer, as we mentioned earlier. You don't have to have Stargazer right now. It's okay. You don't need to, index into 3 Stargazer for emblem printing with the Mountain or for sacrifices with the altar. You can just play this straight up.
Yes, of course. And I feel like for Daysik, especially, he had 2 items that are gonna be quite offensive, Krakens and a sword to play around, and he picks makeshift that is quite good for not having frontline augment. So I like Daysik heading into the tempo play. He's quite good at it. Let's see if he can convert a great finish.
A small win streak here would be big for Daysik. We'll see if he can get it, especially not allowing the Cho'Gath to get too many stacks here on the side of Li Tuchuan with the loot singularity in particular. And yeah, looks like a really strong board from Daysik to start things off. We will see what Varus has to offer. Is it going to be some 1-cost duplicators? And the randomness, of course, of Thresh. It's going to be the Lover, so 3 costs and a 2 cost will be offered instead.
Yes, I think the opposite from last game, right? But 3 costs and 2 costs at tempo play, I feel like it's quite important to look at it when you're playing 4v4. But sometimes Thresh is actually very good as well, because later on, his bone is way better than Varus, unless you're playing reroll.
Even if you think the Varus option might be a little bit better, if you think you could play around some of the Varus God offering in stage 3 and 4, you want to go for the Thresh now, so you can still get the Thresh boon, as you mentioned, at the end of stage 4. Even if you might be slightly lesser value right now in stage 2, the difference won't be that big. Looking at Daehwa's board, he was a tempo player last game. He was a player rolling down on 3-2 to try and stabilize for his team. Didn't quite work out in the end. Obviously, he went out in 8th for the godlike esports squad, but we'll see what he can do here. Timebreaker early, has some extra rolls, can get some more procs off the treasure hunt as well.
Yeah, I feel like Daehwa it's great at playing as a comeback player, and I feel like this is a great opener because he will stack a lot of rolls, and then later on he can try to roll down a lot on 3-2, and then using this treasure hunt, I feel like he's in a very better position comparing to game 1.
We saw the high APM there from Ah Chen, selling out most of his board, trying to position to make it as weak as possible to try and maybe break the lose streak from Daehwa, who is yet again, I imagine, trying to go for the 6th loss into the huge tempo rolldown, as you are mentioning. We've touched on most of the players' augment pickups now on 2-1. I think that's really the key game plans that we have to cover. Trade sector for Weimulucho is the one last board we haven't looked at too much, but for now, not too much going on just yet.
Yes, for sure. And I feel like the game started a little bit at a low pace. So a lot of augments that will scale up later in the game. Singularity, Treasure Hunt, Birthday Reunion. A lot of these augments were the choice, as well as Patient Study. You can feel like the game is not that high tempo when Patient Study has 4 wins.
Exactly. This is the fakest loss or win streak I've ever seen in the tournament so far. Actually, we have seen some pretty fake ones, but it's pretty much up there. You have an augment that gives you no immediate power outside of just a little bit of XP to maybe make 4 or level 5 a little bit quicker. And still, we're seeing Ziyue on that potential 5 win streak. It is the battle of the lose streakers here. It will be, or rather, Ah Chen will be trying to go for the lose streak, as will Daehwa. And Daehwa's up against Li Tuchuan with that Dark Star setup, whereas Daysik is able to get a really important win here.
We have 7 Lissandras on the board of Li Tuchuan, as well as 6 Cho'Gaths already, so he might be in a great position to get those units very early.
The cast does come through. Does the Ezreal kill off the Lissandra? No, just barely able to get the 5 loss. Perfectly calculated from Daehwa here, able to get that little bit of extra econ coming into stage 3. With the 2 players to look at, Dobbs has to be Li Tuchuan, has to be Gobo. If they are both trying to go for the Cho'Gath Lissandra game plan, the roll downs here could be so important.
Look at that. It's just one Lissandra away, and he will get another duplicator later in the game. So I feel like this is a great thing for him because you can either hold a little bit, and then if you get the Lissandra, you don't need to wait for that Shoga as well. You can push levels, and then you're gonna get those duplicators, so it's easy to actually ramp up in the game, so not wasting too much economy trying to get the Shoga early on.
He could wait till the 3-2 augment round to see what he gets. He could also wait till the Varus offering to see what he gets from Varus himself in terms of not having to waste too much gold rolling. But I think maybe some few rolls will be coming here at the very least, especially on a 2-win streak. You can maybe just find 3 Cho'Gaths and just extend your win streak right away and just scale much further as well.
Here comes one Cho'Gath. Still missing 2 of them. Oh, here comes one more. So it's one off, both of them. 37, it's quite good. It's still, you can roll until like 33 and still be in a great position.
Considering just leveling instead, I think he feels he is close enough. He wants to maybe win this fight as well. We'll be facing off against his teammate Ziwa instead, who has now lost a fight on the patient study. We'll be starting to get some value potentially from his augment. In stage 3, very clearly signaling he's going to be the LeBlanc player for ag.al in this game number 2. We saw how important the LeBlanc players were last game with both Wei Cho and Gobo making it to that top 3.
Yes, LeBlanc's quite a high-picked composition right now in the game because it's very easy to get those middle placements that's so important in the 4v4. You don't want to sack a lot of HP throughout the game, and LeBlanc is such a consistent composition.
3-2 augments coming in. Will it be gold? Will it be prismatic? Or will it be the lower variant silvers? It will be a gold augment coming through. Spreading Roots, Magic Roll, 2 very strong options already offered for Wei Cho. On the left-hand side here, looking at Li Tzuchuan, Explosive Growth if he wants Econ, Magic Roll. If he wants to Gamba, which is maybe what you want to do. 2 augments giving him a ton of resources already. We're seeing the Milio and the Pike 2 immediately sold, or actually played here, alongside the Ezreal for the 3 Timebreaker setup.
Here comes the Kindred on level 6. Last game of the Hua. This game is Zue.
The classic.
Way more, I mean.
Looking at the roll down from Li Tzuchuan, finds the Lissandra 3, is still missing the most important upgrade, which is going to be the Cho'Gath 3. Does he want to wait one more turn? He just levels immediately to 6, expecting to get the duplicator potentially in the next few rounds.
It's easy because he will get the duplicator later on, so he already have the Cho'Gath 3. It would be better to have it right now, of course, but it's guaranteed to have it.
Facing off against Raiko, the other, or one of the 2 win streak players from Godlike right now. They're trying to apply pressure on the lobby. Raiko will be playing most likely towards the Space Groove line. Has already an early Nami, has some great items as well. Currently the Gwen 2 is carrying these items, but we're starting to understand why this is a win streak from Raiko. An incredibly strong board this early into the game.
Yeah, I think that Godlike need to rely on the tempo in this lobby. We have Raiko and I was going to say Daisy as well winning, but he just lost around it. I lose my point.
He just lost, but I mean, look at the HP totals. They're currently sitting him on the top 5 there. Li Tzuchuan does get the Cho'Gath 3, so that will be one of the scarier boards to face and to scale into the late game as well. We saw how big this Cho'Gath can get coming into the late game, especially if we see a Darkstar emblem coming through for Li Tzuchuan. That can be so impactful because finding 6 Darkstar on level 8 with the emblem is just so strong when you're kind of a little bit behind on gold because of the roll downs for the Cho and the Lissandra, although not too much, right? Level 6, 40 gold, still a pretty good position.
I think like he's in a good position. It all comes down to the second augment, gave him a lot of economy.
That's right. A10 on forward thinking, and birthday reunion, a very risky game plan. It's all about greed. It's all about trying to play for the win here from A10. He's going to have an explosive level up to 9. I think he's going to be down to 1, maybe 2 lives. We'll see what his 4-2 augment will be as well. Maybe his teammates can sack some of these rounds for him to give him a little bit more time to hit some of those gold upgrades.
I feel like he's farming a YouTube video combining augments like this.
The content machine, Invader Zed into birthday reunion plus forward thinking in game 2.
The perfect player.
And Varus does give a lesser champion duplicator in the end already. Cho 3 and Lissandra 3 for Li Tzuchuan, so not too needed.
Yeah, I would say that for the Hua side, having Treasure Hunt as well as Cybernetic Implants, such a great opportunity to cap high the board. And also, he getting the duplicator from Akali, it's quite important for him because it's very likely that he'll get an Akali 3 this game.
I think we're seeing, again, Godlike trying to play for immediate power, trying to play for maybe not a blowout win, but applying a lot of pressure on players like ag.al. We saw Gobostar pick up advanced loan, leveling to 7 right away. I think we're going to see a lot of the godlike players trying to get so strong or as strong as possible, even as early as 4-1, to apply pressure to the more scaling game plans like Lichuan's and ag.al's from ag.al. That could be their path towards success in this game too.
I think the game is still anyone's game right now, but it's starting to look that JL has that in control.
The early Morgana here, so strong with the solo plate in particular, the Gwen 2 as well. The Varus Obsession of just a pretty good generic artifact to pair with the Nami, but holding onto the Gwen for now. It will be Gobo versus Raiko. Both of these players on the most HP for Godlike. Unfortunately, facing each other here, they would like to be pressuring the ag.al players more.
That's going to be a tough loss here for Gobo. Not being able to get down that Morgana so strong right now.
At least Raiko has the win streak going for him, so the extra gold generation. But looking at Wimbledon, has a Voyager +1, has a Duplicator, can start really more considering the Akali 3 because of the Varus offer from the Lesser Champion Duplicator. Really smart decision with Trade Sector. I think we've seen most of the times players who are playing into Akali are playing it as Akali 2, I'll hold extra copies, I'll go 8, I'll play around Kindred. If I hit Akali 3 at any point in the game, fantastic, but if not, it's not the end of the world. It's more of a tempo game plan where this seems to be more reroll focused.
Yeah, I feel like he actually saying something here to us. They're trying to hold the Hua because the Hua has one of the best spots to win out the game. So he trying to slow down. What a better way to contest the win out from the other team than actually having a 3-star Akali, right?
They're also feeling pressure. I think they know, hey, ag.al is going to be taxed a lot. He's going to be very low HP. I can't also lose a lot of fights here in Stage 3. I have to start winning some of these fights, playing for higher tempo, because we're seeing the more aggressive plays from someone like Gobo on advanced loan, from someone like Raiko on the win streak he's on. So really smart adaptation from Wimbledon.
Yeah, and you can see that the Hua doesn't have any Akalis on the bench. Still loses a round, so maybe he can actually change the game plan to not rolling for it, but he still will need to roll down a lot because he needs to get the treasure hunts.
I think you're okay proccing treasure hunt slowly across the different levels. Like level 6, you proc it once. Level 7, you proc it once. You need extra econ, of course, to do that, but I think you can play more of the tempo version. Dehua, of course, some pressure on his back, considering the 8th place in Game 1. He really has to try and avoid these bottom place positions. He has to try and find a way to stabilize for his team coming into Stage 4.
Yeah, speaking about stabilize, a lot of gold under the belts of Gobo. It's advanced long. It's quite important to see next augments, because he can get a little bit behind because he chose advanced loan. So
yeah, it could be a big variance if it goes from prismatic to gold. It's not golden gala, of course. We have no guarantees of what augment will be getting. Dehua understands he's feeling pressure. He's rolling on 7 a little bit here, trying to find just some amount of stability to preserve some HP, get the treasure hunt proc as well. With the cybernetic implants, you're going to have a lot of extra resources in terms of items, so a really good second augment pickup for him. And for Gobo, taking it slow. I think we're not seeing really, only Ziyue has rolled down on level 8 already on 4-1.
Yeah, on the side of the Hua, we've seen that one of the cash outs from Treasure Hunt was a pen that we forged into a spatula, making emblem, Mova, quite a strong emblem, because you can drop the Caitlyn later on and have a better unit on the board.
Maybe even a Vex. A Vex on 7 would obviously be a huge upgrade for Dehua in a setup like this one, especially with all the extra items you're getting from something like Treasure Hunt. The 4-2 round is coming up. Ziyue has already rolled down. He's already hit his LeBlanc 2. Gobo's taking a bit of a hit here, but he is trying to pre-level to 8 and roll down all this gold. Can he hit his key upgrades? Only a silver augment. This might be pretty bad news for ag.al, who was hoping for a big gold injection for his forward-thinking birthday reunion game plan. We're going to see the roll down here from Gobo. He's on a single copy of Nami, but has already found a Blitzcrank. If he finds a Nami 2, could be a great position for the French player.
Yeah, I think on the side of JL, it was way better to have a silver augment on Gobo, because it means all across the board they're getting prismatic, not getting a prismatic, but HN is gonna be very strong later on. With the reunion, he got dual kill.
And Raiko is rolling for the mech ASO board we saw there. Lichuan has already hit 6 Darkstar with May the 4th be with you. ag.al has found a Fiora 2 and has a very strong board. The gamble seems to have paid off. Has the Vex, has the Rage Blade. The duo Q was a great pickup, as you mentioned. Could this be Chen turning his luck around, going from last in HP to potentially a win-out player?
Yes, as well as a Blitzcrank too, so it's quite strong right now. Blitzcrank is gonna do a lot of trouble for GL side.
The highest HP player from Godlike facing off against Chen here, not able to punish him. The roll down has not quite been there for Raiko just yet. He picked up second win, but he still has a lot of gold to burn. He hasn't found the upgrade on any of his forecasts. It will be a stabilizing win for Chen.
Oh my god, that Blitzcrank just did a lot of work, disabling the Mac on the side of GL. Here comes a Kali 3 for Waymo. He just denied so much power from Dehua that needed actually to push levels, and I think that actually can lower the average pretty much.
And that's a big spike as well, as you mentioned, with the Bastion +1, the Voyager +1, the amount of upgrades here. The Swordsmith really allowing you to carry 2 different units at this point in the game despite being on level 7. And the 6 win streak, we talked about a player from ag.al having to step up in terms of, hey, we're losing too much HP, they're playing too aggressive, how do we stabilize our overall HP pool? Hey, a 6 win streak from stage 3 is just the way to do it.
Yeah, I think Waymo is such in a great position right now. A lot of HP, he has great items. He still has some emblems to work with, so that's quite good, of course. It got also on a Trox 3.
A really strong pickup. Dehua is getting taxed, 18 HP, still 2 lives, but again, this is the mirror match. He has not been able to stabilize in the way that Wei Mulacho has. Chen has taken a loss. I'm not sure to who. He has a Fiora 2 and a Blitz 2 on the board, although, let's be honest, it's only the new upgrade that has come through for Chen for now. 12 HP is 1 life. Fiora can heal you back into 2 life territory, but for now, he could be in the danger zone. Do we see Godlike react to this? If they see that he's in their matchmaking pool, we could be seeing everyone from Godlike trying to spike right now and eliminate a player from ag.al in 8th.
Yes, Chen has 2 2-star 5 cost. So, but the problem is, none of them are too consistent. Fiora sometimes gets stuck in the front line, Blitzcrank sometimes do great job, but sometimes don't. So I feel like this is the window that Godlike needs to explore to win the game.
You have a Shen 2 now, you have the Jin 2 offer. He doesn't want the Jin, he's just holding it for now. Probably wanted the Morgana instead. I think his teammates need the Morgana, so he's holding or playing the Jin. The Graves, I think it's too late. You don't have time for the Graves to skill. You're on 1 life, but it might be better than the Jin regardless.
Yeah, trying to scale up, he still thinks he can survive and then scale, because Jin with a way better unit than Graves at 1 star.
This could be it, this fight. If Chen stays alive, if he's taken down, he's playing off against Dasik. Little buddy side effects, Corky. Front, or third road rather, a lot of burst of damage coming from the Riven and the Milio, but the Riven is being surrounded. If this Riven from Dasik can move onto the Vex, that could be the way that Dasik wins this fight, potentially can eliminate Chen in the process. It could be a 7 placement swing from 8th to 1st. This is one of the expected win-out players. The Riven is trying her best. The Blitzcrank is holding on. It's going to be a huge loss from Chen, and Dasik, the hero yet again for Godlike. A huge elimination in 8th place. This completely changes the outcome of this game too.
Well done by Dasik. I've seen his positioning. He was focusing fire, the right fight from Chen. So he was not able to prevail in that fight. And I mean, Chen was one of the keys to the victory on the side of ag.al.
I wonder if Chen made a mistake. I'm not sure if he could have bought the Jin 2 and still had enough gold, if that would be a better upgrade right now in that fight than the Graves he ended up slotting in, or needed the gold to buy the Shen. But in the end, it's huge. In 4v4, a player that is expected to potentially rise up to go into 1st place, if he gets knocked out in 8th because of a great adaptation from the opposing team, this completely changes everyone's expectations for the result of this game. Dasik, a truly miraculous play there for Godlike.
Yeah, but instead Dehua is going down. They're sacking him in here. Yeah, actually won the 1v1 against Chen. He did the job, but they will need a little bit more to take down the victory.
1 player down from either team, a small advantage towards Godlike because of that 7th place position from Dehua. Now it's all about the cap. The HP totals are very even for the remaining 6 players. There was a big gap between Goboster and everyone else at the bottom. But it's now Ziyue who's climbing up with a 5 win streak. Wei Mulacho falling off a little bit. He's obviously holding on to a ton of gold, trying to find his next big spike on level 8. Raiko has some gold as well, but Li Tzuchuan is really the player to look out for, right? Level 8, 60 gold, has found the Cho'Gath 3 very early on. He can potentially be the win-out player for ag.al.
Well, I'm trying to look on everybody's board here, but I think it's going to be very difficult for Godlike. Even though HN was top 8, I think none of them has a great spot to win out. So I feel like they have to try to put somebody else into 6th and 5th place.
It could also be that a player like ag.al was a bit of a bait for Godlike in terms of, hey, if we pressure now, we can take him out in 8th, but by pressuring now, you lower your cap overall coming into the late game. So we'll see if that ends up coming back to bite them in the Stage 5. Raiko, I mean, he's looking pretty strong right now. The solo plate online, second wind, a lot of extra effective HP for the Mighty Mech. You have all of your upgrades on the ASO and the Mech at the very least. You're starting to go 9. You can maybe think about finding a cap out with a Blitz 2 as a secondary carry as well.
I think just Little Strong has so much on the line. Look at that Shoga. He scales so much throughout the game.
This is going to be one of the most important fights. Not right now because both players are still very healthy, but just for the potential outcome of who can win out this game. The Cho'Gath onto the Mighty Mech, the Blitzcrank trying to add some additional damage, but the Acel, the carrier, is doing a lot of the work. The Mighty Mech has held on for so long thanks to the second win proc. It's a decisive win for Raiko, who still has gold to hold. He's level 8. He hasn't hit his highest cap.
It was a very important win because I feel like ag.al, they have much better spot to win out the game. So they're across the board, they might have like 2 players that can win out this game. So I feel like Raiko just did an amazing job with the early ASO, but it's very unlikely that he can cap the board very high unless he finds a great 2-star upgrade on a 5 cost.
If he can make it to 9, I think he might still have contention. Someone who I think is going to be a much lower cap is Daysek. We're seeing here. He did his job. He had to get strong for the fight with ag.al and eliminate him. He succeeded. Daysek versus Gobo. Both players could still be on 2 lives. Gobo has to make certain to not take too big of a loss here against Daysek. The Blitzcrank is trying to do his thing. The Nami takes on the Riven. That should be enough units killed. I think it might be even Gobo being strong enough, to win the fight here against Daysek. I think the cap is just lower for the Corki board. Maybe I spoke too soon. The Corki almost killed off the Nami there.
It was very close at the end of the day.
And Ziyue does take down Raiko. So Ziyue continues the win streak, 7 win streak now. Charge transfer into Group Hug, into a very early LeBlanc 2. Has made him one of the strongest player in this late game.
Yes, I feel like his augments are quite good, right? He has a great economy augment, give him a lot of potential throughout the game, and still the next combat augments very strong right now. And on the side of Godlike, they were not able to get such strong items, strong augments as well.
Yep.
So that's why it's gonna be very hard today to come back.
We're seeing this battle between 2 players now from ag.al. The matchmaking didn't favor Godlike these last few rounds. Now it is going to be the teammates facing off. Wei Mulocho and Ziyue there. Gobuster fighting for his life, sitting at 17 HP now up against Raiko, another teammate he's facing back-to-back. And Raiko's a player who is going to be losing this fight. I think it's understandable. He still has a lot of gold to spend. He has a lot of HP to save as well, a kind of a buffer to take these trades against his teammate. But Raiko, I think, is a player poised to be the win-out player for Godlike. It's going to be tough. I think he's going to need some luck to try and find some kind of 2-star 5 cost to help the Acel dish out the damage.
The problem, I think, is that they're overlapping on the win condition.
Yeah.
I feel like Raiko is trying to go 9 and trying to upgrade the Blitzcrank, but if he does, Gobuster will miss the Blitzcrank as well. And I think they might need to change something and try to not overlap each other.
And I think Ziyue and Li Chuan are just too strong for Daysek to try and outplace. He did a great job outplacing ag.al, but I think this is almost a guaranteed 6th place from Daysek. He does not have much more to do. This fight will be so important. Corki in the second row, trying to burst through with the Riven, trying to kill off the tanks quick and allow the Riven to access the backline to get onto the LeBlanc early. The stun comes through on the Riven. She's moving towards the LeBlanc. If the Riven takes on the LeBlanc, this fight will be a win towards Daysek. It could be a pivotal fight, and it looks like it might be a win regardless of LeBlanc. The Pike stun comes through as well. By some time, the Corki last left alive, and Ziyue now down to potentially still 2 lives, but an important win for Daysek, an important win for Gobo. Raiko on a 2 loss Raiko won this fight, now has used up all his gold.
Ziyue on the second loss streak. not so much, but he has lost some HP. And that's why Daisy is such an important player for Godlike. He found a win in such an important round. And I feel like he can keep doing that they can still come back.
The positioning has been so good from Dasic in these late game fights. Potentially one life for 4 of the players remaining in this game. Raiko Mastery sitting at 29 HP. Waymulo Cho sitting at 44, also trying to go 9 to cap out his board. Dasic up against Gobo. An unfortunate team kill will be coming through here. Dasic, I think, just the weaker player compared to Gobo's board. And the Corki, the Riven, targeted by the Blitzcrank. It was a fight not too long ago. The Nami damage is coming through, but hey, the Riven's hanging on for a long time. No matter how close this fight is, it will be an elimination no matter what for Godlike.
Yes, I feel like Dasic did so much, but for Godlike it's better for him to go because the board from Cobblestar is actually capped way higher than Corki.
Raiko starting to win some rounds on a bit of a 2-win streak now. 5 players remain, 2 of them on 1 life. If Gobo goes out in 5th place, that will be it. It will be a blowout win for ag.al in this game 2. A blowout win in the series will be a 2-0 win for ag.al, and they will be advancing to the final day, to the semifinals tomorrow.
That's such a difficult job for Godlike right now because look at Waymo. He has so much gold to work with. He still have room to improve the board. He's going level 9 probably next round, and he still can improve so much, and he's already very strong.
Key upgrades coming through. It's going to be the Jin 2 potential for Li Tuchuan, the Blitz 2 for Gobo and for Raiko. But we're seeing the board here from Waymulo Cho, the strongest player, but we're not concerned about him. He's on 30 HP. He'll be staying alive for this next fight no matter what. He does find the Shen on the roll down, though. It's maybe the win-out player that ag.al needs to close out this series.
Oh my god, still find another upgrade. He's looking very strong right now. Akali, Biagas, Chen Chu to help some damage. Little Xuan still scaling with that Shoga. Look at that positioning.
The last minute swap, but it will be Li Tuchuan up against his teammate. It will be Gobo up against Raiko. Raiko has removed the items from the Acel. He's allowing Gobosur to stay alive for 1 more round. If Li Tuchuan is taken down, Waymulo Cho will be alive and very healthy, maybe the strongest player in the lobby, but it will not be a blowout win.
Oh my god, look at that Shen. I feel like ag.al didn't try to give some HP for the players.
It's a very close fight. Raiko takes a hit. Li Tuchuan, the Cho'Gath was on the Kindred, I think. Li Tuchuan will be winning that fight. The Kindred bites do come through. It is a perfect win for Li Tuchuan. Everyone stays alive. Every player potentially on their last life. We're in stage 6.
I mean, Godlike is praying for the miracle, I feel like, because Raiko is still alive.
Jin 2 for Li Tuchuan. That's a massive upgrade for the Dark Star player. Now, look at all these different carries. Cho'Gath, he's a tank and he's a carry. We have the Lysandra 3, we have the Karma, we have the Jin as well. So many different ways for this board to win these fights. Cho'Gath staying in the middle. It's Gobo versus Li Tuchuan. If Gobo goes out, it might be an elimination.
It's going to be probably the last fight of the game. Look at the Blitzcrank, such a great unit on this fight.
The Blitzcrank is onto the back line. Gobo's Blitzcrank might be able to save the day. He's now starting to revive. He might get an ult off on the Lysandra. Will that be enough? The Nami's already being targeted. There are so many units left alive. Gobo has been taken down. It's a massive hit as well. And that might just be it. I think it's going to be 3 players from Godlike in the bottom 4. Gobosur, Dasic, and Dehua unfortunately taken out early. Achen went out in 8th, but it did not matter. ag.al with a decisive 2-0 win in the series, a clean sweep in the last hope from the West.
Yes, the ag.al just dominated the series with a clean sweep. I feel like their cap on this game was amazing. They were so strong by the end of this game. We were talking that Godlike didn't have the tools to come back right after the stage 4. So well played by ag.al, recognizing their spots and winning out.
Especially in this last game, ag.al was able to create 4 different threats that could all have become win-out players. We saw Waymulo Cho, we saw the Dark Star board there as well. The coach, Horo X, joining the team, congratulating everyone on their play, on their success across the series. Godlike has had a fantastic run, a top 8 from an org like this. You have to be proud of these players. They fought so hard to make it here, but this is the end of the road for Godlike Esports, the end of the road for any America's or EMEA player in TFT at EWC 2026.
Yeah, that's why China is saying to us why they're so dominant. You see in a match like this, playoffs, quarterfinals, EWC, TFT, and they just swept the best team on the West. So it was not even close this last game. I feel like ag.al just did an amazing job, and I look forward to see what they are being able to do.
We're going to hear from Damascus and ag.al on the main stage.
And it is time. The last hope of the West is out. This is a full Chinese business for tomorrow as ag.al moves forward. It is time for them to claim another key in their road to victory. They have been absolutely ridiculous and looking so determined, but Kitty is still there to have a quick chat.
在这里来一下赛后采访。Congratulations to ag.al for being the final team to qualify to the semifinals with a 2-0 score. ag.al are currently undefeated in the Esports World Cup, 3-0. So what makes ag.al such a strong opponent this time around? 首先，恭喜 ag.al 能成功打进4强，你们现在是3胜0负，所以为什么 ag.al 这个战队会这么强呢？
因为我们团队协作更强，可能个人能力并没有别的战队强，但是团队协作就是每个人他都是非常重要的，然后配合起来就是最强的。
I feel like our teamwork is the main element on why we are such a strong team in the 4v4 format, especially when we consider our individual play not being as strong as the other players, but we think our synergy works incredibly well together. Next game, you guys will be versing Aurora in the semi-finals. Do you have any words to the enemy as we approach tomorrow? 明天的对手会是阿罗拉战队，所以赛前有没有什么狠话想放给对面吗？
你们既然已经输过一次了，那你们直接再输一次，淘汰吧。
Because you guys have already lost once, you guys might as well lose again and get eliminated from the Esports World Cup. As we say goodbye to the last hope of the West, we crush Godlike's key tonight.
And it is time to crush the final key of the day. ag.al validating their ticket to the semi-finals tomorrow. And as he just said, get ready to lose twice. Message sent to Aurora showing what could be their fate tomorrow. One more key to be destroyed. It is time. Make it loud. I love the jump scares every single time. Once again, another key crushed, another dream dies, but another dream stays alive. This is the dream for ag.al, still undefeated in this tournament. And that's all they want, continue that entire tournament without a single defeat. ag.al, congratulations, you will be back tomorrow. Gonna get ready for Aurora Gaming. We're gonna have absolute banger semi-finals. Can't wait for these matches.
Well, there it is. The final spot for semifinals is now claimed. It's ag.al taking down the last underdog, the last Western hope of Godlike Esports. It was bound to happen. AG was just playing so incredibly well. The smiles on their faces, and rightly so, as they crush the final key of the day of Godlike.
And this is just an amazing team. Actually, even before Hwanmie won the last hack round, ag.al was considered the strongest roster out of CN. They had 2 players that were runner-ups at TAC round. And of course, we have to mention Li Tuchuan, that was a former champion in the EWC 2024 run.
Plus the highest AVP in the tournament coming in, right? This is a player who individually is also just a monster. So not only having the pedigree from Wolves, but coming in as an incredible player in his own right.
But for Godlike, though, we got to give them their flowers. They played incredibly well. The fact that they made it to the stage is a massive accomplishment. Top 8, you know, of course, the club championship points that they're able to gain. But on top of that, just the pedigree that you walk away with, knowing that you got top 8 in such a unique format, they got to hold their heads up high.
I think they should be very proud. I think Godlike outperformed many people's expectations. They looked very impressive in each of their series, and none of them felt like they were entirely run away from them. They were incredibly close in this first game, and it felt like this easily could have been a 3-game series.
Absolutely the case, but it wasn't. It ends 2-0. We take a look at AG's journey throughout that last map that ultimately led them to the semifinals.
One of the big points was Day6's big win streak, able to eliminate Aachen. The side of ag.al had 4 full win conditions going into it, but they lost one of them early on, and we thought this might have been the chance for Godlike to come back.
Yeah, and it was another big streak from Day6 trying to be the punisher for the team. It's not exactly what we wanted from Godlike, though. We wanted Day6 to maybe be the hero, and once again, he's in this role player role with the Corki, trying to put a lot of damage out and sack HP, and it just didn't end up coming together.
I love the way Day6 actually played that fight out, the stacking damage between the Corki and the Riven to get into the backline. Huge factor of a potential comeback, did not happen.
That's right, it didn't happen. AG, though, they close it out. We take a look at them closing out with that final action of the game. And man, this is where obviously it comes to an end for Godlike Esports.
Yeah, Gobo just not being able to get it all together. He's supposed to be the win-out player. The emblem not what he needs to cap out as high as possible. And Anami just can't be enough into this very strong Dark Star board with Li Tuchuan's hit of the Jin 2.
Too many carry potential for ag.al. They stacked the entire lineup with carries that could win out, and I want to give Wei Mulocho his flowers because I think he was the most pivotal one. He cut off Dehua from the treasure hunt Akali reroll. He hit the Akali 3 way before and sent him into the 7th place.
Well, we crushed mini keys day 4. In fact, it was bound to happen. We take a look at all the keys being snapped in half, and they were loud for sure, and some of them put up a tremendous fight. We started with Flash Wolves beating out Noxium Red Force, our first underdog to truly make big waves in our tournament. Flash Wolves, though, no problem, beat them 2-0.
Yeah, this was, the APAC bout, Nongshim coming in as the first seed, but they had not had to face Flash Wolves in the qualifier, so this was a little bit of a mystery on how it would go, and Flash Wolves got the better.
And VP, our runner-ups in 2025, also getting defeated here by Team Vision, a new organization to join the brawl when it comes to TFT, shining brightly coming from CN.
And it's not just Vision shining brightly here in TFT, but also shining brightly in the Club Championship race. They continue to gain points and separate themselves from the pack. They were top 5 going into it. Who knows where they're going to end? But this one sent shockwaves through our bracket. Aurora taking down the previous title holders of Weibo Gaming 2-0.
And Juan Mie continuing on that road to undisputed GOAT status. A win at EWC is kind of the last win he needs in his trophy case to have won just about everything there is to win.
And that was the key that did not want to snap. It held on for the longest time. It says, no, we want to go back to back. But the reality is that is just not a possibility anymore. And then just moments ago, ag.al beating out Godlike 2-0 and snapping the final key in quarterfinals.
You have to wonder, Godlike was the best the West had to offer, but so far they've actually only taken up matches against other teams from the West, so it kind of feels like the gap is widening.
That's right. Flash Wolves played incredibly well against Noxium Red Force. They move forward alongside that of Team Vision, who has been out of this world and might be a favorite to move forward to Grand Finals. Aurora Gaming ag.al also winning their series. Tomorrow, the competition is stacked. Quarterfinals was just today, but tomorrow is a very long one. So much to get through. Kitty, what's happening tomorrow's competition?
With day 4 done and dusted, we have the semifinals on the horizon with 2 crazy best of 3s coming up between Flash Wolves and Team Vision, and with the next one being Aurora Gaming versus ag.al. But that's not it. We also have the 3rd and 4th match place decider, and finally, the Grand Finals. Damascus, how much do you get for the Grand Finals?
A big money, of course, $150,000 for grand finals. This beautiful trophy, the key etched in history in the totem wall as well, and a bag of points for your team, and especially, we think especially of ag.al right now, because they are third on the club championship, but the two teams ahead of them, Vitality and Navi, are not here on Teamfight Tactics. So golden opportunity for the team to bag a ton of points.
Did you just say 150,000? I don't think I heard you right. How much money?
150K.
150,000?
Yes.
150K?
Yes.
$150,000 for first place, $500K overall up for grabs with the prize pool, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll tell you what, it's a whole lot of pride on the line as well, because today, actually over the last couple of days, we have seen so much or heard so much trash talk. I mean, even AG at the end. ag.al letting Aurora know, look, you guys have had a loss in this tournament already, right? Why not just go ahead and lose again? It shouldn't really be no big deal, ladies and gentlemen. That said, this is the biggest deal possible in the world of TFT. The next EWC title holders, we're about to find out who it is tomorrow.
Absolutely, there's going to be a new one, right? Weibo Gaming is out already. The title defenders are out. We crown a new champion tomorrow, and that's looking beautiful. And of course, China is in full force right now, looking to claim the trophy once again. These matches have been ridiculous, and I love the talk around, man. The vibes have been insane.
Ladies and gentlemen, everything up to this point has been 10 out of 10, but tomorrow we going 11, 12, you name it. We about to blow the roof off this place tomorrow. You do not want to miss it as we crown our brand new title winner for EWC here at TFT. Tomorrow, finals day, you do not want to miss it. See you there.
We booked Esports World Cup